It was a beautiful weekend, and even better news for Rich. He finally received his first pass since being downgraded to low risk on parole. He had already told his parole officer exactly where he would be, the address, the time, and who would be present. As far as he knew, it was just Earl and Peggy's family, which is exactly what he reported. Rich pulled up in his own vehicle, stepping out with that easy smile and cool, casual confidence he always carried. A few people drifted toward him, curious. Some of the family members didn't know who he was, so they greeted him politely. A couple of men around his age gave him friendly fist bumps. "Welcome, man," one of them said. "Our aunties told us a lot about you." Soon enough, the men were talking about guy stuff, games, football, cars. Kids ran around laughing, nieces and nephews chasing each other across the yard. The grandkids were shrieking with joy on the big inflatable water slide. Charles, the Marine and Bonnie's husband, stood guard over the grill with a watchful eye. Henry, the off-duty police officer, stood on the opposite side of the yard, scanning the area with quiet vigilance. None of the family riff-raff showed up, even though they were invited, because they knew Henry would be there. Earl was surrounded by a few guys near his truck, bragging about his truck model, the one even his high society brother Blake didn't have. He was proud of that. Peggy, ever the hostess, floated around making sure everyone had refills and snacks. The sky was clear, the weather perfect, and the whole scene felt like a postcard. LT pulled up next, hopped out, and immediately spotted Rich. They exchanged a fist bump, and Rich introduced LT to some of the family he already knew. Soon, a little circle of guys formed, laughing and talking. A couple of them started tossing a football, and LT, fit and athletic, jumped right in. Some of the ladies played horseshoes. The kids splashed on the inflatable slide, sprayed each other with water guns, and ran wild with summer joy. Earl walked over to Peggy for a plate refill. Peggy leaned in and whispered, "Earl, see if you can find out if Rich is single." "Oh, come on, Peggy," Earl responded. "Let the guy have fun." Peggy waved him off. "No, what I mean is, you know Rôvi is coming. The young woman our neighbor adopted. She always calls me auntie even though we're not related." Earl blinked. "Rôvi. Oh, Rôvi. I didn't know she was coming. Haven't seen her since she went off to school." Peggy nodded. "She's back in town and looking for a job." "Well, good for her," Earl said. "She's doing well for herself." Peggy whispered, "I want to introduce her to Rich. She's a wholesome lady with a good head on her shoulders." Earl held up a hand. "Now hold up, Peggy. The last time you'd play matchmaker ended up in 2 divorces." Peggy sighed. "Well, that's because I didn't know them that well." "This is different cause we know Rich and Rôvi." Earl protested. "We don't know anything about Rich's personal life. How do you know he doesn't have a girlfriend, or a whole situation we don't know about? You gotta stop volunteering people for relationships. That's what you're for," Peggy insisted. "Go find out." "Oh, come on, Peg," Earl pleaded. Peggy insisted. "Earl, please." Earl sighed dramatically and walked away. Meanwhile, LT was enjoying himself. This was one of the few places he could relax without worrying about running into one of his ex-girlfriend's wild family members. His girlfriend Marissa couldn't make it because she had to work, but he was still having a great time. A few ladies around LT and Rich's age walked by, not obviously flirting, but definitely curious. LT noticed and gave the ladies a friendly hello, flashing that signature smile that could melt butter. Rich maintained his gentlemanly composure and simply gave a polite nod. No one can ever read Rich. He always gave that poker face. Later, Earl wandered over to Rich, shaking his head. "Rich, let me tell you what happened the other day," Earl said. "I was driving, minding my business, and all of a sudden that truck acted like a robot took control over it. It slowed down and came to a complete stop. Peggy looked around thinking somebody was in front of us, but we didn't see nobody. Then it just started again like nothing happened. Rich nodded. Small animals can trigger that. Squirrels, rabbits, they're fast. The sensors pick them up even when you don't see them. Peggy blinked. Well, that explains that. Earl continued. Oh, and another thing. When I'm driving, right before somebody passes me, which happens all the time, I hear a beeping sound. Soon as they pass, the beeping stops. Why is that? That's your blind spot monitor, Rich explained. Same system that handles lane departure warnings and parking sensors. It's all connected. Earl nodded slowly. Rich added, and that auto start-stop feature. A lot of older drivers hate it. The engine shuts off at red lights to save fuel. Makes people nervous because they think the truck won't start again. Peggy laughed. That's Earl. He doesn't trust anything that shuts off without his permission. Earl pointed at her. And then this truck did something weird. I was walking toward it to unlock the door and go to the store. All of a sudden the doors unlocked and the truck started. I yelled at Peg, "Oh no, this truck is haunted." Rich chuckled softly, the kind of chuckle that said he'd heard this fear 100 times. That's your fob, Earl. It's programmed to do that automatically. Earl scratched his head. My what? Your keys, sir, Rich said. Oh, my keys, Earl said. Rich explained, that little black device on your key ring is called a fob. It has a computer chip inside that can unlock and start your truck. A lot of women love it for safety reasons. If you're uncomfortable with it, I can show you how to turn it off. Earl waved him off. Oh no, now that I know what it is, I kinda like it. Especially in winter. Exactly, Rich said. You can warm up your truck before you even step outside. Across the yard, Peggy was still determined to match Rich with Rôvi. She motioned wildly for Earl to ask Rich if he was single. Earl pretended he didn't see her. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed across the yard. Henry the police officer reacted instantly, scanning the area. Charles the Marine snapped into alert posture. Rich flinched out of old survival reflexes. And LT silently prayed it wasn't one of his ex-girlfriend's crazy brothers. But it wasn't danger. The kid's giant inflatable water slide had burst and was collapsing like a dying balloon. Children screamed, not in pain, but dramatic, end-of-the-world panic. Henry, Rich, and several men rushed over, pulling younger crying kids out from under the sagging plastic. Older kids were laughing hysterically as they crawled out. One auntie took pictures. Another live-streamed the chaos. Charles lifted an entire corner of the slide with one hand, letting a wave of giggling kids tumble out. Within minutes, the younger ones stopped crying after a few cuddles from their mamas, and ran right back out to play. Peggy sighed. Of all times for this to happen. I'm still getting that boy and my niece set up one way or another. Later, Earl cornered Rich again. Rich, I think my truck is keeping tabs on me. Rich raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that, Earl? Well, yesterday it told me to stay alert. I was alert. I was just thinking real hard. Peggy chimed in. He was deciding between chicken and meatloaf. And then the truck said, driver inattentive, Earl continued. Peg, I was not inattentive. I was contemplating. Rich tried not to laugh. It's the behavior monitoring system. It watches your eyes to make sure you're focused. Well, it needs to mind its business, Earl said. I've been driving longer than that camera's been alive. And then, get this, I sneezed. One sneeze. And the truck said, please keep your eyes on the road. Rich, I can't sneeze with my eyes open. That's a medical fact. Peggy added, he sneezes like a cannon. The truck probably thought he passed out. I sneezed so hard, Earl said, the lane assist grabbed the wheel like it was scared. I got in the truck after a stressful morning, Earl said. The camera must have seen my face. Next thing I know, it says, driver appears fatigued. Rich, I wasn't fatigued. I was annoyed. It's trying to help, Rich said. Well, it can help by not diagnosing me, Earl replied. I don't need my truck telling me I look tired. Peggy already does that. Peggy gasped. I do not. I just said you looked weathered. The final straw. And then, this is the part that got me, I yawned. One yawn. And the truck said, please consider taking a break. Rich, I wasn't tired. I was bored. Peggy was telling me about her cousin's cat again. Peggy crossed her arms. That cat is precious. The truck thought I was falling asleep, Earl said. I was just falling asleep emotionally. Rich finally put a hand on Earl's shoulder. Earl, the camera isn't judging you. It's just looking for signs of fatigue or distraction. Well, it found both, Earl said, but neither were my fault.
As the day continued, Rich checked his watch every now and then. Just keeping an eye on the time, he realized he still had plenty of time to enjoy himself at the cookout. And he really was enjoying himself. Everyone was friendly, and it reminded him of the kind of freedom he used to have. He was more determined than ever to stay on the right path. He missed this feeling, and he had no intention of going back to his old lifestyle. LT was enjoying himself too. He was glad to have someone around his age that he personally knew. So he felt comfortable Marissa texted him occasionally, and he texted her back before going right back to mingling with the others. As time went on, people were eating watermelon, the kids were still having fun. And the sun started to come out, folks gathered under the shade of the picnic tables. Then Rôvi arrived. The moment she stepped into the backyard, every eye turned toward her. She didn't look like anyone else at the party. She wore an exotic flowing outfit with a mysterious hood, sequins, and hair jewelry, like she had stepped straight out of a Renaissance painting. She carried herself with grace and quiet confidence, almost like royalty. Whispers started immediately. Rich noticed. LT noticed. Everyone noticed. From where Rich stood, he could hear people murmuring, "Who is she? Is that Rôvi? I don't know. If it is, she sure has grown." Rich moved toward the grill where Charles the Marine loaded up his plate. Even there, he heard more chatter. Why is she dressed like that? Is she Indian? Is she from Africa? Maybe she's Muslim? Maybe she's Buddhist? Rich walked to another part of the yard to get a different angle on this mysterious woman. The whispers followed him. She's weird. She doesn't act like typical black girls. She's into opera and classical music and Mozart. She's just different. I've never met anyone like her. And the way she dresses, I've never understood it. Rich was now fully curious. He went to the drink cooler for some water, and even there he heard more. I heard she was a foster girl. Yeah, she was adopted by Peggy's neighbor. I heard her foster family abused her, so the neighbor took her in. Oh, so that's how she ended up here. She always calls Peggy and Earl her auntie and uncle, so they invite her to everything. From every corner of the yard, Rich was gathering new information about this mysterious woman. He looked at her again, clearly African American, wearing that long flowing robe with the hood and sequins, carrying herself with elegance. She smiled warmly at people who had just been talking about her behind her back, which Rich found hilarious. He walked back over to where LT was sitting. LT leaned in and whispered, "Do you know her?" Rich shook his head. "No, I don't." Across the yard, Peggy nudged Earl. "Earl, please go introduce Rich to Rôvi." Earl looked straight up at the birds flying overhead, pretending he didn't hear her. Peggy hated when he did that. Time passed and eventually Rich had to leave. His time was running out. He went over to Peggy and Earl and apologized. "I'm sorry, but I have to take off." Peggy said, Wait, I want to introduce you to someone." She hurried around the yard looking for Rôvi, but she couldn't find her. Rôvi had stepped inside to use the washroom. Rich checked his watch again. He was out of time. He went back to Earl. "Sir, I really have to go." Earl laughed. "Please, son, go ahead, don't worry about us." Rich gave LT a quick fist bump, waved goodbye to the new friends he'd made, and headed out. Peggy came running back outside. "Where is Rôvi? I can't find her anywhere." "And where did Rich go?" Earl said, "He had to leave. Peg, the boy has a curfew." Peggy sighed. "Oh no. I wanted him to meet Rôvi so badly. Why is his curfew so early? It's still daylight." Earl explained. He only had a certain time slot he could be here. He's just following the rules. Peggy nodded. "Okay, I understand." Earl asked, "Is Rôvi going to be at the seminar on groomers?" Peggy said, "She certainly is." Earl nodded. "Good. I think it'll be a good seminar for her, and for you both, since you've both been through that." Peggy looked down for a moment, remembering. "Yep," she said softly. "You're right."
The weekend had been full of laughter. There were cookouts, kids running through sprinklers, and Earl's ongoing battle with modern truck technology. But now it was Monday morning, and the mood had shifted. Inside the professional building where Dr. Blake worked, the team was preparing for one of the most important seminars they had ever hosted. It was a seminar on grooming, a topic rarely taught, often misunderstood, and deeply necessary. Blake's office. Taquan was already in the office. He sorted paperwork, arranged chairs, and checked the schedule. He moved with calm focus, the steady bridge between the community and the clinical world. A knock sounded at the door. Henry stepped inside. He was still in his weekend clothes. Wearing jeans and a clean polo, his posture carried the unmistakable awareness of a man trained to observe everything. His weekend had run long because he stayed in town to help his family look at houses, but he had also come for something else. Dr. Blake looked up and said, "Henry, good morning. I'm glad you could stop by." Henry nodded and replied, "Morning, Doc. I figured I'd check in before heading out. You said you needed a contact." Blake trusted Henry, not just as a police officer, but as a man who understood responsibility. "Yes," Blake said, "for today's seminar, I want someone who specializes in grooming cases. Someone who can speak from an instant standpoint. You mentioned you knew someone." Henry answered, "I do. He's the real deal. He works federal cases and knows the patterns, the tactics, and the psychology. He's in town this week for training. And when I told him what you were doing, he said he'd be honored to help. Taekwon looked up from the chairs and asked, "Is he coming today?" Henry replied, "He's already on his way. He should be here any minute." This was where Henry's role became clear. He was not the speaker today. He was the connector, the bridge between local law enforcement and federal expertise. He knew his lane and he respected it. Blake appreciated that. The specialist arrives. A firm knock echoed through the hallway. Henry stepped aside as a man entered the office. He was calm and composed, carrying a slim folder and the quiet confidence of someone who had seen the worst of humanity and still chose to protect others from it. This was Special Agent Thomas O'Reilly, an FBI specialist in child exploitation and grooming behaviors. He shook Blake's hand, then Taekwon's, then Henry's. It was a silent acknowledgement of trust. "Dr. Blake, thank you for inviting me." Agent O'Reilly said, "Henry speaks highly of your work, and he speaks highly of yours." Blake replied, "We're grateful you're here." Taekwon stepped forward and said, "We've got everything set up. Whenever you're ready, we can begin." Agent O'Reilly nodded. "I'm ready." Narrative. And just like that, the team was complete. Blake was the clinical mind. Taekwon was the community bridge. Henry was the trusted connector. Agent O'Reilly was the specialist. Together, they were about to lead a seminar that would last 5 to 6 hours. It would be long, detailed, and deeply educational. Because as Blake once told Amethyst, we were taught stranger danger. But grooming doesn't look like that. And it's time people learn the truth.
The hallway. The hallway of the professional building was as busy as ever. Dr. Blake held his seminars here, and other professionals hosted their workshops in the surrounding rooms. Security guards moved steadily through the corridor, doing their jobs with practiced focus. A few parole officers walked by, checking in with their clients. 2 security guards escorted a pair of parolees toward another office. At the front desk, the receptionist managed a long line of people waiting to sign in for Blake's seminar on grooming. Peggy and Earl stepped off the elevator. They hadn't gone upstairs to see Blake. They knew he would be extremely busy. Earl had called his brother earlier. And after hearing everything Blake needed to prepare, he decided to give him space. This was going to be a demanding day for both Blake and Taekwon. So Peggy and Earl came straight to the seminar floor, signed their names at the desk, greeted the receptionist politely, and walked into the classroom. In classroom, Earl paused as they entered. He hadn't expected to see so many men in the room at first. He assumed they were brothers, cousins, or husbands there to support the women. He would soon learn, just like everyone else, that many of these men were survivors themselves. Peggy and Earl found one of their favorite seats. There were 3 chairs at the desk, so they settled in. Peggy glanced around and noticed the same thing Earl had. "Honey," she whispered, "this must be all the brothers and cousins here supporting their sisters or their wives." Earl nodded. Yeah, I guess so. Sure is a lot of males in here. Peggy said, well, I know we're expecting Rôvi. She had a job interview. She should be here later today if she can make it in time. Earl smiled. Yes, you and her will benefit from this seminar. He put his arm around Peggy, and then Rôvi glided into the classroom. She wore a long baby blue dress that looked like it belonged in an enchanted forest over it. She wore a black cape with a hood, covered in tiny sequins that sparkled under the lights. The scent of frankincense and sage drifted in with her. Every head in the classroom turned toward the door, not out of meanness, but because her presence was impossible to ignore. She carried the same kind of aura Amethyst had, strong, mystical, magnetic. Rôvi immediately saw Peggy and Earl with her usual grace. Peggy's face lit up. Rôvi chose to sit at the second table from the door. People watched her with fascination and wonder. You didn't see someone dressed like this unless you were in a fairy tale. A few whispers floated through the room. Where is she from? Is she African? Maybe Indian? Look at her outfit. Rôvi was used to it. She kept her focus on the class. Peggy leaned toward her. I'm so glad you could make it. Did you enjoy your time at the barbecue? Rôvi smiled. I did. Thank you for inviting me, Aunt Peggy. Earl nodded warmly. I'm glad you're here too. How was the job interview? Rôvi said, I was not what they were looking for, but I will keep trying. Earl nodded. That's my girl. Just then, the facilitators began entering the classroom. Dr. Blake came in with his rolling suitcase. Taquan followed with his own. A moment later, Special Agent O'Reilly from the FBI walked in, carrying folders and equipment. They moved to the front of the room, setting up easels, arranging pamphlets, and positioning the flat-screen TV. The FBI had brought for the presentation. And then Amethyst arrived. She stepped into the doorway with a rolling suitcase, and once again the entire room turned. Peggy smiled to herself. Amethyst then walked over to the diffuser. She added a little lavender, a little chamomile, and a touch of bergamot, a blend for grounding, relaxation, and balance. Within moments, the scent drifted through the room. Men and women lifted their heads, slightly breathing it in.
Bonnie and Charles entered the classroom with their little girl. They acknowledged Peggy and Earl, who smiled and waved back. Their daughter ran straight to her Uncle Earl, her hero, and hugged him tightly before turning to hug her Aunt Peggy. Earl and Peggy beamed as she skipped back to her parents. They settled toward the back of the classroom, and Bonnie opened her daughter's backpack, pulling out her play items. LT and Marissa slipped quietly into the room next. They took the desk directly in front of Peggy and Earl. LT gave a polite nod back toward them. Marissa offered a warm little wave. Peggy smiled, then leaned toward Earl. Where's Rich? I hope he'll be able to come, she whispered. He probably had to work, Earl murmured. Then the door opened. Rich stepped inside, calm and composed. He had a backpack slung across one shoulder, and in his other hand he carried a small, brightly colored backpack that clearly belonged to a little girl. Beside him, holding his hand, was a little girl with Down syndrome. She stayed close to him, trusting and comfortable. Rich guided her to the empty desk closest to the door, the one he could slip into without disturbing anyone. It happened to be next to Rôvi's desk. He helped the little girl into the seat beside him, then quietly pulled a few items from her backpack. A soft, quiet toy, a small coloring book, a handful of crayons. She settled immediately, flipping through the pages with quiet excitement across the room. Bonnie and Charles' daughter spotted her instantly. She tugged on her mother's sleeve. "Mommy, can I go sit with her?" Bonnie and Charles exchanged a look, the kind parents use when silently checking in with each other. "What do you think?" Charles whispered. "I think it'd be great. It looks like she has Down syndrome," Bonnie said softly. Charles nodded. "It does, doesn't it? I wonder if that's his daughter or his sister. Maybe he's babysitting for a friend," Bonnie said. "Do you think Rich would mind?" "I'll go ask him," Charles replied. Charles, the Marine, stood with that deliberate, respectful posture he always carried. He walked around the back of the room, careful not to disturb the seminar. When he reached Rich, he leaned down and whispered, "Hey Rich, how you doing?" Rich responded quietly, "Hey Charles, I'm good, thanks." Charles smiled at the little girl. "Is this your little girl?" Rich answered with quiet pride, "Yes, this is Karma. Now that I've been downgraded to low-risk parolee, I was able to get my driver's license back and go pick up my daughter and spend more time with her. She gets nervous riding the bus." Charles smiled. "Congratulations. That's great. Since this is going to be an all-day seminar, do you mind if my little girl comes and sits with Karma? My daughter was the one wanting me to ask. Me and Bonnie think they'll enjoy each other's company." Rich's face softened. "Oh, I think that would be great. Karma is around the same age as your little one. Yeah, let her come on over. It'll help Karma relax. She gets a little anxious in new places." "Thank you," Charles whispered. "I just wanted to make sure it was okay with you." "I respect that," Rich said. "She'd love the company." Charles returned to Bonnie and sat down. "That little girl is Rich's daughter," he whispered. Bonnie's eyes widened. "Oh my goodness. I didn't know he had a daughter. That's wonderful. And he said it's fine for our little one to sit with her." Their daughter was already halfway out of her seat with excitement. "Okay," Bonnie said, "but mind your manners. Be quiet and listen to Rich. You hear me?" "I'll be good," she whispered, practically vibrating with joy. She grabbed her crayons and coloring book, then skipped quietly across the room. She knew Rich well enough to feel safe. She pulled out the chair on the other side of Karma and sat down. Karma looked up. Delighted, the two girls exchanged soft whispers and smiles. Rich lifted a finger to his lips, a gentle reminder to keep their voices low. Both girls nodded, then settled into quiet play. It was a beautiful sight. Peggy noticed, of course. She nudged Earl. "Look at that," she whispered. "Rich is babysitting today." Earl whispered back, or is that his daughter?" Peggy replied, "Honey,
I don't think Rich has kids. Earl said, Peg, I keep telling you there's stuff we just don't know about the boy. He keeps his personal business private. Now Peggy began to wonder who the little girl was. Another mystery she was determined to solve. Earl took a couple of inconspicuous glances to see if the little girl looked like Rich. He couldn't tell. They didn't know. No one did, except LT, Marissa, Bonnie, and Charles, and Rich.
Dr. Blake stepped to the front of the room just as the soft blend of lavender, chamomile, and bergamot drifted through the air. Conversations quieted. People straightened in their seats. The room shifted from casual murmurs to focused anticipation. Blake rested his hands on the podium and took a slow, grounding breath. Good morning, everyone. A gentle wave of greetings rolled back toward him. I want to begin by acknowledging the courage it takes to be here. This is not an easy topic. It is not light. It is not comfortable. But it is necessary. He looked around the room, at the women, at the men, at the faces carrying stories they had held for years. Some of you are here because you lived through grooming. Some of you are here because you love someone who did. Some of you work in schools, churches, youth programs, or law enforcement. And some of you are here because you want to understand how grooming happens and how to stop it. He let the silence breathe for a moment. This seminar will run several hours. We will take breaks. We will ground ourselves. We will breathe, but we will not shy away from the truth. He gestured toward the easels, the folders, the flat-screen TV, and the team behind him. Today you will hear from survivors, both women and men, because grooming does not discriminate. It does not care about gender, age, race, or background. It hides in trust. It hides in familiarity. It hides in silence. A few people nodded. A few lowered their eyes. A few straightened their backs. For too long, Blake continued, society has believed grooming only happens to girls. That belief has harmed boys, silenced men, and left families unprepared. Today, we correct that. Today, we tell the full truth. He stepped away from the podium and moved closer to the audience. After each survivor speaks, you will hear from our team. I will speak from the clinical and psychological side. Special Agent O'Reilly will speak from the federal ISO side. And Takan will speak from the community side, the real world side, where these patterns hide in plain sight. He returned to the podium and opened the first folder. This is a teaching space, a healing space, a truth-telling space. And everything shared here today is for one purpose: to protect the next child, the next teenager, the next adult who might not see the danger coming.
He looked up. We will begin with the first grooming pattern, the trusted family friend. He nodded gently. Our first survivor is Trudy, and after her, Tobias will speak from the male perspective. He stepped back slightly. Trotty, whenever you're ready.
Female survivor, trusted family friend grooming. Trudy looked around the room, then bravely stood up. She said, "Hello, my name is Trudy. My story starts when I was 9, she began. My parents had a close friend, someone they trusted completely. He lived a few houses down. He helped with yard work, fixed things around the house, came to every barbecue. He was the kind of person everyone said was good people. He didn't start with me. He started with them. He made sure my parents saw him as dependable, helpful, harmless. He made himself part of our family. That's how this grooming pattern works. The offender builds trust with the adults first. He offered to walk me to school sometimes, or watch me for a few minutes if my parents were running late. Little things. Things that didn't seem strange at the time. My parents were grateful. They thought he was doing them a favor. He gave me small gifts. Candy, stickers, a little toy, and he always said, "Don't tell your parents, they'll think I'm spoiling you." I didn't know that secrecy was the first red flag. He made me feel special, chosen, like I was his favorite kid in the neighborhood. And because my parents trusted him so much, I trusted him too. I didn't understand what was happening until I was much older. I didn't have the language for it. I just knew something felt wrong, but I didn't know how to say it. And because everyone loved him, I thought no one would believe me. I'm sharing this because grooming doesn't start with the child. It starts with the adults. It starts with trust. And if we don't talk about it, it keeps happening.
Male survivor trusted family friend grooming. Gary, seeing how brave Trudy was, gained confidence and stood up. Gary said, "Hi, I'm Gary. My story is similar to Trudy's," he said. "Except I was 12, and in my case, it was a man my father admired. He was the neighbor who helped fix cars. The guy who coached backyard football games. The man everyone said was good with kids. My dad trusted him. My mom trusted him. So I trusted him. He gave me attention, praise, told me I was talented, strong, mature for my age. He made me feel like I was his favorite kid in the neighborhood. He also gave me gifts, sports gear, snacks, little things. And he always said, 'This is just between us.' I didn't think it was wrong. I thought it meant he liked me. I thought it meant I was special. I didn't tell anyone because boys are taught to be tough, to shake things off, to not complain, and I didn't want to disappoint my dad by saying something bad about his friend. I'm here because boys need to know this can happen to them too. And parents need to know that boys don't always speak up, even when something feels wrong." Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Trudy and Gary a moment to settle back into their seats. He didn't rush. He let the room breathe. He let their courage land. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, warm, and deeply grounded. "Thank you, Trudy. Thank you, Gary. What you both shared is not only brave, it is clinically significant. Your stories illustrate one of the most common and most misunderstood grooming patterns we see, the trusted family friend." He moved toward the easel but didn't write yet. Instead, he faced the room. "I want everyone here to understand something very clearly. Grooming is not random. It is not impulsive. It is not accidental. Grooming is a strategy, a calculated, intentional process designed to break down boundaries, build trust, and create access to a child. And the first target is almost never the child. The first target is the family system, the way a seasoned clinician does when teaching something weighty. In both of these stories, the offender embedded themselves into the family's daily life. They became helpful, reliable, present. They created a reputation of goodness. They made themselves indispensable. This is not kindness, this is positioning. He paused, letting that settle. When a child sees their parents trust someone, the child internalizes that trust. Children do not evaluate adults the way adults evaluate adults. Children borrow their parents' judgment. If the parents say, "He's safe," the child believes it. He turned to the board and wrote. Phase 1. Targeting the family's trust. This phase is subtle. It looks like generosity. It looks like helpfulness. It looks like community. But clinically, what we see is the offender building a protective shield around themselves, a shield made of the family's admiration. He wrote again. Phase 2. Creating access and opportunity. In both stories, the offender created small, seemingly harmless opportunities to be alone with the child. Walking to school, babysitting for a few minutes, helping with homework. These moments are not spontaneous. They are engineered. He looked at the audience. Offenders do not wait for opportunity. They create it. He wrote. Phase 3. Introducing secrecy. This is one of the earliest and most important red flags. The secrecy always starts small. A piece of candy, a small gift, a private joke, something that feels innocent, something that feels special. He tapped the board lightly. Secrecy is the psychological doorway. Once a child learns to keep a small secret, the offender can escalate to larger ones. He turned back to the room. Now, I want to highlight something crucial that both Trudy and Gary described, the feeling of being special. Children, especially children who are eager for attention, praise, or belonging, are highly vulnerable to flattery. Offenders know this. They study it. They use it. He wrote. Phase 4. Emotional manipulation. This is where the offender makes the child feel chosen, important, seen. This emotional bond is not affection, it is control. He stepped away from the board. And finally, the most devastating phase. He wrote. Phase 5. Silence through loyalty, fear, or confusion. Children do not stay silent because they are weak. They stay silent because they are loyal. Because they are confused. Because they don't want to disappoint their parents. Because they don't want to break the family's trust in the offender. He looked at Gary. And for boys, the silence is often doubled. Boys are taught to be tough, to be strong, to not question adults, to not show fear. This cultural conditioning is one of the biggest reasons male survivors do not disclose. He turned to the room. When we talk about grooming, we must talk about gender, not because grooming is gendered, but because silence is. He let the room breathe. Trudy's story and Gary's story show us the same pattern, executed with the same precision, using the same psychological tools. The only difference is how society responds to the victim. He stepped back from the board. This is why we are here today. To understand the pattern, to recognize the signs, to break the silence, and to protect the next child. He nodded once, firmly. Thank you both for giving us the clinical foundation we need to begin this seminar.
Agent O'Reilly stood slowly, buttoning his suit jacket out of habit. He walked to the front of the room with the calm, steady presence of someone who has spent years studying human behavior in the shadows, not from textbooks, but from real cases, real families, real victims. Thank you, Trudy. Thank you, Gary. Your stories are not only courageous. They are textbook examples of one of the most common grooming patterns we investigate at the federal level. I want to walk you through this pattern from the FBI's perspective. Not the emotional side. Dr. Blake covered that beautifully. I'm going to walk you through the operational side, the tactical side, the behavioral side, the part offenders don't want you to understand. because once you understand the pattern, you can see it coming. He stepped away from the podium and paced slowly, the way seasoned investigators do when teaching something heavy. 1. Grooming is a crime of access, not attraction. In federal investigations, we do not view grooming as a crime driven by impulse or sudden desire. Grooming is a crime of access. Offenders choose victims based on opportunity, vulnerability, and proximity. They choose families who trust easily. They choose children who are polite, quiet, eager to please, or eager to be noticed. And they choose environments where adults assume familiarity equals safety. This is why the trusted family friend pattern is so effective. The offender doesn't have to break into the home. The home opens the door for them. 2. Offenders build a public identity before they build a private crime. In both Trudy's and Gary's stories, the offender created a public identity first. Helpful, friendly, reliable, the guy who fixes things, the neighbor who coaches kids, the man everyone says is good with children. That public persona is not accidental. It is a shield. It is camouflage. When a person is known as the helpful neighbor, parents lower their guard. They stop questioning. They stop observing. They stop supervising. And that is exactly what the offender wants. 3. Offenders engineer situations that look innocent. These are moments the offender creates, not moments that happen naturally. Examples: walking the child to school, offering to babysit, helping with homework, giving rides, staying late after gatherings, helping out when parents are busy. These are not favors. These are reconnaissance missions. The offender is testing boundaries, testing the child's reactions, testing the parent's level of supervision. Offenders do not wait for alone time. They manufacture it. 4. Secrecy is the first operational red flag. In federal cases, the introduction of secrecy is the moment the grooming pattern becomes visible. If you know what to look for. Secrecy is not a coincidence. It is a tactic. Examples: don't tell your parents, they'll think I'm spoiling you. This is our little secret. Your parents wouldn't understand. You're my favorite. Don't tell anyone. These statements are not about gifts. They are about control. They are about testing whether the child will protect the offender. If a child keeps one small secret, the offender knows they can escalate. 5. Offenders exploit the family's trust to silence the child. In both stories, the offender relied on the fact that the family admired them. That admiration becomes a weapon. Boys, especially, struggle with this. Boys are taught to be tough, to respect adults, to not question authority, to not cause trouble, and girls are taught to be polite, to be grateful, to not make adults uncomfortable. Offenders know this. They exploit it. They count on it. When a child believes the adults won't believe them, the offender has already won. 6. Why these cases are hard to detect and harder to prosecute. These cases are some of the hardest to prosecute because the offender has already built a reputation that contradicts the victim's experience. He listed the barriers. The offender is well liked. The community defends them. The family feels guilt or denial. The child feels responsible. There are no witnesses. The behavior escalates slowly. He looked around the room. Most grooming cases are not discovered because someone sees the crime. They are discovered because someone recognizes the pattern. And that is why we teach this. 7. What parents and communities must learn. If you take nothing else from this segment, take this. Familiarity does not equal safety. Helpfulness does not equal innocence. Trust does not equal protection. Offenders hide in plain sight. They hide behind kindness. They hide behind helpfulness. They hide behind the trust of the adults. And the only way to stop them is to understand exactly how they operate. He nodded toward Trudy and Gary. Thank you both. Your stories help us do our job better. They help us protect children. They help us train parents. They help us educate communities. And they help us expose a pattern that thrives in silence.
Taquan stood, his voice warm and steady. Gary, I want to thank you for standing up and telling your story. What you shared is something I've heard from men in every neighborhood I've ever worked in, but most of them never say it out loud.
He looked around the room, making sure the men and boys present felt seen. In our communities, we raise boys with a certain script. Be strong. Be tough. Don't cry. Don't complain. Don't question grown folks. Don't show fear. And definitely don't admit when something feels wrong. He shook his head gently. That script is killing our boys. He took a breath. When a trusted family friend targets a boy, the boy doesn't just deal with the grooming. He deals with the weight of expectations. He deals with the fear of disappointing his father. He deals with the pressure to protect the family's reputation. He deals with the belief that speaking up makes him weak. He looked at Gary again. You said you didn't want to disappoint your dad. Brother, that right there is the heart of the problem. Boys are taught to protect adults, even when the adults should be protecting them. A few men lowered their eyes, feeling the truth of it. Taquan continued. In the community, we trust people who show up. The neighbor who fixes cars. The man who coaches football. The guy who helps with yard work. We say, he's good people. We let our guard down. We stop asking questions. He paused. But predators know that. They hide behind that. They use our trust as a shield. He gestured toward Trudy and Gary. What happened to both of you is not rare. It's not unusual. It's not something that only happens to girls. It happens to boys, a lot. But boys stay silent because they think nobody will believe them, or worse, that people will judge them. He took a step forward, voice deepening. Let me tell you something from the community side. Predators study families. They study routines. They study weaknesses. They study who's tired, who's overwhelmed, who's lonely, who's trusting, who's too polite to question anything. He held up a hand. And they study kids. Not in a graphic way, in a strategic way. They look for the child who wants attention. The child who wants praise. The child who wants to feel grown. The child who wants to feel chosen. He continued. They also look for the child who doesn't want to cause trouble. The child who doesn't want to upset their parents. The child who doesn't want to be a burden. Those kids are the easiest to silence. He let that settle. And here's something else we don't talk about enough. Predators use culture. He counted on his fingers. In some families, kids are taught to hug everybody. In some families, kids are taught to sit on laps. In some families, kids are taught to be polite no matter what. In some families, kids are taught not to question adults. In some families, kids are taught to keep family business private. He looked around the room. None of those things are bad on their own. But predators twist them. They use our values against us. He softened his tone. And when a child finally does speak up, sometimes the first person to shut them down is someone in their own house. He let the silence breathe. That's why community education matters. Because if we don't teach families what grooming looks like, they won't recognize it. And if we don't teach boys that their voice matters, they won't use it. He nodded toward Gary again. Brother, your story is going to help a lot of men in this room. And a lot of boys who haven't found their voice yet. He stepped back. This is how we break the cycle. This is how we protect our kids. This is how we rebuild trust, the right way. Then he returned to his seat.
Amethyst stepped forward, her voice gentle but clear. Thank you, Trudy. Thank you, Gary. Your courage helps us all understand the truth. She glanced at the audience, then at the team behind her. We're now moving into our second grooming pattern. This one looks very different from the first, but it is just as common, and just as dangerous. She lifted a folder. Pattern number 2, online mentor grooming. A few people in the room shifted, recognizing the phrase. This pattern doesn't start in a living room or a backyard. It starts on a screen. It starts in a chat. It starts in a place where children believe they are safe, because they're at home. She nodded toward the front row. Our next survivor is Olivia. And after her, John will speak from the male perspective. She stepped back with a warm, encouraging smile. Olivia, whenever you're ready. Female survivor, online mentor grooming. Olivia stood slowly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She looked young, but her eyes carried the weight of someone who had learned too much too early. Hi, my name is Olivia. I was 13 when it started. I joined an online art community. It was a place where kids and teens posted drawings, shared tips, and encouraged each other. At least, that's what I thought it was. She clasped her hands together. There was a user who called himself Art Master. He said he was 17. He commented on my drawings a lot. Told me I had talent. Told me I was gifted. Told me I had potential. She took a breath. He made me feel seen. I didn't get that kind of attention at school. I was shy. I didn't fit in. But online, he made me feel like I mattered. He started messaging me privately. At first, it was about art. Techniques. Color theory. How to improve my shading. Then he started asking about my life. My family. My school. My feelings. Her voice softened. He told me he understood me better than anyone else. He said I was mature for my age. He said he wished he had someone like me when he was younger. She swallowed. Then he asked me to keep our conversations private. He said other people wouldn't understand our connection. He said people would ruin it. She shook her head gently. I didn't realize that secrecy was the trap. She continued. Eventually, he told me he wasn't 17. He said he was older, but only because he didn't want me to judge him. He said age didn't matter when two people connected on a deeper level. Her voice trembled slightly. He made me feel responsible for his feelings. He made me feel like I owed him my attention. He made me feel like I was special, and then he used that to isolate me. She lifted her chin. I'm sharing this because online grooming doesn't look like danger. It looks like friendship. It looks like mentorship. It looks like someone who finally understands you. She sat down quietly, and the room held its breath.
Male survivor, online mentor grooming. John stood next. He was tall, quiet, and carried himself with a kind of gentle strength. When he spoke, his voice was steady but heavy. My story started when I was 14. I played online games a lot. It was my escape, my safe place, my way of avoiding the chaos at home. He looked at the floor for a moment. There was a guy in the game who called himself Coach J. He said he was 19. He was good at the game, really good, and he took me under his wing. He gave a small, sad smile. He told me I had potential. That I could go pro one day. That I was better than the other kids. He made me feel like I was part of something. He started messaging me outside the game. Gave me tips. Encouraged me. Asked about my life. My school. My parents. He said he understood what it was like to feel alone. John's voice lowered. He told me I was strong. Mature. Smarter than other boys my age. He said he wished he had someone like me when he was younger. He paused. That's how he got me. Not with gifts. Not with threats. With validation. With attention. With the feeling that I finally had a mentor. He took a breath. Then he started asking for things. Small things at first. Personal details. Photos of my gaming setup. Pictures of my room. He said it was to help him coach me better. He shook his head. I didn't realize he was mapping my environment. Learning my vulnerabilities. Figuring out how much privacy I had. He looked up, eyes steady. When I finally told someone, they didn't believe me at first. They said boys don't get groomed. They said I must have misunderstood. They said I was too old to fall for something like that. He exhaled. I'm here because boys need to know this can happen to them too. And parents need to know that online predators don't always come in with threats. Sometimes they come in with praise. He sat down, and the room absorbed the truth of his words.
Dr. Blake stepped forward again, giving Olivia and John a moment to settle back into their seats. His expression was warm, steady, and deeply respectful. Thank you. Olivia. Thank you, John. What you both shared is incredibly important. Online grooming is one of the fastest growing patterns we see today, and one of the most misunderstood. He rested his hands lightly on the podium. Unlike the trusted family friend pattern, this one doesn't begin in a neighborhood. It doesn't begin in a living room. It begins in a digital space, a space where children believe they are safe because they are physically at home. He turned toward the audience. I want to walk you through the psychology of this pattern, step by step. Phase 1. Identity construction, the digital mask. In both stories, the offender created a persona. Art Master, Coach J. These names are not random. They are crafted identities. He held up a finger. Online, offenders can be anyone they want. They can choose an age, a personality, a hobby, a skill. They can present themselves as a mentor, a coach, a guide, someone the child admires. He looked around the room. This is the first psychological hook. Credibility through expertise. Phase 2. Targeting through interest. Online predators do not choose children at random. They choose based on shared interests. He gestured toward Olivia and John. In Olivia's case, it was art. In John's case, it was gaming. These interests create a natural doorway. A reason to talk, a reason to connect, a reason for the child to trust them. He paused, and because the child is passionate about the topic, the offender instantly becomes valuable. Phase 3. Validation as a tool. Both offenders used praise. Both used flattery. Both used the language of mentorship. He wrote on the board, "You're talented. You're mature. You're special. I understand you." These statements are not compliments. They are psychological leverage. He continued, "Children and teens crave validation. They crave belonging. They crave being seen. Offenders know this, and they weaponize it." Phase 4. Emotional intimacy, the illusion of connection. This is where online grooming becomes powerful. He stepped closer to the audience. Online, children feel safe. They feel anonymous. They feel free to share things they might not share in person. He tapped the podium, and offenders take advantage of that. They ask about feelings. They ask about family. They ask about loneliness. They ask about insecurities. He softened his voice. They create the illusion of a deep emotional bond, a bond the child believes is real. Phase 5. Secrecy framed as protection. Just like in the first pattern, secrecy is the turning point. He wrote, "People won't understand. This is just between us. Others will ruin what we have." These statements isolate the child. They make the child feel responsible for the relationship. They make the child feel like protecting the offender is an act of loyalty. He looked at Olivia. "You said he told you that people wouldn't understand your connection. That is not affection. That is manipulation." Phase 6. Gradual boundary testing. Online offenders escalate slowly, very slowly. He raised a hand. And here's the key. The escalation is almost always disguised as mentorship. He gave examples that stayed fully G-rated. "Show me your art setup. Send me a picture of your drawing table. Let me see your gaming space. Take a picture of your hand so I can show you how to hold the pencil. Turn your camera on so I can coach you better." These requests seem harmless. They seem helpful. They seem connected to the shared interest. He paused. But clinically, these are boundary tests. The offender is learning how much access the child has. How much privacy. How much supervision. Phase 7. Dependency and control. This is the final psychological phase. He spoke gently. When a child believes someone understands them better than anyone else. When a child believes someone sees their talent. When a child believes someone values them. They become emotionally dependent. He looked at John. "You said he made you feel like you finally had a mentor. That is the emotional trap." He turned back to the room. Online grooming is not about the internet. It is about emotional engineering. Why online grooming is so dangerous. Online grooming is invisible to parents. It is invisible to teachers. It is invisible to communities. He continued. Children can be groomed while sitting in the living room, while doing homework, while playing games, while drawing, while the adults are only a few feet away. He let the room absorb that. This is why online grooming is so effective, and so devastating. He looked at Olivia and John with deep respect. Your stories help us understand the digital landscape our children live in. They help us recognize the signs. They help us protect the next child who believes they've found a mentor online. He nodded once. Thank you both. Your courage gives us the clinical foundation we need to continue.
Agent O'Reilly stood again, buttoning his jacket with that quiet, practiced motion that came from years of fieldwork. He stepped to the front of the room, his expression serious but compassionate. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, John. What you both described is one of the fastest-growing grooming patterns we investigate at the federal level. And it is one of the hardest for families to detect. He looked around the room. Online grooming is not random. It is not accidental. It is not harmless. It is strategic. It is calculated. And it is designed to happen right under the parents' noses. He stepped away from the podium and began pacing slowly. Number 1. Offenders build digital personas, not identities. In the physical world, offenders have to build a reputation. Online, they build a persona. Names like Artmaster and Coach J are not chosen by accident. They are chosen to create credibility, authority, expertise. He continued. Online, an offender can be 17, 25, or 50. They can be a mentor, a coach, a peer, or a prodigy. They can be whoever the child wants them to be. He paused. That is the first layer of deception. Number 2. Offenders target through shared interests. In the digital world, predators don't look for children. They look for communities. He listed them: art forums, gaming servers, writing groups, music communities, sports chats, homework help groups. These spaces give offenders instant access to children who share a passion. And passion creates vulnerability. He nodded toward Olivia and John. Art and gaming were the doorway. The offender simply walked through it. Number 3, praise is the hook, not the crime. In online grooming cases, praise is the first operational tactic. He wrote invisible bullet points in the air. You're talented. You're gifted. You're mature. You're different from other kids. These statements are not compliments. They are recruitment tools. He continued. Offenders use praise to create dependency. They make the child feel chosen, special, seen, and once the child feels that connection, the offender has leverage. Number 4, emotional bonding happens faster online. Online communication accelerates intimacy. He explained. When you remove eye contact, body language, and physical presence, children feel safer sharing personal information. They open up faster. They reveal insecurities faster. They trust faster. He looked at the audience. And offenders exploit that speed. Number 5, secrecy is introduced as protection. In online grooming, secrecy is framed as emotional safety. He listed examples. People won't understand our connection. Other kids will get jealous. Your parents will overreact. This is just between us. These statements isolate the child. They make the child feel responsible for the offender's feelings. They make the child feel like protecting the offender is an act of loyalty. Secrecy is the operational turning point. Once secrecy is established, the offender has control. Number 6, boundary testing happens through innocent requests. Online offenders rarely start with anything alarming. They start with requests that look harmless. He gave G-rated examples. Show me your art setup. Send a picture of your desk. Let me see your gaming space. Turn your camera on so I can coach you better. Show me your hand so I can teach you the right grip. These are not random requests. They are reconnaissance. He continued. They tell the offender how much privacy the child has. where the computer is located, whether adults are nearby, whether the child hesitates or complies. Every small request is a test. Number 7. Offenders use algorithms to their advantage. Here's something most parents don't know. Predators understand platforms better than kids do. He explained. They know which apps don't save messages. They know which platforms don't require ID. They know which games allow private chats. They know which sites have weak moderation. And they know how to disappear. Number 8. Why online grooming is hard to detect. These cases are extremely difficult for families to catch. He listed the reasons. The child is physically safe at home. The offender never enters the house. The communication looks like mentorship. The praise feels positive. The secrecy feels emotional, not dangerous. The child believes they are in control. The offender leaves no physical evidence. He looked at the parents in the room. Online grooming is invisible, until you know what to look for. Number 9. Why these cases are hard to prosecute. Online offenders hide behind anonymity. They use VPNs, fake accounts, disposable emails, gaming handles. They move across platforms, he continued. And when the child finally speaks up, the offender often deletes everything. But the pattern, the behavior, is what gives them away. That's why education is so important. He turned to Olivia and John. What you shared today helps us train parents, teachers, law enforcement, and communities. It helps us understand the digital battlefield our children live in. Thank you both. Your stories help us protect the next child who thinks they've found a mentor online.
Taquan stood again, his expression thoughtful, his voice warm and steady. Olivia, John, thank you. What you shared is something I hear from young people all the time, but most adults in the community don't understand it yet. He looked around the room, making sure every parent, grandparent, aunt, uncle, and guardian felt included. In our communities, we think danger comes from outside, from the street, from strangers, from people we can see. But online grooming flips all of that upside down. Because the danger doesn't walk through the front door. It comes through the Wi-Fi. A few people nodded, realizing the truth of it. Number 1, kids aren't just online, they live there. In the community, we say things like, these kids are always on their phones, or, all they do is play games. But what we don't understand is that online spaces are their neighborhoods. He continued. Art communities, gaming servers, group chats, study groups. These are the places where kids hang out. These are the places where they feel safe. These are the places where they feel understood. He looked at Olivia. And predators know that. They go where the kids are, not physically, but emotionally. Number 2, predators don't come in looking like predators. In the real world, we tell kids to watch out for strangers. But online, predators don't show up as strangers. They show up as mentors, coaches, friends, people who share the same interests. He gestured toward John. Someone who knows the game better than you. Someone who knows the art better than you. Someone who talks to you like you're grown. That's how they get in. Number 3, validation is the new candy. In the old days, predators used gifts, candy, toys, favors. But online, they use validation. He listed them. You're talented. You're gifted. You're mature. You're different from other kids. You're special. These words hit hard, especially for kids who feel invisible at school, or misunderstood at home, or lonely in their own lives. And when a child finally feels seen, they'll follow that feeling anywhere. Number 4, kids don't realize they're being groomed, because it feels like friendship. Online grooming doesn't feel scary. It feels supportive. It feels exciting. It feels like someone finally gets you. And that's why kids don't tell us. Not because they're hiding something bad, but because they think they've found something good. He let that settle. Number 5, secrecy online doesn't look like secrecy in real life. In the community, we think secrecy looks like whispering or sneaking around. But online secrecy looks like this. Don't tell your parents, they won't understand. This is our special connection. Other people will ruin what we have. You're mature enough to handle this. He shook his head. That's not romance. That's not mentorship. That's manipulation. Number 6. Parents don't know what to look for, and that's not their fault. Most parents didn't grow up online. We didn't have gaming servers. We didn't have art communities. We didn't have private chats with strangers who sounded like friends. He continued. So when a child is being groomed online, the signs don't look like danger. They look like a kid laughing at their phone, a kid excited about a message, a kid staying up late to finish a drawing, a kid gaming with a friend, a kid who suddenly cares a lot about one person online. He looked around the room. None of that looks like a crime. But it can be the beginning of one. Number 7. Boys and girls experience online grooming differently, but both stay silent. He turned toward John. Boys don't speak up because they think it makes them look weak. They think people will laugh. They think nobody will believe them. Then toward Olivia. And girls don't speak up because they think they'll get blamed. They think adults will say they were being dramatic, or naive, or too trusting. We have to change that. We have to make it safe for kids to talk, before something happens. Number 8. Community prevention starts with conversation. We can't just tell kids, don't talk to strangers online. That advice is outdated. It doesn't match the world they live in. We have to teach them what healthy online mentorship looks like, and what it doesn't. He listed examples. Healthy mentors don't ask for secrets. Healthy mentors don't isolate you. Healthy mentors don't need privacy. Healthy mentors don't get jealous. Healthy mentors don't cross boundaries. And if a kid feels uncomfortable, even a little, they need to know they can come to us without fear, without judgment, without punishment. He looked at Olivia and John with deep respect. What you shared today is going to help a lot of families. A lot of kids. A lot of parents who don't even know what signs to look for. He stepped back. This is how we protect our children in the digital age. This is how we keep our communities safe. This is how we break the silence, online and offline. Then he returned to his seat.
Amethyst stepped forward again, her presence calm and steady, the kind that helps the room reset after heavy truths. She closed the previous folder gently and lifted the next one, its tab marked with a soft rose-colored label. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, John, she said warmly. Your courage helps us understand the digital world our children live in. She looked around the room, letting her eyes meet the audience with quiet reassurance. We're now moving into our third grooming pattern. This one looks very different from the first two. It doesn't start with a family friend. It doesn't start with a mentor. It starts with something that feels innocent, something that feels flattering, something that feels like attention. She held the folder against her chest for a moment. Pattern number 3, romantic interest grooming. A few people in the room shifted, recognizing the weight of the topic. This pattern is especially dangerous because it disguises itself as affection, as admiration, as a crush. It makes the child feel grown, chosen, special, and that is exactly how the offender gains control. She continued gently. For girls, this pattern is tragically common. For boys, it is less common, but it absolutely happens. And when it does, the silence around it is even heavier. Our next survivor is Rhonda. And after her, Michael will speak from the male perspective. Amethyst stepped back with a soft, encouraging smile, the kind that tells a survivor, you are safe. You are seen. You can speak when you're ready. Rhonda, whenever you're ready. Female survivor, romantic interest grooming. Rhonda stood slowly, smoothing her shirt with trembling hands. She took a breath, then lifted her chin with quiet courage. Hi, my name is Rhonda. I was 14 when it started. There was a man in our neighborhood, Someone older, someone everyone said was charming, funny, and good with kids. He wasn't a family friend exactly, but he was around. He helped people carry groceries. He joked with the teens. He acted like he was just part of the community. He started paying attention to me. Little things at first. Compliments. Smiles. Jokes. He'd say things like, "You're growing up fast," or, "You're too mature to be hanging around those boys your age." At 14, that felt flattering. It felt grown. It felt like someone finally saw me. She continued. He'd show up where I was, the corner store, the basketball court, the bus stop. He'd say it was a coincidence, but it wasn't. He'd ask about my day, my friends, my family. He made me feel like I could talk to him about anything. He told me I was beautiful. He told me I was special. He told me I was different from other girls. And he said it in a way that made me feel chosen. She swallowed. He also told me not to tell my parents. He said they wouldn't understand. He said they'd overreact. He said they'd ruin our connection. She looked down for a moment. I didn't realize that secrecy was the trap. I didn't realize that adults don't flirt with kids. I didn't realize that compliments can be weapons. She lifted her head again. I'm sharing this because romantic grooming doesn't look like danger. It looks like attention. It looks like affection. It looks like someone making you feel grown. She exhaled. And that's exactly why it works. She sat down quietly, and the room held her with silence and respect.
Male survivor, romantic interest grooming. Michael stood next. He was quiet, steady, and carried the kind of strength that comes from surviving something no one ever prepared him for. Hi, I'm Michael. My story is a little different. I was 15, and in my case, it was a woman. Someone older. Someone everyone liked. Someone people trusted. He took a breath. She worked at a community center I went to. She wasn't a teacher, but she volunteered a lot. She talked to all the kids, but she talked to me differently. He looked at the floor for a moment. She told me I was handsome. She told me I was mature. She told me I had an old soul. She said the girls my age didn't appreciate me. At 15, that felt good. It felt like I was finally being seen as a man. And boys don't get taught to question that kind of attention. He continued. She'd sit close to me. Touch my shoulder when she talked. Laugh at everything I said. She'd ask about my life, my feelings, my frustrations. She made me feel important. He paused. And then she told me not to tell anyone about our conversations. She said people would misunderstand. She said they'd make it weird. She said I was mature enough to handle a private friendship. He looked up, eyes steady. I didn't realize that adults don't flirt with boys. I didn't realize that being called mature was a tactic. I didn't realize that secrecy meant danger. He exhaled. And when I finally told someone, they laughed. They said boys should be proud. They said I was lucky. They said it wasn't a big deal. But it was. It confused me. It isolated me. It made me question myself for years. I'm here because boys need to know this can happen to them too. And adults need to stop treating it like a joke. He sat down, and the room absorbed the weight of his truth.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Rhonda and Michael a moment to settle back into their seats. His expression was warm, steady, and deeply respectful. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Michael. What you both shared is incredibly important. Romantic interest grooming is one of the most deceptive patterns we see, because it hides inside something that feels flattering, exciting, and grown up. He rested his hands lightly on the podium. This pattern does not begin with fear. It begins with admiration. It begins with attention. It begins with the illusion of romance. He looked around the room. And that is exactly why it works. Phase 1. Identifying emotional vulnerability. In both of your stories, the offender identified something very specific: a young person who wanted to feel seen. He gestured gently toward Rhonda and Michael. Rhonda wanted to feel grown. Michael wanted to feel respected. Both wanted to feel valued. He continued, adolescence is a time of insecurity. Kids are figuring out who they are. They're comparing themselves to others. They're craving validation. Offenders know this, and they target it. Phase 2. Adult attention disguised as affection. Romantic grooming always begins with attention. He wrote on the board, "You're mature. You're beautiful. You're handsome. You're different from other kids. You're special." These statements are not compliments. They are grooming tools. He explained, when an adult gives a child romantic-coded attention, the child interprets it as admiration. They don't have the life experience to recognize manipulation. Phase 3. Creating the illusion of a connection. This is where the offender begins to blur boundaries. He paced slowly. They show up where the child is. They initiate conversations. They ask personal questions. They share secrets to create intimacy. They act like they understand the child better than anyone else. He paused. This is not affection. This is emotional engineering. Phase 4. Isolation through secrecy. Just like in the other patterns, secrecy is the turning point. He wrote, "Don't tell your parents. They won't understand. People will make this weird. This is just between us." He tapped the board lightly. When an adult asks a child to hide a relationship, romantic or otherwise, that is a clinical red flag. He looked at Rhonda. "You said he told you your parents would overreact. That is not romance. That is manipulation." Phase 5. Making the child feel grown. This is one of the most dangerous psychological tactics. He explained, offenders make the child feel older than they are. They make the child feel mature. They make the child feel chosen. And when a child feels grown, they stop seeing themselves as vulnerable. They stop questioning. They stop asking for help. He looked at Michael. "You said she told you that girls your age didn't appreciate you." That is a classic tactic, making a boy feel like he's already a man. Phase 6. Confusion, loyalty, and silence. Romantic grooming creates a unique kind of silence. He continued, the child feels flattered. The child feels special. The child feels responsible. The child feels loyal. He paused. And when the offender is someone the community likes, the child also feels afraid of not being believed. This is why romantic grooming is so effective, and so devastating. Why romantic grooming is often misunderstood. Society has a dangerous double standard. When a girl is targeted, people say she was naive. When a boy is targeted, people say he should be proud. He shook his head firmly. Both responses are wrong. Both responses are harmful. Both responses silence survivors. He continued, children cannot consent to romantic attention from adults. Not emotionally, not psychologically, not developmentally. He turned toward Rhonda and Michael with deep respect. What you shared today helps us understand the emotional mechanics of this pattern. It helps us recognize the signs. It helps us protect the next child who thinks they're experiencing romance, when in reality, they're being groomed. Thank you both. Your courage gives us the clinical foundation we need to continue.
Agent O'Reilly stood again, buttoning his jacket with that quiet, practiced motion that came from years of fieldwork. He stepped to the front of the room, his expression serious but compassionate. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Michael. What you both described is one of the most deceptive grooming patterns we investigate, because it hides inside something that looks like admiration. He looked around the room. Romantic interest grooming is not about love. It is not about attraction. It is not about affection. It is about control. It is about power. It is about manipulating a child's developing sense of identity. He stepped away from the podium and began pacing slowly. Number 1. Offenders use romantic language as a weapon, not a compliment. In federal cases, romantic grooming almost always begins with flattery. He listed examples. You're mature for your age. You're beautiful. You're handsome. You're different from other kids. You're special. These statements are not harmless. They are strategic. They are designed to make the child feel chosen. And once a child feels chosen, the offender has leverage. Number 2. Offenders study the child's insecurities. In both Rhonda's and Michael's stories, the offender identified a vulnerability. He gestured toward them. Rhonda wanted to feel grown. Michael wanted to feel respected. He continued. Offenders look for kids who feel overlooked, misunderstood, or insecure. They look for kids who want attention. They look for kids who want to feel older. And then they provide exactly what the child is craving. Number 3. Offenders create coincidental encounters. In romantic grooming cases, offenders don't wait for opportunities. They create them. He explained. They show up at the bus stop. They show up at the store. They show up at the community center. They show up wherever the child is. And they make it look like coincidence. Number 4. Offenders blur boundaries through physical proximity. Unlike online grooming, romantic grooming often involves physical presence, but not necessarily physical contact. He clarified. It starts with sitting too close, standing too near, touching a shoulder, laughing a little too warmly. These behaviors are not accidental. They are boundary tests. Number 5. Secrecy is framed as protecting the relationship. In romantic grooming, secrecy is introduced as loyalty. He listed examples. Don't tell your parents, they'll overreact. People will make this weird. They won't understand our connection. This is just between us. These statements isolate the child. They make the child feel responsible for the offender's feelings. And once secrecy is established, the offender has control. Number 6. Offenders exploit gender stereotypes. This pattern looks different depending on the child's gender, and offenders know that. He explained. When a girl is targeted, she is often blamed or dismissed as naive. When a boy is targeted, he is often told he should be proud. Both responses silence victims. Both responses protect offenders. He continued. In Michael's case, the offender relied on society's belief that boys can't be victims of romantic grooming. That belief is wrong and dangerous. Number 7. Why romantic grooming is hard to detect. These cases are extremely difficult for families to catch. He listed the reasons. The offender appears charming. The attention looks harmless. The child feels flattered, not frightened. The secrecy feels emotional, not suspicious. The offender is often well liked. The behavior escalates slowly. The child believes they are in control. Romantic grooming is invisible until you know what to look for. Number 8. Why these cases are hard to prosecute. Romantic grooming cases are some of the hardest to prosecute because the offender hides behind the illusion of affection. He explained. The community defends them. The child feels conflicted. The behavior looks like friendship. There are no witnesses. There is no obvious threat. But the pattern, the behavior, is what reveals the truth. He turned toward Rhonda and Michael with deep respect. What you shared today helps us train parents, teachers, law enforcement, and communities. It helps us understand how offenders use affection as a weapon. And it helps us protect the next child who thinks they're experiencing romance, when in reality, they're being groomed. Thank you both. Your courage helps us expose a pattern that thrives in silence.
Taquan stood again, slow and steady, giving Rhonda and Michael a nod that said I see you before turning to the room. His voice carried that warm, lived-in authority that made people lean in without even realizing it. Rhonda, Michael, thank you. What you have shared, that's real. And it's something our communities don't talk about enough, not because it doesn't happen, but because we don't always recognize it when it does. He looked around the room, making sure every parent, auntie, uncle, coach, and elder felt included. In our neighborhoods, we're trained to look for danger that's loud, aggressive, obvious. We think it comes from strangers. We think it comes from people we already don't trust. But romantic grooming doesn't look like danger. It looks like attention. Number 1. Kids want to feel grown, and predators know that. In a lot of our communities, kids grow up fast. They're told to be mature, to help out, to act older than they are. So when an adult tells a kid, "You're mature," or "You're special," or "You're different from other kids," that hits deep. It feels like respect. It feels like being seen. And predators know exactly how to use that. Number 2. Romantic grooming doesn't start with fear, it starts with flattery. In the community, we warn kids about people who scare them. But romantic grooming doesn't start with fear. It starts with compliments. He listed them. "You're beautiful. You're handsome. You're growing up fast. You're too mature for kids your age." He looked around the room. Those words feel good. They feel grown. They feel like attention. And that's why kids don't see the danger. Number 3. Offenders don't hide in the shadows, they blend in. In Rhonda's story, the man wasn't a stranger. He was around. He helped people. He joked with the teens. He looked like part of the neighborhood. He nodded toward Michael. And in Michael's case, the woman wasn't suspicious. She volunteered. She was friendly. She was trusted. He spread his hands. That's the part we don't talk about enough. Predators don't hide from the community, they hide inside it. Number 4. Romantic grooming feels like a privilege to the child. This is the part that breaks my heart. When a kid gets attention from an older person, it can feel like a privilege. Like they're being chosen. Like they're being treated like an adult. And when a kid feels chosen, they don't think they're in danger. They think they're special. Number 5. Secrecy doesn't look like secrecy, it looks like loyalty. In romantic grooming, secrecy isn't framed as hiding something bad. It's framed as protecting something good. He listed examples. "Don't tell your parents, they'll overreact. People will make this weird. They won't understand our connection. This is just between us." That's not loyalty. That's manipulation. Number 6. Boys are taught to stay silent, for different reasons. He turned toward Michael. When a boy is targeted, the silence hits different. Boys are taught to take attention as a compliment. They're told they should be proud. They're told it's not a big deal. That's why boys don't speak up. Not because they don't feel confused, but because they think nobody will take them seriously. Number 7. Girls are taught to blame themselves. He turned toward Rhonda. And when a girl is targeted, she's taught to question herself. She's taught to wonder if she led someone on. She's taught to worry about being judged. He shook his head. Kids don't cause grooming. Adults do. Number 8. Community prevention starts with changing the conversation. We can't just tell kids, "Don't talk to strangers." That advice doesn't match the world they live in. We have to teach them that adults don't flirt with kids. We have to teach them that compliments can be tools. We have to teach them that secrecy is a warning sign. We have to teach them that feeling grown doesn't mean they're safe. And we have to make it safe for kids to come to us, without fear, without shame, without judgment. He turned toward Rhonda and Michael with deep respect. What you shared today is going to help a lot of families. A lot of kids. A lot of parents who don't know what romantic grooming looks like. This is how we protect our children. This is how we break the silence. This is how we rebuild trust, the right way. Then he returned to his seat.
The room was still humming with the emotional weight of Taquan's community deep dive when he and Amethyst exchanged a small, knowing nod, the kind facilitators give each other when the room has reached a natural pause. Amethyst stepped forward, her voice warm and steady. "Okay everyone, we're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. We've got little ones in here, and I know they're going to want to stretch and move around a bit. Instead of a 10-minute or 30-minute break, we're giving you the full hour." She smiled at the parents. "And thank you to those of you who brought your little ones. This is how learning starts. Even if they don't fully understand everything, their little minds are picking up more than you know." Across the room, the Marine straightened his chest with quiet pride. Rich nodded in agreement, glancing down at Karma. Dr. Blake stepped forward next. All right everyone, you are dismissed for lunch. Remember, there will always be 2 facilitators in this classroom at all times. If you have a question you don't feel comfortable asking in front of the group, write it down and hand it to me. I'll address it privately or by email. And remember, anything you ask might be something someone else is afraid to ask. He held up a stack of blank cards. And if you ever feel ready to share your story, we will make space for you. He stepped back. You are dismissed for lunch. Chairs scraped softly as participants stood. Peggy and Earl rose slowly, Peggy wiping her eyes, clearly moved. Earl placed a comforting hand on her back. But the moment Peggy turned and saw the 2 little girls, Karma and the other child, her whole face softened. You decided to name the second little girl Penny. Penny and Karma were still coloring, completely unaware that lunch had been called. Bonnie and Charles approached. Come on, Penny, Bonnie said gently. Let's get something to eat. And you need to use the washroom. No, Penny whined. I want to play with Karma. The Marine stepped forward, voice firm but loving. Penny, come on. She froze, then obeyed, but not without looking back at Rich. Can I come back and sit with Karma? Rich looked at Bonnie and Charles out of respect. They nodded. If it's okay with him, Bonnie said. Rich smiled. Of course you can come back. Penny lit up and ran to her parents so she could hurry and return. Rich took Karma's hand. Come on, sweetheart, let's go eat. As he turned, Earl and Peggy approached. Peggy smiled through lingering tears. I'm so glad you made it to the picnic. I'm sorry you had to leave early. Rich nodded. My time ran out. I had other appointments that day, so I had to spread my hours. Peggy frowned. I didn't know it worked like that. Rich shrugged gently. It's complicated, but I had a great time. Thank you for inviting me. Peggy glanced down, and froze. Oh my goodness, Earl, look. Karma peeked out from behind Rich's leg, shy and sweet. Rich's face lit up with pride. This is my daughter. This is Karma. Peggy knelt down. Oh honey, you are adorable. Karma hid behind her father's leg again, smiling shyly. Rich chuckled. She's a little shy, but she's my heart. One of the main reasons I'm getting my act together. Earl smiled and clapped Rich's shoulder. You're doing good, kid. You're doing real good. They headed out for lunch. The room slowly emptied, until only Rôvi remained. She sat quietly, hands folded, thinking. Rich, halfway out the door, glanced back and noticed her, the only participant still seated. He didn't know her yet, so he simply gave a polite, curious look before stepping out. Amethyst noticed too. She approached with her warm, open smile. Hi sweetheart, how can I help you? And by the way, I absolutely adore your outfit. Rôvi blushed. Thank you, I like your outfit too. Taquan watched from his seat, giving her space. Rôvi took a breath. I didn't sign up to speak earlier. I was embarrassed, but after hearing everyone else, I want to sign up now. I want to share my story. Amethyst's face lit up. Oh honey, absolutely. Taquan pulled out a form. Here you go. Take your time. Rôvi filled it out carefully. Under reason for sharing, she wrote. I have mosaic Down syndrome, and I want to share my grooming experience. She exhaled with relief. Thank you. Then she left for lunch. Taquan and Amethyst leaned over the form. This is going to be powerful, Taquan said. We've never had someone with mosaic Down syndrome share their grooming story. Amethyst nodded. And Rich's little girl, I'm pretty sure she has Down syndrome too. This could be meaningful for him. Taquan agreed. I'll share this with Blake and O'Reilly. People trickled back in, some with cafeteria plates, others still on their phones. Bonnie and Charles returned with Penny, who kept glancing toward the door, waiting for Karma. Earl and Peggy came back. LT and Marissa followed. The room filled with soft chatter. Blake and O'Reilly entered, relieving Amethyst and Taquan. Finally, Rich returned, Karma's tiny hand tucked in his. They sat down. Penny lit up, but her father tapped her plate. Finish eating first. She obeyed. Karma turned, waved shyly. Penny waved back. Peggy noticed Rôvi eating her salad quietly. She stood. Earl sighed. Peg, don't. Peggy grinned. Oh hush, I'm just going to tell her about the next picnic. Earl smirked. Sure. Peggy walked over and sat beside Rôvi, chatting warmly. Rôvi responded with gentle politeness. After a few minutes, Peggy stood. When class is over, I want to introduce you to someone. I'll talk to you then. Rôvi nodded. Peggy returned to Earl just as the last participants settled in. The room was ready. The facilitators were in place. And grooming pattern number 4 was waiting. People filtered back into the classroom in that familiar after-lunch rhythm, some still crunching on apples, some finishing chips, some settling into their seats with quiet conversations. A few children were still wiggling, but the room had that soft hum of readiness. At the front, Taquan gathered a stack of folders and a clipboard. He cleared his throat once, not loudly, but with enough presence that the room instinctively quieted. All right everyone, he said, voice warm but firm, if I could have your attention for just a moment. The last few whispers faded. Heads turned toward the facilitators. Taquan lifted the clipboard. We finally have our sign-in sheet ready. It wasn't available earlier. Our delivery ran late, so thank you for your patience. I'm going to pass this around. Please sign your name and pass it to the next person. It'll make its way to the end, and Amethyst will collect it. He handed the clipboard to Rich, who sat closest to the door. Rich signed neatly, then passed it back. The sheet began its slow journey around the room. Meanwhile, Amethyst stepped forward with a stack of crisp folders. And I have something for all of you, she said, smiling. Inside each folder you'll find a notepad, a pencil, and a summary of the grooming patterns we've covered so far. I know some of you were writing quickly earlier, don't worry. Everything is in here. She began handing them out row by row. Participants opened the folders immediately, murmuring softly as they discovered a sleek pen with Dr. Blake and Taquan's office logo, a notepad, a resource sheet with hotline numbers, a pamphlet for parents who suspect grooming, a list of red flag behaviors, a page for personal notes. A few people nodded appreciatively. A few flipped straight to the resource numbers. A few parents tucked the pamphlets into their bags with quiet seriousness. As Amethyst finished distributing the last folder, she walked over to the diffuser and added a few drops of grounding oils, clove, cassia, and a hint of pine. A warm, earthy scent drifted through the room, settling everyone's energy. She stepped forward again, hands clasped gently. All right everyone, she said, welcome back. We're going to move into our next grooming pattern. The room stilled. People leaned forward. Even the children quieted a little, sensing the shift. Amethyst continued. Pattern number 4. Gift giver grooming. Our female survivor for this pattern is Gertrude. Our male survivor is Leonardo. She glanced around the room, making sure everyone was with her. This pattern is incredibly common, especially with boys. Offenders often use gaming perks, electronics, sports gear, or anything that feels like a reward. For girls, it can be jewelry, clothes, makeup, or small, special, gifts that create a sense of obligation. She stepped aside, giving the floor to the next facilitator. Dr. Blake will begin with a brief overview, and then we'll hear from our survivors. The room settled into silence, the kind of silence that means people are ready to learn. Little Penny finished the last bite of her lunch, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and looked up at her father with those hopeful eyes only a child can pull off. Daddy, can I go sit with Karma now? Charles, the Marine, glanced over at Rich and Karma. He didn't just wave Penny off. He stood, took her hand, and walked her over himself. Not in a loud or disruptive way, but with that quiet, respectful awareness of the room that military men carry. He crouched beside Rich's desk, keeping his voice low so he wouldn't disturb the class. "Hey man," he murmured, "I just want to check in. Is she minding you? Doing what you say? If she's being too much, I can have her sit back with us." Rich shook his head immediately, smiling. "Oh no, no, she's an angel. Both of them are." There was one moment they got a little loud, but I just put my finger to my lips and they quieted right down. They've been perfect little angels ever since. The Marine's shoulders relaxed. He gave Rich a firm pat on the shoulder. "Thanks, man, I appreciate you." Then he leaned down to Penny. "You mind Rich, okay?" Penny nodded hard, smiling up at both men. "Yes, Daddy." Charles returned to Bonnie, satisfied. Penny slipped into the seat beside Karma. Karma looked up, smiled shyly, and scooted her coloring page a little closer so Penny could see. The two girls settled instantly, quiet, content, and happy to be near each other. Amethyst added a few more drops of grounding oils to the diffuser, clove, cassia, and a touch of pine. The warm, earthy scent drifted through the room, calming the energy and helping everyone refocus after lunch. People finished their snacks. Folders were opened. Pens clicked softly. The atmosphere shifted from casual to attentive. Dr. Blake stepped forward. He waited a moment, long enough for the room to quiet itself. Then he spoke. "All right everyone," he began, voice steady and warm, "thank you for coming back with open minds and full hearts. We're moving into our next grooming pattern." He glanced at the two survivors seated near the front. "Pattern number 4, Gift Giver Grooming. Our female survivor for this pattern is Gertrude. Our male survivor is Leonardo." He let the words settle. "This pattern is incredibly common. Offenders use gifts, not out of kindness, but as a tool. For girls, it might be jewelry, clothes, makeup, or special items. For boys, it's often gaming perks, electronics, sports gear, or anything that feels like a reward." He stepped aside slightly, giving the floor to the survivors. "Gertrude, Leonardo, thank you for being willing to share your stories. Whenever you're ready." The room fell into a respectful silence. Penny and Karma sat quietly, coloring. Rich rested a protective hand on Karma's backpack. Rôvi straightened in her seat, attentive. Peggy squeezed Earl's hand. Bonnie and Charles leaned in. Everyone was ready.
Gertrude stood slowly when Dr. Blake nodded to her. She was a woman in her late 40s, dressed neatly, with a quiet strength in her posture. She took a breath, smoothed her blouse, and stepped forward. "My story starts when I was about 10, she began. "We didn't have much growing up. My mom worked long hours, and most of the time, I was taking care of my younger siblings. So when someone offered help, we didn't question it. There was a man in our neighborhood named Mr. Dalton. Everybody trusted him. He fixed things for people. He brought groceries to older folks. He'd shovel snow for free. People said he had a good heart. And that's exactly how he got close to us. The first thing he ever gave me was a little keychain," she said. "A sparkly one with a butterfly on it. He said, 'You're always helping your mama. You deserve something pretty.' I didn't think anything of it. I thought he was just being nice. Then it became little things," she continued. "Hair ties, a notebook, a pack of markers, a pair of gloves in the winter. And every time, he'd say, 'Don't tell your mama. She'll think I'm spoiling you.' I didn't understand that secrecy was the first red flag. When I turned 11, he started giving me things he didn't give other kids. He'd say, 'You're different. You're more mature. You deserve special things.' And I believed him. Because when you're a kid who doesn't get much, special feels good. One day, he gave me a little handheld radio. It was the nicest thing I'd ever owned." She took a breath. "And that's when he started saying things like, 'Come by after school, I have something else for you.' Or, I saved something just for you, but you have to come alone. I didn't know he was buying my time. Buying my trust. Buying my silence. People loved him, she said. They'd say, Mr. Dalton is so generous. He's always helping people. He's good with kids. She paused. And that made it harder for me to see anything wrong. If everyone trusted him, why shouldn't I? One day, my mom found a brand new jacket in my closet. I told her Mr. Dalton gave it to me. My mom didn't yell. She didn't panic. She just said, "Baby, grown men don't buy little girls' jackets." The room went still. That was the first time anyone explained that gifts can be a warning sign. My mom went to talk to him. She didn't accuse him of anything. She just said, "Don't give my daughter anything else." And just like that, he disappeared from my life. No more gifts. No more attention. No more invitations. She looked up, eyes steady. I didn't understand until years later that my mom saved me that day. Gertrude lifted her chin. I'm sharing this because gift giver grooming is quiet. It looks like kindness. It looks like generosity. It looks like someone helping a struggling family. But gifts are not free when they come with secrecy. They're not free when they come with strings. They're not free when they come from someone who wants access to a child. If my story helps even one parent recognize the signs, then it's worth telling. Gertrude returned to her seat. The room was silent, the kind of silence that means people are learning, remembering, and connecting dots.
Leonardo stood when Dr. Blake nodded to him. He didn't rush. He took a slow breath, rubbed his palms together once, and stepped forward with the quiet confidence of someone who had done a lot of healing work. I was 12, he said. 12, and trying really hard to look older than I was. A few people nodded knowingly. I grew up in a neighborhood where the older boys were like celebrities. They had the newest shoes, the newest phones, the newest game systems. And every younger kid wanted to be in their circle. That's how he got me. There was this older guy, Tom. He was 19. He wasn't a stranger. He lived right down the block. Everybody knew him. One day, he gave me a gaming skin. Just a little upgrade for a game I loved. He said, "You're good at this game, man. You deserve the good stuff." And that was all it took. One digital gift. After that, it was little things, he continued. A new controller. A pair of headphones. A gift card for the gaming store. And every time, he'd say, "Don't tell your mom. She'll think I'm spoiling you." I didn't know secrecy was the hook. When you're a 12-year-old boy who doesn't have much, and someone older, someone cool, gives you stuff, you feel chosen. You feel important. You feel like you're leveling up in real life. And that's exactly what he wanted. After a while, he'd say things like, "Come over after school, I got something new for you." Or, "I'll show you how to beat this level, but you gotta come alone." Leonardo's voice dropped slightly. I didn't understand that he was buying my time. Buying my loyalty. Buying my silence. People thought he was just a generous older kid, Leonardo said. They'd say, "Tom is cool. He looks out for the younger boys. He's like a big brother to them." And that made it harder for me to see anything wrong. If everyone trusted him, why shouldn't I? One day, my mom found a brand new pair of wireless headphones in my backpack. She asked where I got them. He swallowed. I told her Tom gave them to me. Leonardo paused, remembering. My mom didn't yell. She didn't freak out. She just said, "Baby, boys don't get gifts from older boys for no reason." That was the first time anyone explained that gifts can be a warning sign, even for boys. My mom went to talk to him. She didn't accuse him of anything. She just said, "Don't give my son anything else." And just like that, he backed off. No more gifts. No more invitations. No more attention. I didn't understand until years later that my mom saved me that day. I'm sharing this because boys get groomed too. And a lot of the time, it starts with gifts. Gaming perks, electronics, shoes, stuff that makes a kid feel cool. But gifts aren't free when they come with secrecy. They're not free when they come with strings. They're not free when they come from someone who wants access to a child. If my story helps even one parent recognize the signs, especially for their sons, then it's worth telling. Leonardo returned to his seat. The room was silent, the kind of silence where people are connecting dots they never connected before.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Gertrude and Leonardo a respectful nod before turning to the room. His posture was calm, his voice steady, the kind of tone that makes people feel safe enough to learn. "Thank you both," he said. "Your stories highlight one of the most subtle and misunderstood grooming patterns we see, the gift giver." He let the room settle before continuing. Number 1. Gift giver grooming always begins with a need. Offenders don't start with gifts, he explained. They start by identifying a need. He listed them. A child who feels unseen. A child who doesn't have much materially. A child who wants attention. A child who wants to feel older. A child who wants to feel chosen. In both stories, he said, the offenders scanned for vulnerability, and then filled it. Number 2. The first gift is always small. Grooming rarely begins with something expensive, he continued. It begins with something that feels harmless. He gestured toward Gertrude, a keychain, a ribbon, a notebook, then toward Leonardo, a gaming skin, a small upgrade, a digital perk. These items are chosen because they don't raise suspicion. They feel like kindness. Number 3. The second stage is personalization. Once the child accepts the first gift, he said, the offender begins tailoring the gifts to the child's interests. He explained, for girls, accessories, journals, small clothing items. For boys, gaming items, electronics, sports gear. For any child, snacks, toys, small treats. This creates a sense of being seen, he said. And children who feel seen often feel special. Number 4. The third stage is secrecy. Dr. Blake's tone deepened. Not harsh, but firm. This is the most important red flag. He listed the phrases offenders use. Don't tell your mom. People will get jealous. This is our little secret. They won't understand. He looked around the room. Healthy adults do not ask children to keep secrets. Ever. Number 5. The fourth stage is access. Once trust is established, he said, the offender uses gifts to gain access to the child's time. He explained, come by after school, I have something else for you. Come alone. This is where the grooming shifts from emotional to logistical, he said. The gifts become a doorway. Number 6. The fifth stage is isolation. Both Gertrude and Leonardo described being asked to come alone, he said. That is intentional, he continued. Offenders isolate children emotionally first, through praise and gifts, and then physically, by creating situations where the child is alone with them. Number 7. Why parents often miss the signs. Gift giver grooming is one of the easiest patterns to miss because it looks like generosity. He listed the common community reactions. He's so helpful. She's so generous. He's good with kids. She's like a big sister to them. When the community trusts the offender, he said, the child has no reason to question anything. Number 8. What saved both survivors? He looked at the room with quiet conviction. In both stories, a parent noticed a gift that didn't make sense. And they didn't panic. They didn't shame the child. They simply set a boundary. He repeated the key line. Grown adults do not buy children personal gifts. That one sentence, he said, is often enough to stop a grooming attempt in its early stages. Number 9. What parents can do. He offered clear, simple guidance. Ask your child where gifts come from. Teach them that adults don't give secret gifts. Normalize telling you everything. Stay calm when something concerns you. Set boundaries with adults who cross lines. Trust your instincts. He finished with a gentle but firm reminder. Gifts are not free when they come with secrecy. They are not free when they come with strings. They are not free when they come from someone who wants access to a child. Thank you for listening. We'll now move into the community perspective.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward with that quiet, controlled presence that always settles a room. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The room naturally leaned in. He gave Gertrude and Leonardo a respectful nod before speaking. All right, he began. Let's look at what this pattern tells us from a federal investigative standpoint. His tone was steady, grounded, and matter-of-fact, the kind of voice that teaches without frightening. Number 1, gift-giver grooming is one of the most common patterns we investigate. In federal cases, he said, gift-giver grooming shows up across every community, rural, urban, wealthy, struggling. It doesn't discriminate. He paused. And it works because it hides behind generosity. Number 2, offenders use gifts to create a psychological debt. From an investigative perspective, he explained, a gift is not just a gift. It's a psychological transaction. He listed what the child begins to feel: grateful, special, chosen, obligated. That sense of owing something back, he said, is what offenders rely on. The object itself is never the point. The leverage is. Number 3, the gifts are targeted, never random. Offenders don't hand out random items, he continued. They study the child first. He gestured toward Leonardo. For boys, we see gaming perks, electronics, sports gear. Then toward Gertrude. For girls, we see accessories, journals, clothing, makeup. He looked around the room. They tailor the gifts to the child's interests because it deepens the bond. Number 4, secrecy is the first federal red flag. When a child tells us, he said not to tell, that's when investigators pay attention. He listed the phrases agents hear most often. Don't tell your mom. This is our secret. People won't understand. Others will get jealous. He shook his head. Healthy adults don't need secrecy with children. Ever. Number 5, gifts are used to test boundaries. Offenders escalate slowly, he said. They test how far they can go. He broke down the pattern investigators see. First gift, harmless. Second gift, personal. Third gift, expensive. Fourth gift, conditional. Fifth gift, tied to alone time. By the time law enforcement gets involved, he said, the pattern is usually well established. Number 6, gifts are a tool for access. From a federal standpoint, he said, the gift is not the crime. The access is. He continued, gifts create opportunities. Opportunities create alone time. Alone time creates risk. He let that settle. That's why we take gift-giver grooming seriously, even when nothing physical has happened. Number 7, community trust is often the shield. In both of these stories, he said, the offenders were trusted by the community. He listed what investigators hear constantly. He's so helpful. She's great with kids. He's like family. She would never do something like that. He looked around the room with quiet seriousness. Offenders hide behind trust. They rely on it. Number 8, what saved these survivors? He nodded toward Gertrude and Leonardo. In both cases, a parent noticed a gift that didn't make sense. And they didn't overreact. They didn't shame the child. They simply set a boundary. He repeated the line that matters most. Adults do not give children personal gifts. That one sentence, he said, shuts down more grooming attempts than you'd ever imagine. Number 9, what parents should watch for. He offered clear, actionable guidance. Unexplained new items. Gifts that don't match family rules. Adults giving gifts without permission. Adults who ask for secrecy. Adults who want alone time with a child. Adults who seem overly invested in one specific child. He finished with a steady, reassuring tone. You don't need to be suspicious of everyone, he said. You just need to pay attention. And if something feels off, trust your instincts. They're usually right. He stepped back, giving the room a moment to absorb the information.
Taquan stepped forward again, slow and intentional, like someone who knows the room isn't done learning yet. Let me talk to you from another angle, he said. Because gift-giver grooming, it doesn't just show up in the neighborhood. It shows up in the culture, the way we raise kids, the way we praise people, the way we talk about generosity. He nodded once, like he was settling into the truth. Number 1, in our culture, we teach kids to be grateful, even when they should be cautious. In a lot of our families, he said, we teach kids to say thank you no matter what. We teach them not to be rude. We teach them to accept kindness. He paused. But we don't always teach them how to tell the difference between kindness and targeting. He continued. So when someone like Tom gives a kid a gift, the kid thinks, I'm supposed to be grateful. Not, why is he giving this to me? Number 2, predators know how to blend into the village. In our communities, he said, we talk about the village. The people who help raise the kids. The folks who step in when parents are tired. He lifted his chin slightly. Predators know that language. They know how to blend into the village. They know how to look like support. He listed the familiar roles. The neighbor who always has snacks. The older teen who lets kids hang out. The church member who gives little gifts. The coach who buys equipment. The cool, young adult who knows all the kids' names. And because they look like the village, nobody questions them. Number 3, kids don't see grooming, they see someone filling a gap. When a kid gets a gift, he said, they don't think, this is suspicious. They think, somebody finally sees me. And if that kid is lonely, or struggling, or feeling invisible, that gift hits like medicine. He explained. A kid who feels unseen, right pointing arrow feels chosen. A kid who feels poor, right pointing arrow feels upgraded. A kid who feels ignored, right pointing arrow feels important. A kid who feels insecure, right pointing arrow feels valued. That's why this pattern works, he said. It fills emotional gaps. Number 4, the community often protects the wrong people. In our neighborhoods, we defend people based on reputation, not behavior. He listed the phrases everyone has heard. He's always been good to us. She's like family. He's been around forever. She would never do something like that. And that loyalty. Predators count on it. They hide behind it. Number 5, secrecy is the line, no exceptions. If an adult tells a kid, don't tell your parents, that's the moment the village needs to step in. He continued. I don't care if it's a snack, a bracelet, a game code, a ride home. If secrecy is involved, it's not kindness anymore. Number 6, parents miss the signs because they're doing their best. A lot of parents are tired. Working, healing, surviving. And when someone steps in and gives their kid attention, it feels like relief. And predators know that. They target families who are stretched thin. Number 7, what saved Gertrude and Leonardo is what saves most kids. In both stories, a parent noticed something that didn't make sense. He repeated the key line. Adults don't give kids personal gifts. That one sentence, he said, that's community armor. Number 8, what the community can do, for real. He offered clear, real-world guidance. Ask kids where gifts came from. Normalize kids telling adults everything. Teach kids that secrets from parents are never okay. Watch for adults who focus on one specific child. Pay attention to adults who give gifts without permission. Trust your gut, even if the person is nice. Don't let reputation override behavior. He finished with a steady, protective tone. In our community, we look out for each other. And that means we don't let gifts blind us. We don't let nice fool us. We don't let secrecy slide. And if something feels off, say something. You might be the only person who sees it.
The room was quiet and focused, the facilitators preparing to transition into the next pattern. Penny and Karma were gently playing with their dolls, whispering to one another as they arranged tiny outfits and accessories. For a moment, their excitement bubbled over. Karma let out a soft giggle, the kind that escapes before a child can catch it, and Penny followed with a small laugh of her own. Rich turned immediately, not harshly, not startled, simply attentive. He placed a steady hand on Karma's shoulder so she would know he was addressing her. She looked up at him, eyes wide and trusting. Rich lifted his finger to his lips in a quiet reminder. Karma nodded once, understanding. Then he looked at Penny and gave her the same gentle signal. She nodded as well, but Penny's instinctive reaction was deeper. She glanced quickly toward her parents, that automatic check children make when they fear they may have crossed a line. She hoped she would not be asked to return to sit with them. She wanted to stay with Karma. Bonnie and the Marine were already looking at her with that unmistakable parental expression, calm, firm, and loving. The kind of look that says, "Behave yourself, young lady." Penny understood immediately. She straightened her posture, gathered her doll, and began playing quietly again. Across the room, several participants noticed the moment. Peggy and Earl exchanged a soft smile. As grandparents, they found the interaction endearing. A few others had the same quiet reaction, a silent awe, held respectfully behind closed lips. The facilitators noticed as well, but they did not pause or comment. They were professionals, accustomed to the natural presence of children in community spaces. They simply continued preparing the next segment, allowing the moment to pass without disruption. At the door, a security officer performed a routine check, leaning slightly to look through the window. Rich saw the movement in his peripheral vision. This time, he did not tense or turn fully. He simply glanced, recognized the familiar uniform, and returned his attention to the facilitators. He was comfortable. He knew he was doing everything right. The room settled again. The atmosphere remained warm, safe, and focused, a community learning together, with children present in the most natural and dignified way. Amethyst stepped forward once more, her presence calm and steady. She closed the previous folder with deliberate care and lifted the next one, its tab marked with a deep navy label. The room naturally quieted. Participants recognized the transition. She offered a warm, reassuring smile. "Thank you for your focus," she said. "We are now moving into our fifth grooming pattern. This pattern is especially significant because it affects children across every community, every background, and every age group." She held the folder against her chest for a moment, allowing the weight of the topic to settle without overwhelming the room. Pattern number 5, she continued, is authority figure grooming. A subtle shift moved through the audience, a recognition of the seriousness of the subject. This pattern involves an adult who holds a position of power or influence over a child, a teacher, a coach, a tutor, a youth leader, a supervisor, or anyone whose role naturally commands respect. She paused, then added with quiet emphasis. For boys, this is one of the most common grooming patterns we encounter. Her voice remained calm, but purposeful. Our next survivor is Amy, who will speak from the female perspective. After her, Dylan will share his experience from the male perspective. She stepped back with a gentle nod, the kind that tells a survivor, "You are safe. You are supported. You may speak when you are ready." "Amy," she said softly, "the floor is yours." Amy rose from her seat and began speaking. Her voice was gentle, clear, but extremely soft. Within seconds, the facilitators noticed participants leaning forward, adjusting their posture, and tilting their heads in an attempt to hear her. Even some in the front row exchanged small glances, signaling that her voice was too quiet. Dr. Blake lifted a hand with calm authority. "Amy, I am going to pause you for just a moment," he said warmly. "I need to ask the room a question." He turned toward the audience. "Those of you in the back, can you hear Amy clearly?" Several heads shook immediately. A few people in the front row also indicated they were struggling to hear. Amy instinctively apologized. Dr. Blake stepped closer, his tone reassuring. "Please do not apologize. There is nothing wrong with having a soft voice. Many people do. You do not need to strain or raise your volume." At that moment, Taquan moved with quiet efficiency. He opened a small equipment case, retrieved a handheld microphone, switched it on, and offered it to Amy with a supportive nod. She accepted it carefully. Dr. Blake addressed the room. "For anyone who may need it, we have microphones available. The acoustics in this room are excellent, so most participants will not require one. But if you have a naturally soft voice, please feel free to use a microphone. We want everyone to be heard clearly and comfortably." Amy nodded, lifted the microphone slightly, and began again. Amy held the microphone close, her voice still gentle but now audible to every corner of the room. "My story begins when I was 12, she said. I had a teacher who was admired by everyone. He was the kind of adult people trusted without hesitation. He stayed after school to help students, he organized clubs, and he always seemed to know how to make a child feel special." She paused. "He chose me because I was quiet. I followed rules. I wanted adults to be proud of me." He recognized that immediately. Her fingers tightened slightly around the microphone. At first, it looked like encouragement. "He told me I was talented. He told me I was mature for my age. He told me I had potential that other students did not have. And I believed him, because he was a teacher. He was an authority figure. He was someone I was taught to respect." She looked down briefly, then continued. "He began asking me to stay after class to help with small tasks. He said he needed someone responsible. He said he trusted me. I felt honored. I thought I was being chosen because I was doing something right." Her voice remained calm, but the emotional weight was clear. Then the attention became personal. He asked questions about my family, about my friendships, about whether I felt understood at home. He framed it as concern. He said he wanted to support me. She shook her head gently. But what he was really doing was isolating me. He was creating a world where he was the adult I depended on. The adult I confided in. The adult whose approval mattered most. She took a breath. He began giving me small privileges. Letting me stay in his classroom during lunch. Allowing me to help with tasks other students were not allowed to do. He made me feel chosen. And because he was a teacher, I did not question it." Her voice softened. "The turning point came when he asked me to keep our conversations private. He said other students would be jealous. He said adults would misunderstand. He said I was mature enough to handle a special relationship." She looked up at the audience, her expression steady. "I did not recognize that as grooming. I thought I was protecting him." She paused, letting the room absorb the truth. "It was my father who noticed the change. He noticed that I talked about this teacher constantly. He noticed that I became anxious on days when I did not see him. He noticed that I had started keeping secrets." Her voice warmed with gratitude. "My father asked me gentle, thoughtful questions. He did not accuse me. He did not shame me. He simply asked, why does a teacher need private conversations with my daughter?" She smiled softly. "That question saved me." She continued. When my father set boundaries, the teacher became angry. Not openly, but in subtle ways. He withdrew the privileges. He stopped praising me. He made me feel as though I had disappointed him. She straightened her posture. And that is when I finally understood. A healthy adult does not punish a child for having boundaries. A healthy adult does not need secrecy. A healthy adult does not build a private world with a child. She looked around the room, her voice firm and clear. Authority figure grooming is powerful because it hides behind respect. It hides behind admiration. It hides behind the roles we teach children to trust. She closed her story with quiet strength. I share this today because grooming does not always look like danger. Sometimes it looks like encouragement. Sometimes it looks like opportunity. Sometimes it looks like a teacher who seems to care too much. She lowered the microphone slightly. And that is why we must teach children that respect does not mean silence. And trust does not mean secrecy. She sat down composed and dignified.
Dylan stood up with quiet confidence. He accepted the microphone from Taquan, adjusted it slightly, and took a steady breath. His posture was calm, but the room could sense the weight of what he was about to share. My story begins when I was 13, he said. I had a coach who everyone respected. He was the kind of adult boys looked up to. He pushed us to work hard, he encouraged us, and he always seemed to know how to make a kid feel important. He paused, letting the memory settle. He chose me because I was eager to impress him. I wanted to be seen as strong. I wanted to be one of the boys he believed in. And he recognized that immediately. Dylan's hands remained steady on the microphone. At first, it looked like mentorship. He told me I had potential. He told me I was one of the most dedicated players on the team. He told me I had leadership qualities. And I believed him, because he was a coach. He was an authority figure. He was someone I was taught to respect. He continued. He started giving me extra attention. He asked me to stay after practice to work on drills. He said he wanted to help me improve. He said I was worth the extra time. I felt proud. I thought I was being chosen because I was doing something right. His voice remained calm, but the emotional truth was clear. Then the attention became personal. He asked questions about my home life, about my siblings, about whether I felt supported. He framed it as concern. He said he wanted to help me succeed. Dylan shook his head slightly. But what he was really doing was separating me from the people who actually cared about me. He was creating a world where he was the adult I depended on. The adult whose approval mattered most. He took a breath. He began giving me privileges. Extra time on the field. Access to equipment other players did not get. Private conversations after practice. He made me feel chosen. And because he was a coach, I did not question it. The turning point came when he asked me not to tell anyone about our conversations. He said other players would be jealous. He said parents would misunderstand. He said I was mature enough to handle a special relationship. He looked up at the audience, his expression steady. I did not recognize that as grooming. I thought I was protecting him. I thought I was protecting something important. He paused. It was my older siblings who noticed the change. They noticed that I talked about him constantly. They noticed that I became anxious on days when practice was canceled. They noticed that I had started keeping secrets. His voice warmed with gratitude. They went to our parents together. They told them something felt wrong. They told them I was acting differently. They told them I was pulling away from the family. My parents listened. They did not dismiss my siblings. They did not assume they were overreacting. They paid attention. He continued. My father asked me direct but gentle questions. He did not accuse me. He did not shame me. He simply asked, why does a coach need private conversations with my son? That question changed everything. He continued. When my father set boundaries, the coach reacted. Not loudly, but in subtle ways. He withdrew the privileges. He stopped praising me. He made me feel as though I had failed him. Dylan straightened his posture. And that is when I finally understood. A healthy adult does not punish a child for having boundaries. A healthy adult does not need secrecy. A healthy adult does not build a private world with a child. He looked around the room, his voice firm and clear. Authority figure grooming is powerful because it hides behind respect. It hides behind admiration. It hides behind the roles boys are taught to trust. He closed his story with quiet strength. I share this because boys often do not speak up. We are taught to be tough. We are taught to handle things on our own. But grooming does not care about toughness. It targets trust. He lowered the microphone slightly. And that is why we must teach boys that strength includes speaking up. And that trust never requires secrecy. He sat down.
Dr. Blake stepped forward with calm confidence, giving Amy and Dylan a respectful nod before addressing the room. His posture was steady, his tone measured, the voice of a clinician who has spent years studying these patterns and guiding families through them. "Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Dylan," he began. "Your willingness to share your experiences allows us to understand this pattern with clarity and depth." He paused, letting the room settle. Authority figure grooming is one of the most complex patterns we teach, because it hides behind roles that society encourages children to trust. Teachers, coaches, tutors, youth leaders, supervisors, these are individuals who naturally hold influence. Children are taught to respect them, listen to them, and seek approval from them. He continued. Number 1. Authority creates automatic trust. Children are conditioned from a young age to trust adults in leadership roles, he explained. When an authority figure praises a child, the child interprets that praise as meaningful and legitimate. When an authority figure gives attention, the child assumes it is deserved. When an authority figure requests time, the child believes it is appropriate. This automatic trust is what offenders exploit. Number 2. The grooming begins with professional justification. In both Amy's and Dylan's stories, the grooming began with what appeared to be professional support. He listed the examples: extra academic help, additional practice time, special tasks, leadership opportunities, one-on-one encouragement. These actions are not inherently harmful, he clarified. Healthy authority figures do these things every day. The difference lies in the intention and the boundary. Number 3. The offender identifies a vulnerability. Offenders look for children who are eager to please, eager to improve, or eager to be noticed, he said. They look for children who respond strongly to praise. They look for children who want to make an adult proud. He gestured gently toward the survivors. Amy was quiet and rule-oriented. Dylan was driven and eager to impress. These traits are strengths, but offenders twist them into vulnerabilities. Number 4. The relationship becomes personal. This is the turning point, he said. The moment the adult begins asking personal questions, the relationship shifts from professional to private. He listed the common questions offenders use. Do you feel understood at home? Do your parents support you? Do your friends appreciate you? Do you feel different from other kids? These questions are designed to create emotional dependence, he explained. They are not about helping the child. They are about isolating the child. Number 5. Privileges become the hook. Offenders then introduce privileges, he said. Special access, extra time, exclusive opportunities, private conversations. He continued. These privileges make the child feel chosen. And once a child feels chosen, they become more vulnerable to manipulation. Number 6. Secrecy is the diagnostic line. Dr. Blake's tone sharpened slightly, not harsh, but precise. When an adult in a position of authority asks a child to keep a secret, the grooming is no longer subtle. It is active, he emphasized. A healthy adult never requires secrecy from a child. A healthy adult never builds a private world with a child. A healthy adult never punishes a child for having boundaries. He let the room absorb that. Number 7. The family's role is critical. In Amy's case, her father noticed the change. In Dylan's case, his older siblings noticed first and alerted both parents. He nodded with respect. This is exactly how families protect children. Not through suspicion, but through attentiveness. He continued. Changes in behavior are often the first signs. Increased anxiety, sudden secrecy, emotional dependence on an adult, fear of disappointing that adult, withdrawal from family or siblings. He looked around the room. When families respond with calm, direct questions, not accusations, children feel safe enough to speak. Number 8. The emotional impact on children. Children targeted by authority figures often experience confusion rather than fear, he said. They believe they are doing something right. They believe they are being recognized. They believe they are special. He paused. And when the offender withdraws attention, the child feels responsible for the loss. This emotional dynamic is what makes authority figure grooming so powerful and so dangerous. Number 9. The clinical bottom line. Dr. Blake concluded with clarity. Authority figure grooming is not about affection. It is not about mentorship. It is not about opportunity. He held the room's attention. It is about control. It is about secrecy. It is about isolating a child from the people who truly care for them. And that is why we teach this pattern with such seriousness. Because when a child learns that trust does not require secrecy, and respect does not require silence, they become far more difficult to manipulate.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward with a quiet, controlled presence. He adjusted his jacket, glanced respectfully toward Amy and Dylan, and then addressed the room with the calm authority of someone who has seen these cases unfold hundreds of times. "Thank you both," he said. "Your stories illustrate a pattern we see repeatedly in federal investigations. Authority figure grooming is one of the most strategically planned and deliberately executed grooming methods we encounter. I want to walk you through what this pattern looks like from an investigative standpoint, how offenders think, how they operate, and why this pattern is so effective. Number 1. Offenders choose roles that grant automatic access. Offenders who use this pattern do not stumble into these positions," he said. "They pursue roles that give them built-in credibility and unsupervised access to children." He listed them clearly: teachers, coaches, tutors, youth leaders, supervisors, mentors, instructors in extracurricular programs. These roles give offenders two advantages: proximity and authority. Proximity allows access. Authority suppresses suspicion. Number 2. They identify children who respond strongly to praise. Offenders are observant, he continued. They watch for children who light up when praised. Children who want to impress. Children who seek approval. He nodded toward the survivors. Amy was quiet and diligent. Dylan was driven and eager to succeed. Offenders recognize these traits immediately. Number 3. They build a professional justification. This is one of the most important investigative markers, he said. Offenders create a professional reason for the extra attention. They frame it as academic support, athletic development, leadership training, or mentorship. He emphasized, this justification is what shields them from suspicion. It gives them cover. Number 4. They shift from professional to personal. Agent O'Reilly's tone sharpened slightly. The moment the adult begins asking personal questions about family, friendships, emotional struggles, the grooming has entered a new phase. He continued, offenders do not ask these questions to help the child. They ask them to assess vulnerability and to create emotional dependence. Number 5. They introduce privileges to create loyalty. Privileges are a classic grooming tool, he said. He listed examples: extra time, special access, private conversations, exclusive opportunities, tasks that make the child feel chosen. These privileges are not rewards. They are leverage. Number 6. Secrecy is the critical red flag. Agent O'Reilly paused, letting the room settle. When an authority figure asks a child to keep something secret, the grooming is no longer subtle. It is active. He spoke with absolute clarity. A legitimate teacher, coach, or mentor never needs secrecy with a child. Never. Number 7. Offenders rely on the child's fear of disappointing them. This is one of the most powerful psychological tools offenders use, he said. They create a dynamic where the child feels responsible for the adult's approval. When boundaries are set, the offender withdraws praise, attention, or privileges. He continued, that withdrawal is intentional. It is designed to make the child feel guilty, confused, or responsible for the shift. Number 8. Families are often the first line of defense. In Amy's case, her father noticed the change. In Dylan's case, his older siblings noticed first and alerted both parents. He nodded with respect. This is exactly how these cases are often uncovered. Not through dramatic disclosures, but through subtle behavioral changes noticed by the people closest to the child. He listed common indicators: sudden secrecy, emotional dependence on an adult, anxiety when separated from that adult, withdrawal from siblings or parents, excessive praise of the authority figure, fear of disappointing them. These signs are often more telling than anything the child says. Number 9. Why boys are especially vulnerable in this pattern. Agent O'Reilly's voice softened, but remained firm. For boys, this is one of the most common grooming patterns we investigate. He explained, boys are often taught to be tough, independent, and self-reliant. They may interpret grooming as mentorship or discipline. They may not recognize manipulation because it is disguised as training, coaching, or leadership development. He added, and boys are less likely to disclose, because they fear judgment, misunderstanding, or being perceived as weak. Number 10. The investigative bottom line. Agent O'Reilly concluded with precision. Authority figure grooming is not spontaneous. It is calculated, it is strategic, and it is designed to exploit the trust that families and communities place in certain roles. He looked around the room, his voice steady. When a child learns that respect does not require secrecy, and when families stay attentive to behavioral changes, offenders lose their advantage. He stepped back, giving the room a moment to absorb the weight of his words.
As Agent O'Reilly stepped back from the front of the room, the atmosphere settled into a thoughtful quiet. The adults absorbed his words, while the two little girls continued being exactly what they were, children. Karma gently patted her father's shoulder. Rich looked down immediately, leaning toward her with the kind of attentiveness that comes naturally to a protective parent. She whispered, "I am hungry." Rich nodded with understanding. He reached for her small, colorful backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out her lunch box. Inside were neatly packed snacks: a juice box of apple juice, a small container of dry peanuts and Cheerios, wheat crackers with sesame seeds, and a sealed packet of sliced apples. He took out a container of sanitation wipes, and carefully cleaned his hands. Then he pulled out another one and cleaned Karma's hands. She held them out obediently, palms up, trusting him completely. When he finished, he placed the used wipes into a small Ziploc bag he kept for trash. Karma, generous by instinct, immediately slid some of her snacks toward Penny. She even pulled out a second apple juice box and offered it with a bright smile. Penny reached for one of the wheat crackers with sesame seeds, but before her fingers touched it, Rich gently intercepted her hand. Penny froze, confused, her eyes lifting to him. Rich shook his head softly and raised one finger, not scolding, simply signaling, "Wait." Then he turned toward the Marine and Bonnie, who were already watching with parental alertness. Rich held up the wheat cracker so they could see it clearly. Bonnie and the Marine both shook their heads no. Rich nodded, set the cracker aside, and lifted the small cup of peanuts and Cheerios. The Marine and Bonnie examined it, then nodded yes. Penny watched her parents closely, understanding the silent communication. She was used to this, checking for approval, checking for safety. She waited patiently as Rich held up each item. The sliced apples, yes. The apple juice, yes. The wheat crackers, no. The peanuts, yes. Once everything was confirmed, Rich slid the approved snacks toward Penny. She smiled gratefully. Before she touched anything, Rich opened another sanitation wipe and gently cleaned Penny's hands. She accepted it without hesitation. Her mother did the same thing at home. Now both girls were happily snacking, sipping their apple juice, and quietly playing again. Peggy and Earl exchanged a soft, knowing smile. As grandparents, they found the moment heartwarming, the gentleness, the communication, the care. The facilitators noticed as well. Dr. Blake observed Rich's allergy-aware behavior with clear approval. Amethyst smiled subtly, appreciating the respect shown to Penny's parents. Agent O'Reilly gave a small nod, recognizing responsible adult conduct. Rôvi watched Rich with genuine admiration. His paternal instincts were unmistakable. Taquan noticed the cultural intelligence in Rich's approach and was quietly impressed. The Marine and Bonnie exchanged a look of deep respect. Rich had not assumed. He had not guessed. He had checked with them before offering their daughter anything. That meant everything. Rich was calm and composed, confident he had done the right thing. The girls continued to snack quietly, their small moment of childhood innocence grounding the entire room.
Taquan stepped forward with a steady, thoughtful presence. He gave Amy and Dylan a respectful nod before turning to the room. His tone was warm, measured, and unmistakably grounded in lived community experience. "Let me speak from the community angle," he began. "Because everything Dr. Blake and Agent O'Reilly explained is accurate, but in real neighborhoods, this pattern looks different. It blends into everyday life in ways that are easy to overlook. Number 1, authority figures are often seen as helpers, not risks. In many communities," he said, "teachers, coaches, youth leaders, and mentors are viewed as the people who step in when families are stretched thin." He continued, "When a coach gives extra time, people see dedication. When a teacher gives extra attention, people see support. When a mentor asks questions, people see guidance." He paused. "That is why authority figure grooming is so difficult to recognize. It hides behind roles we are taught to trust. Number 2, children are taught to respect authority, sometimes without question. In a lot of households," he said, "children are raised to listen to adults in leadership positions. They are taught to be polite, to be respectful, to follow instructions." He added, "And offenders know that. They rely on it." Number 3, praise from an authority figure feels like success. Taquan nodded toward the survivors. "When a teacher tells a quiet child she is talented, she believes it. When a coach tells a boy he has potential, he believes it." He continued, "In our communities, praise from an authority figure carries weight. It feels like opportunity. It feels like progress. It feels like the beginning of something good." He let that settle. And that is exactly why children do not see the danger. Number 4, families often miss the signs because the behavior looks positive. In both of these stories, he said, the adults were doing things that looked helpful. Extra practice, extra support, extra encouragement. He shook his head gently. "Nothing about that looks suspicious on the surface. It looks like someone investing in a child." He added, "That is why families often do not notice the shift until the child's behavior changes." Number 5, siblings are often the first to notice. Taquan's voice warmed. In Dylan's case, it was his older siblings who saw the difference. "And that is something we see often." He explained. Siblings notice when a child becomes anxious. They notice when a child starts keeping secrets. They notice when a child is suddenly attached to an adult outside the home. And when siblings speak up, families should listen. They see things adults miss. Number 6. Fathers are protectors, and their instincts matter. Taquan's tone deepened with respect. In Amy's story, it was her father who recognized the pattern. And that matters. He continued. Fathers notice when their child's behavior shifts. They notice when an adult is taking too much interest. They notice when something does not feel right. He added. And when fathers step in, children feel protected. They feel grounded. They feel supported. Number 7. The real danger is the secrecy. In every community, secrecy is the line. The moment an adult tells a child, "Do not tell your parents," the relationship is no longer healthy. He continued. It does not matter if the adult is respected. It does not matter if the adult is admired. It does not matter if the adult has helped other children. His voice remained calm but firm. Secrecy is the red flag every family must pay attention to. Number 8. Communities must learn to question what looks helpful. He concluded with clarity. In our neighborhoods, we value teachers. We value coaches. We value mentors. And we should. But valuing someone does not mean ignoring boundaries. Respecting someone does not mean giving them unchecked access. Trusting someone does not mean allowing secrecy. When families stay attentive, when siblings speak up, and when fathers and mothers trust their instincts, children are far harder to isolate.
Amethyst stepped forward once more, her presence steady and composed. She closed the previous folder with deliberate care and lifted the next one, its tab marked with a muted silver label. The room naturally quieted. Participants recognized the shift in tone. She offered a warm, reassuring smile. "Thank you for your focus," she said. "We are now moving into our 6th grooming pattern. This pattern is subtle, strategic, and deeply psychological. It does not rely on gifts. It does not rely on authority. It relies on separation." She held the folder against her chest for a moment, allowing the weight of the topic to settle without overwhelming the room. Pattern number 6, she continued, is isolation grooming. A quiet ripple moved through the audience, a recognition of the seriousness of the subject. This pattern is built on one goal: removing the child from the people who protect them. Not physically at first, but emotionally, socially, mentally. Offenders who use this pattern work slowly. They create distance between the child and their family, their friends, their siblings, and anyone who might notice something is wrong. She paused, letting the room absorb the truth. Isolation grooming is powerful because it does not look dangerous in the beginning. It looks like friendship. It looks like mentorship. It looks like someone who is always there for the child. But the intention is to make the child dependent, and to make everyone else irrelevant. Her voice remained calm, but purposeful. Our next survivor is Inga. She will speak from the female perspective. Her story illustrates how isolation can begin with something that appears harmless, and slowly become something that controls every part of a child's world. Amethyst stepped back with a gentle nod, the kind that tells a survivor, "You are safe. You are supported. You may speak when you are ready." "Inga," she said softly, "the floor is yours." Amethyst handed Inga the microphone. Inga stood up holding the microphone with both hands. She took a breath, steadying herself. Her voice was calm, but there was a quiet strength beneath it, the strength of someone who had survived without support. "My story is different from the ones you've heard so far," she began. "I didn't grow up in a home where someone noticed something was wrong. I didn't have a parent who asked questions. I didn't have siblings watching out for me." She paused, letting the room settle. "My parents were both alcoholics. My mother spent most nights at bars. My father came home when he felt like it. Some nights he didn't come home at all. When he did, he was usually drunk. They didn't ask where I was. They didn't ask who I was with. They didn't ask if I was safe. She looked down briefly, then continued. I learned early that I was on my own. Her voice remained steady. When I was 13, I met a woman who lived a few blocks away. She was older, maybe in her 30s. She seemed kind. She asked me questions no one else asked. She asked if I had eaten. She asked if I was cold. She asked if I needed help with homework. She shook her head gently. I didn't realize she was studying me. I didn't realize she was looking for the cracks in my life. She continued. She started inviting me over after school. She said her house was quieter. She said I could do homework there. She said she liked the company. Inga's hands tightened slightly around the microphone. At first, it felt like safety. It felt like someone finally cared. She gave me snacks. She let me watch TV. She told me I was welcome anytime. And then she started asking questions about my family. She asked if my parents ever checked on me. She asked if they cared where I was. She asked if they ever told me they loved me. I didn't understand it then, but she was confirming something, that no one at home was paying attention. She began isolating me slowly. She told me my friends didn't understand me. She told me my teachers didn't care. She told me my parents were too busy with their own problems to notice me. She took a breath. And because she was the only adult who showed me kindness, I believed her. She continued. She encouraged me to stay later and later. She told me I didn't have to go home if I didn't want to. She said I was safer with her. She said she understood me better than anyone else. Her tone remained calm, but the truth was unmistakable. She didn't need to pull me away from my family. My family wasn't there to begin with. She just needed to offer something that looked like love. She paused, letting the room absorb the weight of that sentence. The turning point came when she told me not to tell anyone I was spending time with her. She said people would judge me. She said people would try to take me away from her. She said I was special to her. Inga shook her head. I didn't recognize that as grooming. I thought she was protecting me. She continued. It wasn't a teacher. It wasn't a coach. It wasn't a mentor. It was someone who saw a lonely child and stepped into the space where my parents should have been. Her voice grew firmer. Isolation grooming works because it fills a void. It works because the child is already alone. It works because the offender becomes the only person the child feels connected to. I share this because not every child has a parent who notices. Not every child has siblings who speak up. Some children are invisible in their own homes. And those are the children offenders look for. Isolation grooming doesn't start with danger. It starts with comfort. It starts with attention. It starts with someone offering the love a child isn't getting anywhere else. And that is why we must pay attention to the children who seem independent. The children who stay out late. The children who never talk about home. The children who look like they don't need anyone. Because those are the children who need us the most. She sat down. Amethyst came to retrieve the microphone.
Rich, seated near the girls, glanced over at Rôvi with quiet concern. It wasn't intrusive. Just a gentle, human noticing. A silent "Are you all right?" offered from across the room. Marissa held her own emotions close, her posture steady but her eyes softening. LT, sitting beside her, gave her hand a gentle squeeze, a small gesture of grounding, the kind that says "I'm right here." The room gradually settled again, the emotional ripples smoothing into a collective stillness. And then Dr. Blake stepped forward. Dr. Blake stepped forward with a calm, steady presence. He waited until the room was fully settled, not silent, but grounded. The kind of quiet that comes after people have felt something real. His voice, when he began, was gentle but precise. "Thank you, everyone. Before we continue, I want to acknowledge the emotional impact of what we just heard. Inga's story is not theoretical. It reflects a reality many children live with every day. He glanced briefly toward Rôvi, then toward Peggy, then back to the room, not calling attention to anyone, but honoring the humanity in the space. When we talk about grooming, he continued, we are not talking about isolated incidents. We are talking about patterns that thrive in environments where children are unprotected, unseen, or unsupported. He folded his hands behind his back, his posture composed. Number 1. Isolation grooming targets children who already feel alone. Inga's story illustrates something we see clinically, he said. Children who grow up in chaotic or neglectful homes are at significantly higher risk. He continued, when a child does not receive consistent love, attention, or stability at home, they become vulnerable to anyone who offers those things, even superficially. Number 2. Offenders do not need to remove the child from their family. In many cases, he explained, the child is already emotionally separated from their parents. He added, the offender simply steps into the empty space. They become the listener. They become the comfort. They become the stability. He paused. And once that emotional bond is formed, the child becomes dependent, not because they are weak, but because they are human. Number 3. Isolation grooming is built on meeting unmet needs. This pattern does not begin with danger, he said. It begins with kindness, with attention, with meeting needs that are not being met anywhere else. He continued, that is why children do not recognize the manipulation. It feels like care. It feels like safety. It feels like love. Number 4. The offender slowly replaces the child's support system. Dr. Blake's tone deepened, not harsh, but firm. In isolation grooming, the offender becomes the child's emotional anchor. They become the person the child turns to for approval, comfort, and connection. He added, and once that bond is established, the offender begins to separate the child from anyone who might intervene. He listed the common tactics: discouraging friendships, criticizing family members, creating emotional dependence, framing themselves as the only one who understands, encouraging secrecy. These tactics are subtle, he said, but they are deliberate. Number 5. The clinical bottom line. He concluded with clarity. Isolation grooming is not about opportunity. It is about vulnerability. It is about unmet needs. It is about stepping into the space where a parent should be. He let the room breathe for a moment. And that is why we must pay attention to the children who seem independent, self-sufficient, or detached. Those are often the children who need us the most. He stepped back, signaling the transition to the next facilitator.
As Agent O'Reilly prepared to step forward, a small, natural moment unfolded at the back table. Penny and Karma had finished their snacks. Juice boxes empty, crackers gone, apples eaten, the kind of quiet satisfaction only children have after a good little meal. Rich glanced down and immediately noticed sticky fingers, the unmistakable shine of peanut butter on Karma's fingertips. She held her hands up instinctively, showing him the evidence. Without hesitation, Rich reached into his bag and pulled out a fresh packet of sanitation wipes. He cleaned Karma's hands thoroughly, making sure to get between each finger. Then he gently wiped the corner of her mouth, where a tiny smear of peanut butter had settled. Karma giggled softly and went right back to her coloring book. Then Rich turned to Penny. She had a small streak of peanut butter on the side of her mouth, just enough to catch the light. Rich gave her a warm, fatherly smile and gently wiped it away. Penny lifted her hands automatically, palms up, letting him check them. They looked clean, but Rich wiped them anyway, just to be sure. Bonnie and Charles watched the entire exchange with quiet admiration. This wasn't showy. This wasn't performative. This was simply a man caring for two little girls with calm, responsible tenderness. Penny and Karma settled back into their toys and coloring books, content and clean. The room softened again, and then Agent O'Reilly stepped forward. Agent O'Reilly stepped forward just as Rich finished wiping Penny's hands. The girls settled back into their coloring books, and the room eased into a quiet, attentive stillness. "Thank you," he began, his voice steady. "Isolation grooming is one of the most strategically planned patterns we investigate. It is subtle, it is patient, and it is designed to take advantage of children who already feel alone. Number 1. Offenders look for children with unmet emotional needs. Inga's story is a textbook example, he said. Offenders who use this pattern do not look for the most outgoing child. They look for the child who is already disconnected, emotionally, socially, or physically. He continued, they look for children who are not being supervised, children who are not being checked on, children who are not being protected, and children from homes affected by addiction or neglect are especially vulnerable. Number 2, the offender becomes the child's safe place. In isolation grooming, he explained, the offender does not need to lure the child away from their family. The child is already drifting. He added, the offender simply positions themselves as the one stable adult in the child's life. The one who listens, the one who cares, the one who shows up. He let the room absorb that. That is how the bond forms. Not through gifts, through consistency. Number 3, the offender slowly replaces the family system. This is where the pattern becomes dangerous, he said. He listed the common tactics: discouraging friendships, criticizing family members, framing themselves as the only one who understands, creating emotional dependence, encouraging secrecy. These tactics are subtle, he said, but they are deliberate, and they are designed to isolate the child from anyone who might intervene. Number 4, the child becomes dependent without realizing it. O'Reilly's tone softened, but remained firm. Children in these situations do not see the manipulation. They see comfort, they see attention, they see someone filling a void. He continued, and because the offender is meeting emotional needs the child has never had met, the child becomes loyal, even protective of the offender. He paused. That loyalty is what makes this pattern so difficult to break. Number 5, why these cases are hard to detect. From an investigative standpoint, he said, isolation grooming is one of the hardest patterns to uncover. He explained, there are no gifts to trace, no messages to flag, no obvious boundary violations at first. He added, and when a child comes from a chaotic home, their absence often goes unnoticed. Their emotional shifts are dismissed. Their secrecy is interpreted as independence. This gives the offender enormous room to operate. Number 6, the investigative bottom line. Agent O'Reilly concluded with clarity. Isolation grooming thrives in silence. It thrives in neglect. It thrives in the spaces where children are left unprotected. He looked around the room, his voice steady. And that is why we must pay attention to the children who seem self-sufficient. The children who never talk about home. The children who stay out late. The children who appear to raise themselves. Those are the children offenders look for. And those are the children we must protect.
Tarquin stepped forward with a quiet, steady presence. He glanced briefly toward the girls at the back table, now clean, content, and coloring, and then toward the adults who were still emotionally processing Inga's story. His voice, when he began, was warm and deeply rooted in lived experience. I want to speak from the community angle, he said. Because isolation grooming doesn't just happen in homes where everything looks broken. It also happens in homes where everything looks fine on the outside, but the child feels alone on the inside. Number 1, children who feel invisible are at the highest risk. Inga's story is something we see far too often, he said. Children who grow up in homes affected by addiction, neglect, or emotional absence are some of the most vulnerable. He continued, when a child feels unseen, unheard, or unprotected, they start looking for connection anywhere they can find it. And offenders know that. Number 2, offenders step into the space where families should be. In Isolation Grooming, he explained, the offender doesn't have to pull the child away from their family. The child is already drifting. He added, the offender just steps into the empty space. They become the listener. They become the comfort. They become the stability. He paused. And when a child has never had that before, it feels like love. Number 3, communities often miss the signs because the child looks independent. In a lot of neighborhoods, he said, we praise kids who seem self-sufficient. Kids who take care of themselves. Kids who stay out late and don't cause trouble. But sometimes that independence is actually loneliness. Sometimes it's neglect. Sometimes it's a child raising themselves. He continued. And those are the children offenders look for. Number 4, isolation grooming feels like belonging. When a child doesn't get affection at home, the first adult who shows interest feels like a lifeline. The first adult who listens feels like safety. The first adult who offers consistency feels like family. He paused. That's why children don't see the danger. It doesn't feel like manipulation. It feels like belonging. Number 5, the offender slowly cuts off the child's connections. Inga's story shows the pattern clearly, he said. He listed the tactics: discouraging friendships, criticizing family members, creating emotional dependence, framing themselves as the only one who understands, encouraging secrecy. These tactics are subtle, he said. But they are powerful. And they are designed to isolate the child from anyone who might intervene. Number 6, communities must pay attention to the quiet children. He concluded with clarity. In our neighborhoods, we look out for the loud kids. The kids who act out. The kids who get into trouble. He paused. But we also need to look out for the quiet ones. The ones who stay out late. The ones who never talk about home. The ones who seem too grown for their age. Because those are the children who need us the most. And those are the children isolation groomers target. He nodded once, signaling the end of his perspective.
Before moving on to the next pattern, the facilitators instinctively leaned in toward one another. They didn't need a formal meeting, they could feel the room. The girls had just finished snacks and juice. Peggy and Rôvi were emotionally impacted. Several participants were quietly processing. As parents, uncles, aunties, and caregivers themselves, the facilitators recognized what needed to happen. Tarquin stepped forward with calm authority. Everyone, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please stretch, ground yourselves, get some water, use the restroom, whatever you need to come back to center. These last stories carried a lot of weight. If anyone would like a private moment with one of us, please feel free to come up. We're here. Agent O'Reilly quietly stepped out of the room. The other facilitators stayed, available and attentive. A few participants slipped out for air. Peggy stood, still emotional. Earl guided her gently toward the hallway so she could breathe. Marissa crossed the room to Rôvi, sitting beside her with quiet warmth. They spoke softly, grounding, supportive words only they could hear. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Charles approached Rich at the back table. Penny and Karma were still coloring, their little legs swinging. Bonnie spoke gently. Rich, why don't we take Penny back to our table for a bit? I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. Charles nodded. You've been doing a lot. We don't want to put too much on you. Rich smiled warmly. Oh, it's quite all right. Honestly, this is the most interactive Karma has been in a long time. Usually I have to leave early because she gets restless. But having Penny here is helping her stay calm. He glanced at the girls. And I'm enjoying the seminar. Having Penny here is actually allowing me to stay longer. Bonnie and Charles exchanged a relieved smile. But Penny shook her head firmly. I want to stay with Uncle Rich. Rich looked over, surprised but touched. In many cultures, children call trusted adults aunt or uncle when they sense safety. Penny wasn't repeating a title, she was expressing trust. Bonnie and Charles recognized it too. They returned to their seats, reassured. Rich glanced sideways at Rôvi. She noticed in her peripheral vision but, being the dignified woman she is, pretended not to. Peggy returned to the room. Earl guided her back to her seat. Marissa gave Rôvi's hand a final squeeze before returning to sit beside LT. LT stood, stretched, and walked over to Rich. The two men exchanged a few friendly words. LT smiled down at the girls and waved. Penny lowered her head shyly. Karma tucked herself into her father's arm. Rich chuckled. LT, what are you doing scaring the kids? LT laughed, and they shared a fist bump before he returned to his seat. Rich leaned down toward Karma. Do you need to go to the washroom? Karma shook her head immediately, the universal child response when they're busy coloring. Rich raised an eyebrow. Karma, we're going. She sighed dramatically, but she stood up. Rich looked over at Bonnie and Charles, pointing gently toward Karma and mouthing, bathroom. They understood instantly. Bonnie stood and walked over to Penny. Come on, sweetheart. Let's go too. Penny nodded, she had to go as well, and Bonnie already knew it. Rich took Karma to the restroom. Bonnie took Penny. A few minutes later, the girls returned. Hands washed, faces clean, bladders empty, spirits refreshed. They settled back into their seats, happy and comfortable. The room gradually quieted. The facilitators regrouped. And now, the class was ready to continue. Amethyst rose from her seat with her usual quiet grace, the soft shimmer of her purples and blues catching the room's attention as the 10-minute break came to an end. She waited until everyone had settled, until Peggy was grounded again, until Rôvi had taken a steady breath, until the girls were back from the restroom and happily coloring. She stepped to the front, holding the microphone with both hands, and her voice carried the warm steadiness the room needed. All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you for taking care of yourselves. She let her eyes sweep gently across the room, checking in without calling attention to anyone. We're going to continue with pattern number 7. Her tone softened, becoming more deliberate. This next pattern is called shared secrets grooming. It is one of the most subtle and deceptive forms we teach. It doesn't begin with gifts or attention. It begins with trust. It begins with someone making a child feel chosen, included, special. She paused, letting the weight of that truth settle. And the survivor who will be sharing this pattern with us today is Samantha. Amethyst's voice carried a quiet respect. Samantha's story is powerful because it shows how this pattern can unfold even when the child's parents don't notice anything is wrong. In her case, it was her grandparents, the quiet observers in her life, who recognized the signs. She stepped slightly to the side, creating space. Please welcome Samantha as she shares her experience with shared secrets grooming. Amethyst offered Samantha a gentle, encouraging nod and handed her the microphone with both hands, a gesture of dignity and solidarity, before returning to the facilitator table. Samantha stood up, holding the microphone with both hands. She took a breath, steadying herself. Her voice was soft at first, but clear, the voice of someone who had carried a secret for far too long. My story is about shared secrets, she began. The kind that feel special at first. The kind that make you feel chosen. The kind that make you feel like you're part of something important. She paused, letting the room settle. I was 11 when it started. The person who groomed me wasn't a teacher or a coach. He was a neighbor, someone who lived 2 houses down. He was friendly. He helped people with yard work. He waved at everyone. He seemed harmless. He started by telling me jokes. Silly ones. Then he started giving me little pieces of information. Things he said were just between us. He told me secrets about other neighbors. He told me things he said kids weren't supposed to know. Her voice remained steady. And then he started asking me to keep secrets for him. She continued. He'd say things like, "Don't tell your parents I gave you this snack, they'll think I'm spoiling you." Or, "Don't tell anyone I let you help me with this project, they'll get jealous." At first, it felt like I was being trusted. Like I was special. Like I was mature. But the secrets got bigger. Her tone shifted, still calm, but heavier. He started telling me things that made me uncomfortable. Things that didn't feel right. And he always ended with, "Remember, this is our secret." I didn't know how to say no. I didn't know how to tell anyone. I didn't want to get him in trouble. I didn't want to be the reason something bad happened. She looked up at the audience. My parents didn't notice anything. They were busy. They trusted him. They thought he was a good neighbor. But my grandparents noticed. She continued. They noticed I got quiet when his name came up. They noticed I didn't want to walk past his house anymore. They noticed I stopped wanting to play outside. They noticed I jumped when someone said the word, secret. She swallowed. My grandmother asked me one day, "Sweetheart, why do you look scared when people talk about him?" And I froze. I didn't know how to answer. But she didn't push. She just said, "You can tell me anything. Nothing you say will make me love you less." Samantha's eyes glistened, but she stayed composed. That was the first time I felt safe enough to speak. She continued. I didn't tell her everything at once. I told her little pieces. And she listened. She didn't get angry. She didn't panic. She didn't blame me. She just said, "Secrets that make you scared are not secrets you keep." Her voice strengthened. My grandparents protected me. They stepped in. They talked to my parents. They made sure I was safe. They made sure he never had access to me again. I'm sharing this because shared secrets grooming doesn't start with danger. It starts with trust. It starts with feeling special. It starts with someone making you believe you're part of something private and important. She took a breath. And that is why children don't speak up. They think they're protecting someone. They think they're doing the right thing. They think the secret is their responsibility. But secrets that isolate a child are never safe. Secrets that make a child uncomfortable are never harmless. And secrets that require silence are never love. She sat down. Amethyst came to get the microphone.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Samantha a respectful nod as she returned to her seat. His posture was composed, his expression thoughtful, the look of someone who has seen this pattern unfold in countless cases and understands its quiet power. His voice, when he began, was steady and clear. Thank you, Samantha. Your story illustrates one of the most subtle and deceptive grooming patterns we see, shared secrets grooming. He let the room settle before continuing. Number 1. Shared secrets grooming begins with trust, not fear. This pattern doesn't start with danger, he said. It starts with trust. It starts with an adult making a child feel special, chosen, or included in something private. He continued. Children are naturally drawn to adults who treat them as mature, capable, or important. Offenders know this. They use it. Number 2. The offender creates a special bond. In this pattern, he explained, the offender builds a relationship based on exclusivity. He listed the early signs. This is just between us. Don't tell anyone. They won't understand. You're the only one I can trust with this. You're more mature than other kids your age. These statements are not compliments, he said. They are tools. Number 3. The secrets start small, on purpose. Offenders rarely begin with anything alarming, he said. They start with harmless secrets. Snacks, jokes, Small favors. Minor rule breaking. He paused. These early secrets are tests. They are designed to see how the child reacts, how loyal they are, and how willing they are to keep quiet. Number 4. The secrets escalate slowly. Once the child proves they can keep small secrets, he continued, the offender introduces bigger ones. He added, and because the child has already been conditioned to protect the relationship, they feel responsible for keeping the secret, even when it makes them uncomfortable. This is why children rarely disclose. They believe they are protecting someone. They believe they are doing the right thing. Number 5. Shared secrets. Grooming creates emotional entrapment. This pattern creates a psychological trap, he said. He explained. The child feels loyalty. The child feels chosen. The child feels responsible. The child feels afraid of disappointing the offender. He paused. And that emotional entanglement is what keeps the child silent. Number 6. Why parents often miss the signs. In many cases, he said, parents do not notice anything is wrong. He continued, the child is not acting out. The offender is not crossing obvious boundaries. The relationship looks friendly, even wholesome. He added, that is why this pattern is so dangerous. It hides in plain sight. Number 7. Why grandparents often notice first. Dr. Blake's tone softened. In Samantha's case, it was her grandparents who noticed. And that is not uncommon. He explained. Grandparents often observe from a distance. They notice subtle changes in behavior. They notice discomfort around certain names. They notice when a child withdraws or becomes quiet. He paused. And because they are not as overwhelmed by daily responsibilities, they often see what others miss. Number 8. The clinical bottom line. He concluded with clarity and compassion. Shared secrets. Grooming is not about gifts or attention. It is about control. It is about emotional manipulation. It is about creating a private world where the offender holds all the power. He looked around the room, his voice steady. And that is why any secret that isolates a child, frightens a child, or makes a child feel responsible for an adult's emotions is a red flag. Children should never carry adult secrets. Ever. He stepped back, signaling the end of his breakdown.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward with a quiet, focused presence. He gave Samantha a respectful nod, the kind of acknowledgement that says I heard you, and I believe you, before turning to the room. His voice, when he began, was steady and unmistakably serious. Shared secrets. Grooming is one of the most strategically calculated patterns we investigate. It's subtle, it's patient, and it's designed to operate under the radar. He clasped his hands behind his back, a familiar stance. Number 1. Offenders use secrets as a tool of control. In this pattern, he said, the offender doesn't rely on gifts or attention. They rely on secrecy. He continued. They create a private world with the child, a world where the offender controls the information, the rules, and the emotional tone. He added, and once a child is pulled into that world, they feel responsible for protecting it. Number 2. The secrets start innocent, on purpose. Offenders rarely begin with anything alarming, he explained. They start with harmless secrets. A snack, a joke, a small favor, a minor rule broken. He paused. These early secrets are tests. They're checking. Will the child keep quiet? Will the child protect me? Will the child choose me over other adults? Number 3. The offender gradually escalates the content of the secrets. Once the offender knows the child will keep small secrets, he said, they introduce bigger ones. He listed the escalation: secrets about other adults, secrets about the offender's personal life, secrets that make the child uncomfortable, secrets that isolate the child from family. These secrets are designed to create emotional dependency, he said. And emotional dependency is what keeps the child silent. Number 4. Why children don't disclose. O'Reilly's tone softened, but remained firm. Children in these situations don't stay silent because they're afraid of the offender. They stay silent because they think they're protecting the offender. He continued, they believe they're doing the right thing. They believe they're being loyal. They believe the secret is their responsibility. He shook his head gently. That's the manipulation. Number 5. Why parents often miss the signs. From an investigative standpoint, he said, shared secrets grooming is one of the hardest patterns to detect. He explained, the offender doesn't need physical access at first. There are no gifts to trace. No suspicious messages. No obvious boundary violations. He added, and because the relationship looks friendly, parents often interpret it as mentorship or kindness. Number 6. Why grandparents often notice first. O'Reilly nodded toward Samantha. In Samantha's case, it was her grandparents who noticed. And that's something we see often. He continued, grandparents observe from a distance. They're not caught up in the daily rush. They notice subtle changes. Tone, posture, avoidance, discomfort. He paused, and because they're not overwhelmed, they have the emotional bandwidth to ask the right questions. Number 7. The investigative bottom line. He concluded with clarity. Shared secrets grooming is not about affection. It's not about mentorship. It's not about friendship. He looked around the room, his voice steady and unmistakably firm. It is about isolation. It is about control. It is about creating a private world where the offender holds all the power. And any adult who asks a child to keep secrets, especially secrets that isolate them from their family, is a red flag. Every time.
Tarquin stepped forward with a calm, thoughtful presence. Shared secrets grooming is one of the hardest patterns for communities to catch, he began. Not because people don't care, but because the signs don't look like danger. They look like friendship. They look like trust. They look like a child being treated like they're mature. Number 1, communities often praise children who keep things to themselves. In a lot of neighborhoods, he said, kids are taught early to be strong. To handle things on their own. To not run and tell every little thing. He continued, so when a child starts keeping secrets, people don't always see it as a red flag. They see it as maturity. They see it as independence. They see it as the child being grown. But sometimes that silence isn't strength. It's fear. It's confusion. It's manipulation. Number 2, offenders use cultural norms to their advantage. In many communities, he said, we teach kids to respect adults. To listen. To be polite. To not question grown folks. He paused. And offenders know that. They use it. They use our values, respect, loyalty, privacy, to build a secret world with the child. He added, and because the adult looks friendly, helpful, or familiar, nobody thinks twice. Number 3, shared secrets feel like belonging to a child. When a child is told, this is just between us, it can feel special. It can feel like they've been chosen. It can feel like they're important. He continued, and in communities where kids don't always get one-on-one attention, that feeling hits even harder. That's why children don't speak up. They think they're protecting someone. They think they're doing the right thing. Number 4, parents often miss the signs, but grandparents don't. He nodded toward Samantha again. In Samantha's story, it was her grandparents who noticed. And that makes perfect sense. He explained, grandparents watch from the edges. They're not rushing to work. They're not juggling 3 responsibilities at once. They're not distracted by the day-to-day. He added, they notice when a child gets quiet around a certain name. They notice when a child avoids a certain house. They notice when a child flinches at the word, secret. He paused. Grandparents see the small things. And the small things matter. Number 5, communities must learn to question friendly adults. In our neighborhoods, he said, we often trust people because they've been around a long time. Because they're familiar. Because they help out. Because they seem harmless. But familiarity is not the same as safety. And helpful is not the same as trustworthy. He continued, we have to pay attention to the adults who build private relationships with children. The adults who create inside jokes. The adults who ask kids to keep things quiet. The adults who make a child feel like they're part of a secret club. He paused. That's not mentorship. That's grooming. Number 6, the community bottom line. Tarquin concluded with clarity and compassion. Shared secrets grooming doesn't start with danger. It starts with privacy. It starts with exclusivity. It starts with a child feeling special. And that's why we, as a community, have to pay attention to the quiet shifts. The subtle changes. The small discomforts. Because those are the signs. And any adult who asks a child to keep secrets, especially secrets that isolate them from their family, is a red flag. Every single time.
Amethyst rose again with her signature calm, letting the room settle after the intensity of shared secrets grooming. She waited until the last few murmurs quieted, until Penny and Karma were settled again with their crayons, until the adults had taken a breath. She stepped forward, holding the microphone with both hands. All right, everyone, thank you for staying present with us. We're moving into pattern number 8. Her tone shifted, steady, serious, but gentle. This next pattern is called testing boundaries grooming. It is one of the earliest patterns offenders use. It's subtle, it's slow, and it's designed to see what a child will tolerate. She paused, letting the weight of that land. The survivor who will be sharing this pattern with us today is Tisha. Amethyst's voice softened with respect. Tisha's story shows how offenders push small boundaries first, tiny things that seem harmless, and how those small tests can escalate if no adult notices. Her story is powerful because it shows how quickly a child can become confused, even when nothing big has happened yet. She stepped aside, creating space. Please welcome Tisha as she shares her experience with testing boundaries grooming. She handed Tisha the microphone with both hands, a gesture of dignity and solidarity, then returned to her seat. Tisha stood up, her voice soft but steady. My story is about boundaries, she began. Not the big ones, the little ones. The ones you don't even realize are being crossed until it's too late. I was 9 when it started. The person who groomed me wasn't a stranger. He was someone who came around the house a lot. A friend of the family. Someone everyone trusted. He didn't start with anything scary. He started with jokes. Teasing. Little comments about how I was getting so grown. Her voice stayed calm, but the weight was there. At first, it felt harmless. Adults tease kids all the time. But then he started testing things. She lifted one finger. First test, he'd stand too close. Not touching me, just close enough to make me uncomfortable. And if I stepped back, he'd laugh and say, relax, I'm just playing. She lifted a second finger. Second test, he'd touch my hair. Not in a loving way, in a way that felt off. Too slow, too familiar. And if I pulled away, he'd say, don't be dramatic. She lifted a third finger. Third test, he'd comment on my clothes. That shirt's a little tight, isn't it? Or, you're getting curves already. And if I looked confused, he'd say, I'm just joking. She paused. And every time I reacted, he'd make me feel like I was the one being weird. Like I was overthinking. Like I was too sensitive. She looked up at the audience. That's how boundary testing works. They push a little, then they pull back, then they push again, and each time, the child gets more confused about what's normal. She swallowed. I didn't tell anyone because nothing big had happened. That's what I told myself. I didn't have the language to explain why I felt uncomfortable. Her voice softened. A small, grateful smile touched her face. My dad noticed I didn't want to be in the same room with him anymore. He noticed I'd suddenly get quiet when that man walked in. He noticed I'd sit on the opposite side of the couch. He noticed I'd leave the room without saying anything. She took a breath. One day, after the man left, my dad said, "Tisha, why do you look uncomfortable when he talks to you?" She paused. And I froze. Because I didn't know how to explain something that felt small but wrong. Her voice trembled slightly. But my dad didn't push. He didn't get angry. He didn't say I was imagining things. He just said, "You can tell me anything. And you don't ever have to let someone make you uncomfortable." She blinked back emotion. That was all it took. I started crying. And I told him everything, the closeness, the hair touching, the comments, the jokes that didn't feel like jokes. She continued. My dad didn't blame me. He didn't ask why I didn't speak up sooner. He didn't say, "He didn't mean it like that." He just said, "You did the right thing telling me. I've got you." Her voice strengthened. And he protected me. He made sure that man never had access to me again. He didn't wait for something bigger to happen. He didn't wait for proof. He trusted my discomfort. She looked around the room, grounded and composed. I'm sharing this because boundary testing is how grooming often begins. It's slow. It's subtle. It's confusing. And kids don't know how to explain discomfort when nothing big has happened. She stepped back, her voice firm. But discomfort is enough. Confusion is enough. A child pulling away is enough. Boundary testing is grooming, even when it looks small.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Tisha a respectful nod. His voice was warm, steady, and deeply grounded. "Thank you, Tisha," he said. "Your story is one of the clearest examples of testing boundaries grooming that we see in clinical practice, and one of the most honest portrayals of how families actually react." He let the room breathe before continuing. Number 1. Boundary testing begins with small violations. This pattern rarely starts with anything dramatic, he said. It begins with small shifts, tiny violations that are easy to dismiss. He listed them gently. Standing too close, unnecessary touching, comments about appearance, jokes that aren't really jokes. These are not accidents, he said. They are deliberate tests. Number 2. The offender watches the child's reaction. Every small test is designed to gather information, he explained. They're watching to see, does the child freeze? Does the child laugh nervously? Does the child pull away? Does the child tell anyone? He paused. And if the child doesn't speak up, not because they're okay, but because they're confused, the offender learns they can push further. Number 3. The child becomes confused about what's normal. This pattern creates internal conflict, he said. The child feels uncomfortable, but nothing big has happened. So they question themselves. They wonder if they're overreacting. They wonder if they're being rude. They wonder if they're imagining it. He added, and that confusion is exactly what the offender is counting on. Number 4. Why children don't disclose. Children rarely speak up during this stage, he said gently. Because they don't have the language. Because they don't want to cause trouble. Because they're afraid of being blamed. Because they think they're supposed to tolerate it. He looked around the room. And because adults often dismiss early discomfort as nothing. Number 5. The father's anger was normal and protective. Dr. Blake's tone deepened, becoming more personal. I want to highlight something important in Tisha's story, he said. Her father's anger was normal, healthy, expected. He continued. When a parent hears that someone has crossed a physical boundary with their child, the instinctive reaction is rage. The desire to confront, the desire to fight, the desire to protect at any cost. He let that truth settle. But Tisha's father did something incredibly important. He paused. He thought. He chose protection over impulse. He added, he understood that if he acted on that anger, if he confronted the man, if he harmed him, he would go to jail. And if he went to jail, he couldn't protect his daughter. He nodded gently. That moment of restraint is not weakness. It is strategy. It is love. It is long-term protection. Number 6, the clinical bottom line. He concluded with clarity and compassion. Testing boundaries. Grooming is not about affection. It is not about teasing. It is not about harmless jokes. He looked around the room, steady and grounded. It is about seeing what a child will tolerate. It is about slowly eroding their sense of safety. It is about preparing them for further violations. He let the room absorb that. And any adult who repeatedly makes a child uncomfortable, even in small ways, is a red flag. Every single time, he stepped back, signaling the end of his breakdown.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward with that quiet, controlled presence he carried everywhere. The kind that said he'd seen a lot, understood a lot, and didn't need to raise his voice to command a room. He gave Tisha a respectful nod before turning to the group. "Thank you, Tisha," he said. "Your story is a textbook example of how offenders test boundaries, and how families respond when they finally see what's happening." He folded his hands in front of him. Number 1, boundary testing is strategic, not accidental. In federal investigations, he began, we see this pattern all the time. Offenders don't start with something that looks criminal. They start with something that looks confusing. He continued, they push a little. They watch the child's reaction. They pull back. Then they push again. He nodded toward Tisha. That's exactly what happened to you. Number 2, the offender counts on adults missing the early signs. Most adults don't recognize grooming in the early stages, he said. Not because they don't care, but because the behavior doesn't look illegal yet. He added, comments, jokes, hair touching, standing too close. None of that looks like a crime on paper, but it's absolutely part of the grooming process. Number 3, when a parent finally sees it, the anger is real. Agent O'Reilly's tone shifted, deeper, more personal. I want to talk about Tisha's father for a moment, he said. Because his reaction is one I've seen hundreds of times in my career. He paused. When a parent realizes someone has crossed a physical boundary with their child, the first reaction is rage. Not confusion, not hesitation, rage. He let that sit, and that reaction is normal. It is human. It is protective. Number 4, but acting on that rage can backfire. He continued, voice steady and firm. I've worked cases where fathers went straight to the offender's house. I've worked cases where uncles showed up with a baseball bat. I've worked cases where cousins got into fights and ended up in handcuffs. He shook his head gently. And every time that happens, the offender gets to play the victim. The case gets complicated. The family member gets arrested. And the child loses the adult who was trying to protect them. He looked around the room. That's not justice. That's a setback. Number 5, Tisha's father did exactly what protects a child long-term. Agent O'Reilly nodded toward her again. What your father did. Stopping himself, thinking it through, choosing not to go after the man. That is one of the hardest decisions a parent can make. He added, he didn't suppress his anger. He controlled it. He redirected it. He used it to protect you instead of escalating the situation. His voice softened. That's strength. That's strategy. That's love. Number 6, what happens when a family reports boundary testing? He shifted into investigative clarity. When a family reports this kind of behavior, here's what happens on our end. We document the pattern. We look for escalation. We check for other victims. We interview the offender. We build a timeline. We gather digital evidence. We look for grooming behaviors across multiple children. He paused. And if we find enough evidence, even before a major crime occurs, we can intervene. Number 7, the investigative bottom line. He concluded with calm authority. Boundary testing is not harmless. It is not accidental. It is not a misunderstanding. He looked around the room, steady and grounded. It is the beginning of a crime. And when a parent recognizes it, and responds with both anger and restraint, that child has a much better chance of staying safe. He stepped back, signaling the end of his angle.
Tarquin stepped forward with that calm, steady presence he carried everywhere, the presence of someone who had seen these patterns play out in real neighborhoods, real families, real living rooms. He nodded respectfully toward Tisha before speaking. "First, I want to say this," he began. Everything Tisha described, the jokes, the hair touching, the comments, the closeness, in a lot of our communities, none of that used to set off alarms. He let that truth settle. Number one, back then, people didn't know what grooming was. In the era many of us grew up in, he said, nobody had the language for grooming. Nobody was teaching these patterns. Nobody was breaking it down like this. He continued. So when a grown man joked with a kid, people said he was friendly. When he gave compliments, people said he was nice. When he teased, people said he was playful. When he touched a child's hair, people said he was affectionate. He shook his head gently. None of that raised red flags back then. Not because people didn't care, but because they didn't know what they were looking at. Number two, communities normalize certain behaviors. In a lot of neighborhoods, he said, kids grow up around adults who joke rough, talk loud, tease, and show affection physically. He added, so when an offender uses those same behaviors, it blends right in. It doesn't look like danger. It looks like culture. He paused. And that's exactly why offenders choose those behaviors. Number three, but physical boundary violations change everything. Tarquin's tone deepened. Now, when a grown man crosses into physical territory, touching a child in a way that feels wrong, standing too close, making comments about their body, that's when the community wakes up. He nodded toward Tisha. That's why her father reacted the way he did. Because physical boundary crossing is the line nobody ignores. Number four, father's anger is real and expected. Tarquin spoke with quiet authority. In our communities, fathers are protectors. Uncles are protectors. Older cousins are protectors. When they hear that someone crossed a line with their child, the first reaction is anger. Real anger. He continued. They want to confront. They want to fight. They want to handle it themselves. He paused. And that reaction is not toxic. It's not overreacting. It's not dramatic. It's instinct. It's love. It's protection. Number five, but restraint is also protection. He nodded again toward Tisha. What her father did, stopping himself, thinking it through, choosing not to go after the man, that's the kind of strength people don't talk about enough. He added, because in our communities, we know what happens when a father acts on that anger. He goes to jail. The offender plays the victim. The case gets messy. And the child loses the person who was trying to protect them. He let that land. So when a father says, I want to go after him, but I'm staying right here because you need me, that's not weakness. That's wisdom. Number six, the community bottom line. Tarquin concluded with clarity. Testing boundaries. Grooming works because it hides inside normal behavior. It hides inside culture. It hides inside what people think is harmless. He looked around the room, steady and grounded. And that's why we have to teach this. Because once you know the signs, you can't unsee them. And once you understand the pattern, you can protect kids before the worst happens. He stepped back, giving the room a moment to breathe.
While Victoria's story echoed through the room, LT's mind drifted back to something that had happened earlier. Something that now hit him with a force he wasn't prepared for. He remembered walking over to where Rich was sitting with his little girl, Karma. A child with Down syndrome. A child who radiated innocence. A child who trusted Rich completely. And Rich wasn't just sitting with her. He was protecting her with every breath, every gesture, every instinct. He wasn't distracted. He wasn't careless. He wasn't half present. He was a father, a real one. And LT felt that. When LT walked up, Karma didn't look at him. Not out of fear, out of instinct. Children with Down syndrome are some of the most intuitive souls on earth. They feel energy. They sense character. They know when someone carries storms inside them. And Karma turned inward toward Rich without even thinking. LT noticed, and it cut him. Because he knew why. He still had demons. He still had shadows. He still had the residue of the man he used to be. And children can sense that. Watching Rich with Karma, a thought hit him so hard he almost lost his breath. Rich is doing everything right so he can stay in his daughter's life. And I lost mine. He had kids out there. Kids he wasn't allowed to see. Kids he was court-ordered to stay away from. Kids he would never tuck in, never protect, never raise. Not because he hurt them. He never laid a hand on a child. But because he hurt their mother, and the court decided that was enough. He felt that guilt like a weight on his chest. How did I let that happen? Victoria's story hit him again. Her cousin who acted on impulse, her brothers who were furious, her aunt and uncle who protected her. And suddenly, LT understood something he never understood before. Those cousins who glared at him in court, those uncles who wanted to fight him, those brothers who stared him down, they weren't overreacting. They were protecting. And he had been the danger. That realization didn't destroy him. It humbled him. He looked toward Charles, the Marine, sitting in the back. Charles trusted Rich enough to let his daughter sit with him. Charles respected Rich. Charles saw him as safe. And LT thought, that's the kind of man I want to be. A man another father trusts with his child. Not feared. Not avoided. Not glared at. Trusted. He thought about his childhood. No father. No guidance. No discipline. Just chaos, just survival, just pain. And he thought, maybe if I join the Marines, maybe that will make me a man. Maybe that will give me the discipline I never had. Maybe that will burn these demons out of me. He was still young enough, still eligible, still able to choose a different path. And for the first time in his life, he wanted structure. He wanted accountability. He wanted transformation. He wanted to earn the right to be trusted. He wanted to earn the right to be a father again. Even if he never saw his kids, he wanted to become someone Karma wouldn't turn away from. He wanted to become someone Charles would respect. He wanted to become someone Rich could look in the eye. He wanted to become someone he could live with. And right there in that seminar room, surrounded by stories of harm and healing, LT made a decision.
I'm taking the physical. I'm enlisting. I'm becoming a Marine. He didn't cry. He didn't speak. He didn't move. But something inside him shifted. A quiet, private, irreversible shift. The kind that doesn't need applause. The kind that doesn't need witnesses. The kind that doesn't need validation. The kind that makes a boy into a man. And that afternoon, in that room, listening to those stories, seeing Rich with his daughter, feeling Karma's instinct, remembering his past, and choosing his future, LT became a man.
Victoria stood slowly, smoothing her shirt with trembling hands. She wasn't nervous, she was steady, but the weight of her story lived in her posture. She took a breath, then lifted her chin. My story is about blame, she began. Not the blame that comes from strangers, the blame that comes from inside your own head. I was 12 when it started. The man who groomed me wasn't a stranger. He was someone my family trusted. Someone who always had something nice to say. Someone who made me feel like I was the one doing something wrong. Her voice stayed calm, but the pain underneath was unmistakable. He'd say things like, "You're so mature for your age," or, "You know you like the attention." And when I pulled away, he'd say, "Don't act innocent." She swallowed. That's how victim-blaming grooming works. They make you feel responsible for their behavior. They make you feel like you invited it. And I believed him. I thought I caused it. I thought I did something wrong. When my family found out, everything exploded. My older brothers were furious. They wanted to go after him. They wanted to fight. But they were older, more mature. They kept saying, "We can't make this worse. We have to think." They were angry, but they were controlled. But my cousin, the one who had already been to jail, he didn't think at all. He said, "I don't care. I'm going." And he meant it. She continued. He found the man. He confronted him. He assaulted him. And he got arrested. He got released later, but that moment changed everything. It scared me. It made me feel like all of this was my fault. But the turning point wasn't my cousin. It wasn't my brothers. It was my aunt and uncle, the cousin's parents. They were the first ones who said, "Victoria, this is not your fault." They were the first ones who said, "You didn't cause this." They were the first ones who said, "We're not blaming you." She blinked back emotion. They sat me down and said, "Adults are responsible for their behavior. Not children. Not ever." That was the moment I realized I wasn't the problem. He was. LT sat still, jaw tight, eyes lowered, replaying the memories of his own past, the choices that had caused his partners and their families this same kind of pain. The facilitators noticed the shift in him, the way his posture changed, the way the truth settled heavy across his shoulders. I know this story hits some people harder than others. Especially people who grew up around chaos. People who saw cousins act first and think later. People who watched family members go to jail trying to protect someone they loved. And for people like that, this story isn't just a story. It's a memory. LT swallowed hard, but didn't speak. I'm sharing this because victim-blaming grooming is powerful. It makes you believe you caused the harm. It makes you believe you deserved it. It makes you believe you're the problem. But you're not. You never were. And you never will be. Victim blaming is grooming. And it ends the moment someone tells the truth. As Victoria spoke, LT sat still, jaw tight, eyes lowered, replaying the memories of his own past, the choices that had caused his partners and their families this same kind of pain. Dr. Blake noticed. Not with judgment, not with alarm, but with that quiet, Clinical awareness he carried, the kind that sees a man wrestling with himself and recognizes the moment for what it is. He didn't call attention to it. He simply filed it away, the way a seasoned clinician does when someone is finally starting to feel the weight of their own history. A few rows back, Earl leaned toward Peggy, keeping his voice low enough not to disturb the room. "See, Peg," he whispered, "I told you, if that boy wasn't a good kid, he wouldn't be feeling the guilt he's feeling right now. He tenses up every time this subject comes up. But today, he's doing it more than I ever seen him do it." Peggy's eyes softened as she watched LT. "I wish he had male role models around him when he was growing up," she murmured. "It's not his fault. We may have to adopt him too." Earl gave a small shrug, the kind that carried both humor and truth. "Hey, I wish he did too, Peg. Maybe I can try to spend more time with the boy." Blake got Rich on the right track. "Now we need to work on LT." Peggy nodded, her expression warm and maternal. And in the quiet of that moment, between Victoria's truth, LT's guilt, Blake's awareness, and Earl and Peggy's whispered compassion, the room held something rare. A man beginning to change. And a community quietly deciding to help him do it.
LT realizing he wasn't a groomer of children, but he was choosing emotionally vulnerable, broken women because he knew they wouldn't challenge him. And that pattern mirrors grooming dynamics. And that realization disgusts him. And that disgust is what wakes him up. And that's why this seminar becomes his turning point.
And as he sat there, another truth hit him. One he had never admitted to anyone, not even Dr. Blake. When Blake told him and Marissa they needed to live apart, LT nodded like he understood. But he never followed through. He still had his own apartment, but he moved into hers anyway, too afraid of being alone with himself. And the one time he did try to live alone, he panicked so badly, he filled the silence with 3 pets. A fish, a bird, and a dog. Anything to avoid sitting with his own thoughts. It was only now, listening to these stories, that he realized he had built his entire life around avoiding solitude. He had never fasted from relationships, never detoxed from attention, never given himself the space to heal. And in that moment, he knew what he had to do. For the first time in his life, he was going to tell a woman he needed to separate. Not because she pushed him away, but because he needed to grow. He was going to change his number, cut off the cycle, get his health back, and talk to Charles about enlisting in the Marines before anyone could talk him out of it. For the first time, he wasn't running to a woman. He was running towards becoming a man.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Victoria a respectful nod as she returned to her seat. His presence was steady, the kind of steady that makes the entire room feel held. He waited a moment before speaking, allowing the weight of her story to settle. "Victoria," he said gently, "thank you. What you just shared is one of the clearest examples of victim-blaming grooming we see in clinical practice." His voice was warm, but precise, the tone of someone who has spent years helping people untangle the lies they were taught to believe. As he spoke, His eyes briefly flicked toward LT, just long enough to register the young man's tightened jaw, lowered gaze, and the guilt pressing down on him. Blake didn't call attention to it. He simply noted it, the way a seasoned clinician recognizes when someone is finally confronting themselves. Then he continued. Number 1. Victim-blaming grooming is psychological manipulation. Victim-blaming grooming, he began, is not about physical force. It's about psychological distortion. The offender convinces the child that they caused the behavior, that they invited the attention, that they are responsible for the adult's choices. That is not confusion. That is not misunderstanding. That is strategy. Number 2. Offenders twist the child's sense of responsibility. When an adult says things like, "You're mature for your age. You know you like the attention. Don't act innocent. You made me do this." They are not complimenting the child. They are conditioning them. They are teaching the child to blame themselves. Number 3. Why children believe the blame. Children internalize blame easily, he said softly. Because they want to be good. Because they want adults to be proud of them. Because they don't want to cause trouble. Because they don't understand power dynamics. And when an adult tells a child, "This is your fault," the child believes it, even when it's a lie. Number 4. The family's reaction matters, all of it. In Victoria's story, we saw 3 different family reactions, and each one is clinically significant. They were furious, but they paused. They thought. They considered consequences. That is protective behavior. His reaction came from love, but it was also driven by pain. And while his intention was to protect, his actions created new harm, for himself, for the family, and for Victoria. This is common. Families often react with violence when they feel powerless. But violence complicates the case. It shifts attention away from the offender. It can even silence the child. They did something incredibly important, he said. They told her, "This is not your fault." They told her, "You didn't cause this." They told her, "We believe you." That is what breaks the grooming spell. That is what restores the child's sense of self. That is what begins healing. Number 5. Why this pattern is so damaging. Victim-blaming grooming doesn't just harm the child in the moment, he said. It shapes how they see themselves. It shapes how they see relationships. It shapes how they see responsibility. He continued, and unless someone interrupts that pattern, like Victoria's aunt and uncle did, the child may carry that blame into adulthood. Number 6. The clinical bottom line. Dr. Blake concluded with clarity and compassion. Victim-blaming grooming is one of the most psychologically destructive patterns we see. It convinces the child that they are the problem. It convinces the child that they caused the harm. It convinces the child that they deserved the behavior. But the truth is simple. Children are never responsible for an adult's behavior. Not then. Not now. Not ever. He stepped back, signaling the end of his breakdown, and the room exhaled.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward. "Victoria," he said, "thank you. What you described is something we see in federal cases across the country. Victim-blaming grooming isn't accidental. It's not emotional confusion. It's a deliberate tactic. Let me break down what this looks like from an investigative standpoint. Number 1. Offenders use blame to control the narrative. In law enforcement, we look for patterns," he said. And one of the clearest patterns in grooming cases is this. Offenders try to control the story before anyone else can. He continued. They tell the child, "You wanted this." They tell the child, "You're the mature one." They tell the child, "If anyone finds out, it'll be your fault." That's not confusion. That's preemptive defense. They're building a shield for themselves and a cage for the child. Number 2. Victim blaming creates silence, and silence protects offenders. From an investigative angle, he said, victim blaming grooming is one of the most effective silencing tools offenders use. First, It makes the child feel responsible. Second, it makes the child afraid of getting in trouble. And third, it makes the child believe no one will believe them. When a child carries that kind of fear, they don't disclose. And when they don't disclose, the offender keeps access. Number 3, family reactions can make or break a case. Agent O'Reilly nodded toward Victoria. In your story, we saw 3 types of reactions, and I want to highlight why each one matters. From an investigative standpoint, this is the ideal reaction. They were angry, but they didn't interfere with the case. They didn't compromise evidence. They didn't escalate the situation. This is extremely common. Families want justice. They want to protect. But when someone acts on impulse, it complicates the investigation. It shifts attention away from the offender and onto the family member. And sometimes, it gives the offender a defense. These are the people who save cases, he said plainly. They calm the child. They reassure the child. They validate the child. When a child feels believed, they're more likely to disclose clearly. And clear disclosure is what allows us to build a strong case. Number 4, why offenders target certain children. Offenders don't pick children at random, he said. They pick children who are trusting, eager to please, afraid of disappointing adults, are already dealing with family chaos. He continued, and they use victim-blaming grooming because it works especially well on children who don't want to cause trouble. That's why this pattern is so dangerous. It doesn't just silence the child, it makes them defend the offender. Number 5, the federal bottom line. Agent O'Reilly's voice settled into its firmest tone. In federal investigations, we treat victim-blaming grooming as a deliberate act of coercion. It's not an accident. It's not a misunderstanding. It's a strategy offenders use to maintain access and avoid detection. He let the room absorb that. And the moment a child believes they caused the harm, the offender has already won half the battle. That's why stories like Victoria's matter. They show us exactly how offenders operate, and exactly how families can interrupt the pattern.
Tarquin rose slowly, hands in his pockets, shoulders relaxed but eyes sharp. The posture of a man who has seen too much to sugarcoat anything, but cares too much to let the room misunderstand what really happens in families like theirs. He nodded toward Victoria with genuine respect. Your story, he said, that's not rare where I come from. That's normal. And that's the problem. He let that sit for a moment. Number 1, in our communities, anger shows up before language. In neighborhoods like ours, Tarquin began, we don't always have the words for trauma. We don't have the therapy vocabulary. We don't have the calm conversations. He tapped his chest. What we do have is instinct. And instinct shows up as anger. You got the older brothers, the ones who feel the fire but try to think before they act. They're mad, but they're calculating. They're trying to protect without blowing up the whole situation. And then you got the cousin, the one who's already been through the system, already carrying his own pain. He's the one who says, I don't care, I'm going. And he means it. Tarquin sighed. That cousin exists in every family I know. Number 2, violence is a survival language, not a solution. See, he continued, a lot of our families grew up in environments where violence wasn't a choice, it was survival. So when something happens to a child, especially a girl, the instinct is to fight first and think later. But that instinct, even when it comes from love, can make things worse. It can scare the child. It can shift the focus. It can turn the whole situation into chaos. And chaos is exactly what offenders count on. Number 3, the aunt and uncle. Every community has a pair like them. But then you got the aunt and uncle, the stabilizers. The ones who sit you down and say, baby, this is not your fault. He tapped his temple. They're the ones who break the generational patterns. They're the ones who calm the storm. They're the ones who bring clarity. He nodded toward Victoria. They're the reason you're standing here today. Number 4, Why victim blaming hits harder in our culture. In our communities, he said, kids grow up being told. Respect adults. Don't talk back. Don't question nothing. Don't embarrass the family. So when an adult crosses a line, the child automatically thinks, I must have done something wrong. He shook his head. That's not weakness. That's conditioning. Number 5, YLT. Felt this story in his bones. Tarquin didn't look directly at LT, but his voice softened in a way that made it clear he understood. And for some of the men in this room, this story hits different. Because they've been on the other side of that anger. They've seen cousins ready to fight. They've seen uncles storm out the door. They've seen families explode. He let that truth settle. And some of them are realizing, maybe for the first time, that their actions caused that same kind of pain. He didn't name LT. He didn't need to. Number 6, the community bottom line. Tarquin finished with a quiet, grounded truth. In our communities, we don't always have the tools. We don't always have the language. But we do have love. And sometimes that love comes out messy, loud, or dangerous. He nodded toward Victoria again. But when someone finally says, this is not your fault, that's when the healing starts. That's when the cycle breaks. That's when the community grows.
The facilitators gathered near the front of the room, speaking in low voices as the participants began packing up for lunch. Dr. Blake leaned in slightly, sharing quiet observations with Agent O'Reilly and Tarquin. Amethyst stood with them for a moment, jotting notes in her chart before heading out with Tarquin. None of the participants could hear what the facilitators were saying, but their faces made it clear they were discussing something serious. Something they had all noticed. Something about LT. Then Amethyst stepped forward, her voice warm and steady. All right everyone, we're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. Please ground yourselves in whatever way feels comfortable, get some air, stretch, eat something. And remember, 2 facilitators will remain in the room during lunch if anyone needs a private conversation. If there's anything you're not comfortable sharing out loud, you can write it down and hand it to us. People began to rise, gathering their things. Bonnie and Charles walked over to Penny, encouraging her to come with them. Penny happily took her father's hand, bouncing toward the door. Rich lifted Karma into his arms, whispering something that made her giggle as they headed out for lunch. Earl stood, stretching his back. He looked at LT, still sitting, still staring at his phone, and placed a firm, fatherly hand on his shoulder. Just a pat, no words. LT looked up and gave him a small nod. Earl nodded back, then turned to Peggy. Come on, Peg, let's go eat. They left the room. Now the classroom was almost empty. Only LT and Marissa remained, and the 2 facilitators who stayed behind, Dr. Blake and Agent O'Reilly. They didn't hover. They didn't stare. They simply remained present, giving him space while quietly observing. LT sat hunched over his phone, scrolling through old messages. A text from an ex. A missed call. A string of flirty messages from girls he barely remembered. Marissa glanced over before leaving and saw the screen. Really? She muttered. You still got those numbers? He shrugged. I just forgot to delete them. She rolled her eyes and walked out, frustrated. And that's when something shifted. As the room emptied, LT suddenly felt the silence. The real silence. The kind he had always avoided. He stared at his phone, reading the messages again, the attention, the drama, the jealousy, the chaos. And for the first time, he wondered. Why does Marissa keep coming back? He thought about the fights. The jealousy. The breakups. The makeups. The way she never set boundaries. The way she smoothed everything over with affection instead of accountability. He thought about how she convinced him to move in again, even after Dr. Blake told them not to. He thought about how she never once said, you need help. Never once said, this isn't healthy. Never once said, we need to change. She just kept pulling him back. And a thought hit him, sharp, uncomfortable, undeniable. Does she have her own issues? Is she confusing chaos with love? Is she attached to the bad boy version of me? Another thought followed. If she's stuck in her own cycle, then she can't help me break mine. He swallowed hard, because for the first time, he realized this relationship isn't healthy for either of them. And he has never, not once, been alone long enough to heal. He stared at the phone in his hand. The messages, the patterns, the cycles, the chaos he kept choosing. And he whispered to himself, "This ain't it." Dr. Blake and Agent O'Reilly watched from across the room, not intruding, but quietly recognizing the moment. A man finally seeing the truth. A man finally sitting with himself. A man finally realizing he needs something different. Something disciplined. Something structured. Something that forces him to face himself. Something like the Marines. 15 minutes into the lunch break, a few participants began wandering back into the room. The energy was softer now, people stretching, sipping water, settling back into their seats. LT's phone buzzed. He glanced down and saw the name of his pet sitter, the same mysterious woman Peggy had been trying to figure out earlier. She was at his apartment, taking care of his puppy and checking on his bird. He answered quietly, "Hey, yeah, how's he doing?" Her voice was warm, friendly, strictly professional. "Oh good," he murmured, smiling faintly. "Send me a picture of the bird, yeah, that one always cheers me up." It did. It softened him for a moment. Just then, Marissa walked in with her lunch tray. She sat down across from him, chewing slowly, watching him. "Who are you talking to?" she asked. LT didn't answer. Not because he was hiding anything, but because he was done. Done with the cycle. Done with the drama. Done with the emotional tug of war. He kept talking to the pet sitter. "Yeah, probably another 4, maybe 5 hours, yeah, we should be done by then." He hung up. Marissa's voice sharpened. "Who was that?" LT stayed silent. He wasn't trying to be cruel. He just didn't have the energy to pretend anymore. He didn't want to make a scene in the classroom, but he also wasn't going to soothe her insecurity this time. Marissa's face tightened. She pushed her tray away and crossed her arms, stewing. LT stood up without a word and walked out to get lunch. Marissa watched him go, confused and irritated. The facilitators noticed. Dr. Blake's eyes followed LT to the door. Agent O'Reilly exchanged a quiet look with him. Amethyst, returning from lunch, paused, sensing the shift in the room's emotional temperature. They didn't intervene. They simply observed. After 30 minutes, more participants returned. Earl and Peggy came back in, chatting softly. The facilitators rotated, Amethyst and Tarquin now in the room, while Dr. Blake and O'Reilly stepped out for their own break. Marissa sat alone, eating in silence. She kept glancing at the door, then at her phone, then back at the door. She texted LT, no response. She texted again, still nothing. She finished her food, carried her tray to the drop-off area outside the classroom, and returned to her seat. Now the room was full. Everyone was back, except LT. Marissa's anxiety spiked. She called him, right there in the classroom, and left a voicemail. "Hey, what's going on? Call me. Are you talking to another girl? What's going on?" Her voice cracked slightly at the end. Peggy heard it. Earl heard it. They exchanged a look, not judgmental, but knowing. The facilitators noticed too. Amethyst's eyes softened. Tarquin wrote something in his notes. Amethyst glanced toward the door, then back at Marissa. The room was ready to start again. But LT wasn't there. And everyone could feel the shift. 5 minutes remained before class resumed. Amethyst had just refilled the diffuser, the soft scent drifting through the room as participants settled back into their seats. Marissa sat alone, staring at the empty chair beside her. Another unanswered text to LT. What she didn't know was that LT wasn't ignoring her out of spite, he was in his car, texting Rich. Rich's phone vibrated quietly in his lap. He glanced down, thumbed open the message, and read, "Bro, you tried to warn me. You saw what I didn't see. I'm done with Marissa. I'm not making a scene. I'm just gonna sit in the back. I need to finish this class, it woke me up. I just can't sit next to her anymore." Rich exhaled slowly. He typed back, "I hear you. I'm proud of you. Amethyst is setting up now. I'll tell you when she's looking down." The facilitators noticed Rich texting, but it wasn't unusual. Everyone had smartphones except Earl and Peggy. Still, Dr. Blake clocked the pattern. Rich texting, a quick glance toward Marissa, then back to helping Penny and Karma with their crayons. Blake didn't intervene. He simply understood. Earl and Peggy noticed the empty chair beside Marissa. Peggy's eyes softened. Earl's jaw tightened with concern. The Marine and Bonnie weren't involved in LT and Marissa's situation, but even the Marine noticed the tension in the air, the kind of tension soldiers recognize instinctively. Amethyst stepped forward, diffuser mist curling behind her like a soft veil. "All right everyone," she said warmly, "let's come back together." Marissa looked up at her, still unaware that the man she was angrily texting was no longer outside the building. Rich's phone buzzed again. "LT, is she looking down?" Rich glanced discreetly. Marissa's head was bowed, hair falling forward, thumbs flying across her screen. He typed, "Yes, now." The classroom door opened just a crack, silent, intentional. LT slipped inside, hugging the wall, moving with the quiet precision of someone who didn't want to be seen. Everyone who knew the situation noticed. Earl, Peggy, Dr. Blake, Agent O'Reilly, Amethyst, Tarquin, Rich, everyone except Marissa. Her hair blocked her peripheral vision. Her attention was locked on her phone. She was too busy texting LT to realize he had just walked past her. LT moved all the way to the back of the room and sat at an empty desk, far from her, far from the cycle, far from the chaos. The Marine's eyes flicked toward him for half a second, not turning his head, just a soldier's instinctive awareness, then back to the front. Rich didn't look at LT at all. He kept his eyes on Amethyst, staying neutral, staying loyal. Amethyst saw everything, every movement, every emotional shift, every silent decision, but she stayed professional. Amethyst lifted her voice, steady and warm. "Thank you all for returning. We're moving into pattern 10, threats and fear grooming." She nodded toward the front. "Our survivors for this pattern are Thelma and Jackson. This pattern is especially common with boys, who are often threatened with punishment, shame, or disbelief." Marissa finally looked up, just in time to see Amethyst speaking. She had no idea LT was already in the room. No idea he was sitting in the back. No idea the shift had already happened. She was still texting him. Still waiting for a reply that would never come.
Thelma stood slowly, she was afraid of the memories. But she lifted her chin anyway, the way she always did when she needed to be brave. "My story," she began softly, "is about fear. Not the kind of fear you see in movies. The quiet kind. The kind that sits in your stomach and tells you not to say a word." She took a breath. "I was 9 when it started. The man who groomed me wasn't a stranger. He was someone my family trusted. Someone who lived close by. Someone who always acted like he was doing us a favor." Her voice stayed steady, but her eyes dimmed with memory. "He never used gifts. He never used kindness. He used fear." She swallowed. "He would say things like, 'If you tell anyone, you're gonna get in trouble.' Or, 'Your mama's gonna be mad at you.' Or, 'Nobody's gonna believe you.' And when you're 9, you believe that." She looked down for a moment. "I thought I'd get punished. I thought I'd disappoint my mom. I thought I'd ruin everything. That's how threats work. They don't have to be loud. They just have to be believable. I didn't tell anyone. Not for a long time. I was scared of him, but I was also scared of what would happen if I said anything. And that's the part people don't understand. Fear doesn't just keep you quiet, it makes you feel responsible. Like you're the one who's going to cause the trouble. I thought I was protecting my family by staying silent. Across the room, LT sat in the back, phone on silent, no vibration. He wasn't checking it, but the screen lit up in his peripheral vision. He didn't block Marissa's number yet. He was waiting for the message he knew would come. And then it came. A long, frantic text filled the screen. "That's it, TRO. We are done. I called an Uber. I'm sick and tired of your games, lies, and cheating. Don't ever call me. Don't ever come to my house or I'll file a restraining order again. You're a loser." And just like that, Marissa grabbed her purse, stood up, and stormed out of the classroom. The door clicked shut behind her. Thelma kept talking, steady, brave, unshaken. She had learned long ago how to speak through other people's storms. The facilitators kept their composure. Dr. Blake quietly wrote something in Marissa's chart. Earl and Peggy exchanged a knowing look. They had seen the empty chair, the constant texting, the emotional unraveling, the eruption, the exit. Peggy didn't feel sorry for Marissa this time. She had seen enough of the dynamic to recognize a toxic cycle. Earl felt something else, pride. He saw LT sitting alone, calm, breathing evenly. No foot tapping, no finger tapping, no anxiety, just peace. Earl recognized it instantly. The boy had become a man today. The Marine had seen it coming weeks ago. He glanced at his little girl coloring beside Karma, then at Rich. Rich's phone buzzed. He read the message, smiled, nodded once, and set the phone down. The Marine imagined exactly what the text said. "I finally did it." The facilitators noticed. They stayed professional. And Thelma continued. "One day," she said, "my babysitter came over, the same girl who had been watching me since I was little. She was in high school, but she was like a big sister to me." Thelma smiled faintly at the memory. She noticed I kept checking the window. She noticed I jumped every time a car door shut outside. She noticed I didn't want to play near the front of the house. Her babysitter didn't push. She didn't accuse. She didn't scare her. She just sat next to me and said, "You don't seem like yourself today. Are you scared of somebody?" Thelma nodded slowly. That was the first time I felt safe enough to say anything. And even then, I didn't tell the whole story. I just said I didn't want to be around him. Her babysitter didn't force her to explain. She didn't blame her. She didn't get angry. She just said, "Okay. You don't have to. I'll stay right here." Thelma exhaled. That was the moment the fear started to break. When my family found out the truth later on, she said, they were angry. They were hurt. They were confused. She nodded. But they didn't blame me. They didn't ask why I didn't tell sooner. They didn't say I should have done something different. Her voice warmed. They said, "We're sorry you were scared. We're glad you're safe now." She lifted her head, her voice steady and strong. "I'm sharing this because threats don't always look like threats. Sometimes they sound like warnings. Sometimes they sound like consequences. Sometimes they sound like disappointment." She paused. "And children believe them." She took a breath. "But fear is not consent. Silence is not agreement. And a child is never responsible for an adult's behavior." She stepped back, her voice firm. "Threats are grooming, and they lose their power the moment someone listens."
The trauma bond case study hidden in plain sight. When Thelma finishes speaking and sits down, the room grows quiet, but something significant is unfolding beneath the surface. LT, seated in the back of the classroom, sends Rich a screenshot of Marissa's final text message, the one filled with accusations, emotional volatility, and the old nickname, TRO. This moment is not gossip. It is not drama. It is not pettiness. It is psychology, identity, pattern recognition, and the breaking of a trauma bond. To the untrained eye, this looks like a breakup. To a trained facilitator, it is a live case study. Here is what the audience needs to understand. Number 1. Marissa calling him TRO reveals she was attached to his old identity. TRO, short for temporary restraining order, is the nickname tied to the version of LT who lived in chaos, jealousy, impulsivity, the TRO phase, the bad boy persona, the cycle he has been trying to escape. By using that nickname in her final message, Marissa unintentionally confirms something Rich had been trying to warn him about for months. She wasn't in love with the man he was becoming. She was attached to the boy he used to be. This is a classic hallmark of trauma-bonded dynamics. One partner clings to the old identity because the new one threatens the cycle. Number 2. Rich saw this pattern long before LT could, and long before LT understood what he was experiencing. Rich is slightly older, more grounded, and emotionally stable. He wasn't judging Marissa, he was observing patterns. He saw the jealousy, the chaos, the emotional volatility, the way she only responded to the TRO version of him, the way she resisted his growth, the way she pulled him back into old behaviors. Rich tried to warn him gently, the way a big brother would. She's attracted to the bad boy image, not the man you're trying to become. But LT couldn't hear it at the time, not because he didn't trust Rich, but because people inside trauma bonds often cannot see the cycle while they're living in it. The earlier seminar moment, and the misunderstanding that matters. In an earlier re-entry seminar, LT admitted that Marissa had a weak moment, and asked him to come over while there was an active temporary restraining order, TRO, against him. That TRO wasn't random. It was in place because LT had not handled jealousy properly in the past and had put his hands on her. The restraining order was there to protect Marissa and to create space for LT to get help, stabilize, and break his patterns. But when Marissa reached out, LT mistook it for love. He thought she was forgiving him. He thought she wanted to work things out. He thought it meant healing. He didn't understand it was a trauma bond pullback, an emotional reflex that pulls both people back into the cycle. Rich saw it instantly. He didn't shame him. He didn't lecture him. He simply said, "Man, be careful. It could be a trap." Not a trap set by Marissa. A trap set by the cycle. Rich wasn't trying to break them up. He wasn't trying to interfere. He wasn't trying to be right. He was trying to keep LT safe. And LT didn't get angry. He didn't argue. He simply couldn't understand it yet, because he was still inside the storm. That is exactly how trauma bonds work. Number 3, why this moment is educational, and why Dr. Blake is taking notes. This moment teaches the audience that trauma bonds can look like romance. Toxicity can hide behind sweetness. People can be addicted to chaos. A partner can keep you trapped in your old identity. Growth exposes unhealthy attachments. Healthy friendships can save you from repeating cycles. You cannot heal in the same environment that broke you. Dr. Blake is absolutely documenting this, not to shame Marissa, not to gossip, not to judge, but because this is a live demonstration of trauma bonding, identity regression, emotional manipulation, attachment wounds, relational cycles, and the moment a person breaks free. This is exactly the kind of real-world example he and Tarquin will use in a future seminar titled "The Dangers of Trauma Bonds: How Unhealthy Attachments Keep You in Old Identities." The audience will learn more from this one moment than from any textbook. Number 4, LT sending the screenshot is a moment of clarity and accountability. When he sends the screenshot, he is not trying to win an argument. He is acknowledging a truth he finally sees clearly. It is the moment he recognizes the cycle, the unhealthy attachment, the emotional manipulation, The identity she kept him trapped in. The version of himself he must leave behind. This is the moment he steps out of denial and into truth. Number 5. This moment teaches the audience something crucial about trauma bonds. Trauma bonds are not about love. They are about familiarity, chaos, adrenaline, fear of abandonment, identity confusion, emotional highs and lows. People in trauma bonds often mistake intensity for love, confuse jealousy with passion, cling to old identities, sabotage growth, pull partners back into old patterns. Marissa calling him TRO is a textbook example. It shows she was attached to the old version of him, the version that matched her own unresolved patterns. Number 6. This moment also teaches the audience about healthy male friendship. Rich didn't say, "I told you so." He didn't shame him. He didn't gloat. He simply nodded. Because healthy male friendships are built on loyalty, honesty, accountability, protection, emotional safety. Rich acted like a true big brother. He warned him gently. He didn't push. He didn't judge. He stayed present. He supported him quietly. He celebrated his growth. This is the kind of male friendship that breaks generational cycles. Number 7. And finally, this moment shows LT becoming a man. When he sees the text, he doesn't react, explode, chase, argue, defend, spiral. He breathes. He relaxes. He sits still for the first time. Because the message didn't hurt him. It freed him. It confirmed everything he had been feeling. I'm done. This isn't healthy. She's not growing with me. I need to break this cycle. I need to become someone new. This is the moment he steps into adulthood. This is the moment Earl recognizes him as a man. This is the moment the Marine sees the transformation. This is the moment the facilitators quietly document the shift. This is the moment LT becomes ready for the Marine monologue. In short, this text message moment is not drama, it is education. It teaches the audience how trauma bonds work, how identity gets trapped in cycles, how partners can be attached to old versions of us, how growth threatens unhealthy dynamics, how healthy friendships support transformation, how clarity often comes in one defining moment, and it shows, beautifully, that sometimes the most painful message is the one that finally sets you free. Jackson stood up slowly, shoulders squared the way boys are taught to stand, even when they're hurting. He wasn't tall, but he carried himself like someone who had learned to take up as little space as possible. He cleared his throat once before speaking. My story is different from Thelma's, he said quietly. But it's the same pattern. Fear, threats, silence. I was 11, and the person who groomed me wasn't some stranger. He was a coach, someone everybody respected, someone who told me I had potential. Potential. That was the word he used to keep me quiet. He didn't threaten to hurt me, Jackson said. He threatened to ruin me. He lifted his eyes, voice steady but tight. He'd say things like, if you tell anyone, you're off the team. You'll embarrass your family. People will think you're lying. Boys don't complain. You'll get in trouble for making things up. He swallowed hard, and the worst one was, nobody's gonna believe a boy. That one worked every time. When you're a boy, he continued, you're taught to be tough. To shake things off. To not cry. To not talk about feelings. So when something bad happens, you don't think, I should tell someone. You think, I must have done something wrong. Jackson stood up slowly, shoulders squared the way boys are taught to stand, even when they're hurting. He wasn't tall, but he carried himself like someone who had learned to take up as little space as possible. He cleared his throat once before speaking. My story is different from Thelma's, he said quietly. But it's the same pattern. Fear, threats, silence. I was 11, and the person who groomed me wasn't some stranger. He was a coach, someone everybody respected, someone who told me I had potential. Potential. That was the word he used to keep me quiet. He didn't threaten to hurt me, Jackson said. He threatened to ruin me. He lifted his eyes, voice steady but tight. He'd say things like, "If you tell anyone, you're off the team. You'll embarrass your family. People will think you're lying. Boys don't complain. You'll get in trouble for making things up." He swallowed hard. And the worst one was, "Nobody's gonna believe a boy." That one worked every time. When you're a boy, he continued, you're taught to be tough. To shake things off. To not cry. To not talk about feelings. So when something bad happens, you don't think, "I should tell someone." You think, "I must have done something wrong." You think, "If I say anything, I'll look weak." You think, "Real men don't talk about this." That's how boys get trapped. Not by the offender, by the shame. "It wasn't my parents who noticed," Jackson said. "It wasn't a teacher. It wasn't another coach." He took a breath. It was a medical professional. A few people in the room blinked, surprised, but listening. "I had a routine checkup. Nothing serious. Just the kind where they check your breathing, your posture, your reflexes. And when the doctor asked me to take off my shirt so he could listen to my lungs, I froze. I didn't want to take it off. I kept tugging it down. I kept saying I was cold. I kept trying to stall. And he noticed. He didn't push. He didn't get irritated. He didn't make me feel stupid. You seem uncomfortable. You don't have to explain anything you're not ready to explain. But I want you to know, you're safe in here." Jackson blinked hard. That was the first time anyone said the word, "safe," to me. He exhaled. And even though I didn't tell him everything, I told him enough. I told him I didn't want to go to practice anymore. I told him I didn't like being alone with my coach. And he didn't ask me to prove anything. He didn't ask me to explain. He just said, "Thank you for telling me. I'm going to help you." When my parents found out later, he said, they were angry. They were confused. They didn't understand why I didn't tell them sooner. But they didn't blame me. They didn't shame me. They didn't ask why I didn't fight back. They said, "We're sorry you were scared. We're glad you told someone." I'm sharing this because boys don't get told the truth enough. He looked around the room. Boys can be scared. Boys can be threatened. Boys can be groomed. Boys can be silenced. And boys deserve to be believed. Threats are grooming. Fear is grooming. And silence is not strength, it's survival. You think, real men don't talk about this. That's how boys get trapped. Not by the offender, by the shame. "It wasn't my parents who noticed," Jackson said. "It wasn't a teacher. It wasn't another coach." He took a breath. It was a medical professional. A few people in the room blinked, surprised, but listening. "I had a routine checkup. Nothing serious. Just the kind where they check your breathing, your posture, your reflexes. And when the doctor asked me to take off my shirt so he could listen to my lungs, I froze. I didn't want to take it off. I kept tugging it down. I kept saying I was cold. I kept trying to stall. And he noticed. He didn't push. He didn't get irritated. He didn't make me feel stupid. You seem uncomfortable. You don't have to explain anything you're not ready to explain. But I want you to know, you're safe in here." Jackson blinked hard. That was the first time anyone said the word, "safe," to me. He exhaled. And even though I didn't tell him everything, I told him enough. I told him I didn't want to go to practice anymore. I told him I didn't like being alone with my coach. And he didn't ask me to prove anything. He didn't ask me to explain. He just said, "Thank you for telling me. I'm going to help you." When my parents found out later, he said, they were angry. They were confused. They didn't understand why I didn't tell them sooner. But they didn't blame me. They didn't shame me. They didn't ask why I didn't fight back. They said, "We're sorry you were scared. We're glad you told someone." I'm sharing this because boys don't get told the truth enough. He looked around the room. Boys can be scared. Boys can be threatened. Boys can be groomed. Boys can be silenced. And boys deserve to be believed. Threats are grooming. Fear is grooming. And silence is not strength, it's survival.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving the room a moment to breathe. He never rushed after survivor stories. He let the silence settle, let the nervous systems in the room recalibrate, let the weight of what was shared land gently instead of crashing. His voice, when it came, was low and steady. Thank you, Thelma. Thank you, Jackson. You both just taught this room something that textbooks can't. He looked around the circle, making eye contact with the adults first, then the younger participants. I want to break down what we just heard, not to analyze you, but to help everyone understand the pattern behind your stories. Number 1. Fear is a grooming tool, not an emotion. Most people think fear is just a feeling, Blake said. But in grooming, fear is a strategy. Fear is used to control behavior. Fear is used to silence. Fear is used to isolate. He looked at Thelma. In Thelma's case, the fear was emotional. Fear of punishment, fear of disappointing her mother, fear of not being believed. Those are powerful fears for a 9-year-old. Then he looked at Jackson. In Jackson's case, the fear was social. Fear of losing his team, fear of shame, fear of being seen as weak, fear of being accused of lying. Those fears hit boys especially hard. Different fears, same pattern. Number 2. Threats don't have to be loud to be effective. Neither offender yelled, Blake continued. Neither used physical violence. Neither needed to. He tapped his temple. Because once a child believes a threat, the offender doesn't have to repeat it. He gestured gently toward Thelma. Your mama's gonna be mad at you. He gestured toward Jackson. Nobody's gonna believe a boy. These are not loud threats. They are believable threats. And believable threats are the most effective kind. Number 3. Boys are uniquely vulnerable to silence. Jackson said something that every adult needs to hear. Boys are taught to be tough. He listed them off. Don't cry. Shake it off. Man up. Don't make a big deal out of it. These messages don't make boys stronger, Blake said. They make boys silent. He looked at Jackson with respect. And silence is where offenders thrive. Number 4. Medical professionals often notice what others miss. Jackson's story highlights something important. Disclosures don't always happen at home. They often happen in medical settings. He explained. Doctors, nurses, dentists, they are trained to notice behavioral red flags. They see children in moments of vulnerability. They see hesitation, fear, avoidance, flinching, discomfort with routine procedures. When a child freezes at the simple request to remove a shirt for a stethoscope check, that is not nothing. That is a signal, he continued. And the doctor did exactly what a trained professional should do. He didn't push, he didn't shame, he didn't rush. He created safety. And safety is what opens the door to disclosure. Number 5. Fear-based grooming creates a false sense of responsibility. Both Thelma and Jackson said the same thing in different words. They thought they would get in trouble. That is the tragedy of fear grooming. Children believe they are the ones who will cause the problem. They believe they will disappoint someone. They believe they will ruin something. They believe they will be punished. And that belief keeps them silent. Number 6. Silence is not weakness, it is survival. Blake's voice softened. When children stay silent, it is not because they are weak. It is because they are trying to survive. He looked at Jackson. You weren't weak. He looked at Thelma. You weren't responsible. And you were never supposed to fight that alone. Number 7. The moment of disclosure is sacred and fragile. When Thelma and Jackson finally spoke, they didn't tell the whole story. They didn't need to. He explained. Children disclose in pieces. They test the waters. They watch your reaction. They see if you panic, blame, or dismiss. And both the babysitter in Thelma's story and the doctor in Jackson's story passed the test. Number 8. The family's reaction matters more than anything else. When their families found out, they didn't blame them. They didn't shame them. They didn't ask why they didn't speak sooner. They said, "We're glad you're safe." That is the correct response. Number 9. Closing clinical insight. Threats and fear. Grooming are some of the most misunderstood patterns. People assume grooming is always about charm or gifts. But sometimes, grooming is about fear, silence, and shame. You both showed this room what courage looks like. And you showed us that healing begins the moment someone listens.
While the adults were still quietly processing Thelma, Jackson, and the unspoken tension around LT and Marissa, a small burst of joy rose from the front of the room. Karma, sitting beside Penny with crayons and a small stack of paper, suddenly let out a bright, delighted giggle. "Daddy, Daddy, look what I drew. Look what I drew," she called out, holding her paper high. She did not use her indoor voice. The whole room heard her. Rich blinked, caught between two instincts at once. The facilitator who knew this was a quiet moment, and the father whose little girl's face was glowing with pride. Her eyes were wide, hopeful, and so sure that whatever she had made would matter to him. Penny noticed first. She turned quickly to look at her parents, Charles the Marine and Bonnie, just to make sure Karma wasn't in trouble. But Bonnie and Charles weren't frowning. They were smiling, soft and amused, because it was obvious. Karma was just proud. Rich made a choice. He leaned down to Karma's level, his voice gentle and low. "Thank you, Princess. Thank you so much. This is very, very pretty," he said. He kissed her on the cheek, quick, affectionate, grounding. Then he used the moment. He brought his mouth close to her ear and whispered, still kind, still calm. "Okay, we're going to use our quiet indoor voice in the classroom, okay? Use your quiet voice. Can we do that?" Karma nodded, innocent and earnest. "Yes," she whispered back. Rich put a finger to his lips. She mirrored him, placing her tiny finger to her own lips, understanding the game, understanding the boundary. Then she went right back to coloring. Penny glanced back at her parents one more time. Bonnie and Charles were still smiling, clearly pleased with how Rich handled it. Penny turned around, satisfied, and continued playing with her friend. In the back of the room, LT had seen the whole thing. For the first time since Marissa's exit, a small, genuine smile crossed his face. He watched Rich with his daughter, watched the calm, the tenderness, the stability. He let himself imagine, just for a second, a future where he was steady enough to have that too. A stable home, a stable partner, a child who trusted him that deeply. Then he sat back, breathing a little easier. And that's when Agent O'Reilly shifted forward in his chair. Agent O'Reilly cleared his throat softly, waiting until the room's attention settled on him. His tone was different from Dr. Blake's, still calm, but edged with the precision of someone who has spent years building cases and reading patterns on paper and in people. "I want to come at what Thelma and Jackson shared from an investigative angle," he began. "Because what they described isn't just sad. It's not just tragic. It's evidence. Not evidence in the sense of proof that a child has to gather. Children are never responsible for that. I mean evidence in the sense of patterns that law enforcement and mandated reporters are trained to recognize. Number 1, threat language is a behavioral fingerprint. What both offenders did," O'Reilly said, "was use threat language that leaves a trail, even if it's never written down. In her case, the threats were about family and punishment. You'll get in trouble. Your mama's gonna be mad. Nobody will believe you. In his case, the threats were about status and credibility. You'll be off the team. You'll embarrass your family. Nobody's gonna believe a boy." Those phrases are not random. They are targeted. They are designed to hit the child where it hurts most. Family, belonging, reputation, identity. He paused. When we interview survivors later in life, we listen very carefully for those exact kinds of statements. They tell us how the offender controlled the child. Number 2, "Nobody will believe you," is a classic control tactic. O'Reilly's voice tightened slightly. "Nobody will believe you," is one of the most common lines we hear in grooming cases. He explained, "It does two things at once. It isolates the child emotionally. It preloads doubt into any future disclosure. So when a child finally does tell someone, they're already expecting to be dismissed. That's why the first adult response is so critical." He glanced at Dr. Blake, then back at the group. When a child finally speaks, if the first adult says, "Are you sure?" or "That doesn't sound right," it confirms the offender's threat. That's how cases die before they ever start. Number 3, medical settings are key disclosure points. O'Reilly looked at Jackson. What happened in that exam room is something we see a lot from the law enforcement side. He continued, medical professionals are often the first to notice unusual fear of routine exams, reluctance to remove clothing, flinching at touch that should be neutral, sudden changes in behavior around certain questions. When a doctor says, "You seem uncomfortable. You're safe here," that's not just kindness. That's protective interviewing. It opens a door without forcing it. He added, and when that doctor documents what they saw and heard, that becomes part of a trail we can follow later, if and when a case is opened. Number 4, boys and credibility. The investigative challenge. Jackson said, "Nobody's gonna believe a boy. I want you to know, that's not just something offenders say. That's something boys feel." He sighed. In investigations, we see boys minimizing what happened, boys laughing it off, boys changing the subject, boys using jokes to cover discomfort. And if the adults around them aren't trained, those are all missed opportunities. When a boy hints at something, we have to lean in, not away. Number 5, the role of documentation and patterns. From an investigative standpoint, O'Reilly said, we don't just look at one moment. We look at patterns over time. He ticked them off. Changes in behavior, avoidance of certain people or places, sudden fear of activities they used to enjoy, medical notes, school reports, disclosures to trusted adults. When those pieces line up, he said, we start to see the full picture. And that picture is often exactly what survivors like Thelma and Jackson describe years later. He turned his body slightly so he was facing them more directly, but still speaking to the whole room. Thelma, he said gently, from a law enforcement perspective, you were never uncooperative. You were a child responding to threats that were designed to keep you quiet. That's not failure, that's survival. He shifted his gaze to Jackson. Jackson, when you froze in that exam room, that wasn't you being difficult. That was your body telling the truth before your words could. And that doctor believed your body. I want you to hear this from someone who has read a lot of reports and sat in a lot of interviews. Your stories make sense. Your reactions make sense. Your silence made sense at the time. He let that sit, and the fact that you're speaking now, that's not just brave, that's evidence. Evidence that the threats didn't win.
Tarquin waited until the room settled, not just quiet, but emotionally settled. The little moment with Karma and Penny had softened the air, and Tarquin let that warmth linger before he spoke. Thank you, Dr. Blake. Thank you, Agent O'Reilly. I want to talk about what all this looks like from the community side, because the truth is, a lot of what Thelma and Jackson went through doesn't get recognized where we come from. Number 1, in our communities, fear gets mislabeled as respect. When a kid is scared of an adult, folks say, oh, that child just respects them. But that's not respect. That's fear. He looked at Thelma. When a little girl stays quiet, people say she's well-behaved. But she's not behaving, she's surviving. Then toward Jackson. When a boy shuts down, people say he's tough. But he's not tough, he's trapped. He let that settle. We gotta stop confusing silence with strength. Number 2, boys in our neighborhoods get boxed in by expectations. Jackson said something that hit me hard. Nobody's gonna believe a boy. And the sad part is, he's right. A lot of boys grow up feeling that without ever hearing the words. He listed them off. Don't cry. Handle it yourself. Don't be soft. Don't tell anybody your business. He sighed. That's not culture. That's conditioning. And it keeps boys from asking for help even when they're drowning. Number 3, kids learn early who they're allowed to question. In Thelma's story, the offender used her mama's name as a weapon. In Jackson's story, the offender used his coach's reputation as a shield. In our communities, certain people get automatic trust. Pastors, coaches, uncles, older teens, family friends, neighbors, good men, with good reputations. And when a kid says something that doesn't match the reputation, the community shuts down the kid instead of the offender. That's how silence gets passed down like a family recipe. Number 4, medical professionals become the safe space kids don't have at home. Tarquin nodded toward Jackson. A lot of kids don't feel safe talking at home. Not because their parents don't love them, but because they don't want to disappoint them. He continued. So when a doctor says, "You're safe here," that hits different. That might be the first time some kids hear that sentence in their whole life. And that's why we need to stop telling kids to be strong, and start telling them, "You're safe." Number 5, the community often protects the wrong person. In both stories, the offenders blended in. They looked helpful. They looked trustworthy. They looked like people were supposed to respect. And because of that, the community would have defended them. Not because they're good, but because they're familiar. Familiarity is not safety. Reputation is not character. And silence is not consent. Number 6, what Thelma and Jackson did today breaks generational patterns. Tarquin looked at them with genuine admiration. You two didn't just tell your stories. You broke a cycle. He pointed gently toward the front of the room where Karma and Penny were coloring again, whispering now, little heads bent over crayons. You see those 2 little girls? They're growing up in a room where adults are learning the truth. That means they're growing up safer than you were. That's how communities heal, one truth at a time. Number 7, closing community insight. In our neighborhoods, we don't always have the language for trauma. We don't always have the training. We don't always have the resources. But we do have each other. And when we start listening, really listening, kids stop being scared, and offenders stop being invisible. Thank you, Thelma. Thank you, Jackson. You didn't just speak for yourselves. You spoke for every kid who didn't have the words. The room was quiet in that deep, reflective way that only follows truth-telling. Tarquin leaned back in his chair, and for a moment, the entire class simply breathed. That's when LT noticed movement in the hallway. A security guard peeked through the small classroom window, just a quick glance, then walked away. For half a second, LT's stomach tightened. A flash of old fear. Old patterns. Old paranoia. What if Marissa tried something? What if she filed a fake complaint? What if this was retaliation? But the thought passed almost as quickly as it came. He exhaled. He was free. He was safe. He was healing. He had peace. And for the first time, he trusted that peace. He wasn't going to fall for the old traps anymore. The "come pick up your things" message, the emotional bait, the cycle disguised as closure. His clothes weren't worth his freedom. He didn't care if she threw them away. He had blocked her number, and he would block any third party she sent to. He was done, fed up, and finally awake. Across the room, Rôvi sat with her notebook open, going over her thoughts. She had noticed Marissa leave earlier, and she had noticed LT sitting alone, but she wasn't the type to pry. She assumed Marissa had gone to work. She assumed LT simply needed space. Rôvi minded her business, not out of coldness, but out of respect. She had her own story to prepare, her own truth to shape, her own courage to gather. She was aware of everything happening in the room, but she wasn't pulled into it. She stayed centered, steady, preparing for her moment. Tarquin stepped forward and announced, "We're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll cover Pattern 11, Pattern 12, and then Rôvi's story." The facilitators huddled together immediately, comparing notes, whispering observations, adjusting the flow of the seminar. People stood up. Some headed to the restroom. Some checked their phones. Some stretched. Some chatted quietly. And Earl, steady, observant Earl, walked straight toward the back of the room. He pulled out the chair beside LT and sat down. "You okay?" he asked. LT smiled. A real smile, not the tight, guarded one he used to wear. "I've never been happier." Earl blinked, surprised. "I don't think I've ever seen you smile, boy. Not once since I met you." LT chuckled. "I couldn't stay in a toxic relationship. I think I just woke up, Mr. Earl. I think I just became a man." He leaned back, letting the truth settle. "Hearing these stories, I saw the patterns. I mistook what I had for love. It wasn't. So I didn't sit by her. I didn't talk to her. She got the message. She left. And that was the end of it." He shook his head, almost amazed at himself. "I was in a codependent, toxic relationship with someone who had her own trauma, someone who was only attracted to me because I was a bad boy. Because of my past. Because of my old behaviors. And that's not healthy for either one of us." Earl studied him, really studied him, and something softened in his face. LT reminded him of his oldest son. The one who had fought his own demons. The one who had finally grown up. Earl gave LT a slow, proud nod, the kind men give when words aren't enough. "I'm proud of you, boy." Then he stood, walked back to Peggy, and quietly updated her. Peggy smiled, relieved and proud. The Marine had already figured it out. Bonnie took Penny to the restroom, whether Penny wanted to go or not. Rich did the same with Karma. It was a universal parent move. "We're on break, you're going now." The room felt lighter, calmer. When everyone returned, Amethyst moved to the front and opened a small essential oil diffuser. She added a touch of vanilla, a hint of citrus, a whisper of clove. The scent drifted through the room, warm and grounding. People's noses lifted instinctively, the way they do when something comforting fills the air. The room settled. The energy shifted. It was time.
When everyone returned from break, the room felt calmer. The soft scent of vanilla, citrus, and clove drifted through the air, grounding the space. People settled into their seats. Karma and Penny whispered to each other, coloring quietly. LT sat straighter, lighter. The facilitators took their places. Amethyst stepped forward. "Pattern 11, she said gently. "Fake crisis grooming. Our next survivor is Sunny." A young woman in her mid-20s stood up. She wasn't tall, but she carried herself with a quiet, steady strength, the kind that comes from surviving something confusing, not dramatic. She walked to the front, took a breath, and began. "My story didn't start with anything scary," Sunny said softly. "It started with emergencies. Or, what I thought were emergencies. I was 14, and the person who groomed me wasn't a stranger. He was a family friend. Someone my parents trusted. Someone who always seemed to be helping." She made air quotes around the word. "He would call our house constantly. And every time, it was something urgent." She listed them off. His car broke down. He lost his wallet. He needed someone to talk to. He was having a panic attack. He needed help carrying something. He needed me to come outside for just a minute. It was always a crisis. Always something only I could help with. He would say things like, "I can't talk to adults. You're the only one who listens. You're the only one who gets me. If you don't help me, I don't know what I'll do." And when you're 14, that feels like responsibility. It feels like importance. It feels like love. But it wasn't love. It was pressure. At first, the crises were small. But then they got bigger. Suddenly he was having a breakdown. Suddenly he was thinking of hurting himself. Suddenly he needed me to sneak out to check on him. And every time I tried to say no, he made it sound like I was abandoning him. He'd say, "If you don't come, something bad might happen to me." That's how fake crisis grooming works. They make you feel like their life depends on you. One night, he called saying he was outside my house and needed me to come out because he was in danger. I was scared, not of him, but of what might happen to him if I didn't go. I was about to sneak out the back door when our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Alvarez, happened to be outside watering her plants. She saw me opening the door in my pajamas and asked, "Sweetheart, where are you going this late?" I froze. I didn't know what to say. She walked over, looked at my face, and then looked toward the street. She didn't see anyone. She didn't hear anything. And she said, very calmly, "Why don't you come sit with me for a minute?" That one sentence changed everything. She didn't accuse me. She didn't panic. She didn't shame me. She just sat with me on her porch until I felt safe enough to tell her what was happening. And when I told her, she said, "Honey, that man is not your responsibility." Then she walked me back home and told my parents what she saw. That was the moment the spell broke. When everything came out later, I felt stupid. I felt embarrassed. I felt like I should have known. But I didn't know. Because I was a kid. And kids believe adults. Especially adults who pretend to need them. I'm telling this story because fake crisis grooming doesn't look like danger. It looks like someone who needs help. It looks like someone who's struggling. It looks like someone who's vulnerable. And kids like me, kids who want to help, are the easiest to trap. If someone always has a crisis. If someone always needs you. If someone makes you feel responsible for their emotions. That's not love. That's not friendship. That's grooming. And I survived it.
Dr. Blake stood again, giving Sonny a gentle nod of respect before turning to the room. His posture was relaxed but attentive, the stance he used when the topic required both clarity and compassion. His voice came out low, steady, and warm. "Thank you, Sonny. What you just described is one of the most overlooked grooming patterns we see, because it doesn't look like danger. It looks like someone who needs help." He let the room breathe with him before continuing. Number 1. Fake crisis grooming targets empathy, not weakness. Most grooming patterns prey on fear, Blake said. But fake crisis grooming preys on something else entirely. It preys on empathy. It preys on compassion. It preys on a child's desire to help. Sonny wasn't groomed because she was vulnerable. She was groomed because she was kind. And that's what makes this pattern so dangerous. It weaponizes a child's goodness. Number 2. Manufactured emergencies create emotional dependency. Notice how every crisis Sonny described required urgency. Urgency is a grooming tool. He listed them off. "I need you right now. This can't wait. I'm in danger. If you don't come, something bad might happen." These statements create a false sense of responsibility, he explained. They make the child feel like the adult's well-being depends on them. That is not love. That is manipulation. Number 3. You're the only one who understands me, as emotional isolation disguised as praise. When an adult tells a child, "You're the only one who gets me," that is not a compliment. That is isolation. He continued. It cuts the child off from other adults. It makes the child feel special. It makes the child feel chosen. And it makes the child feel responsible. That line is one of the most common grooming tactics we see in emotional dependency cases. Number 4. Fake crises escalate over time. That's the pattern. Sonny described something important. Blake said. The crises started small and grew. That escalation is intentional. He explained. Offenders test the child's response. If the child helps with a small crisis, they create a bigger one. If the child responds to emotional distress, they escalate to emotional emergencies. This is how the offender slowly gains control, not through force, but through obligation. Number 5. Children confuse emotional responsibility with emotional intimacy. When a child hears, "If you don't help me, I don't know what I'll do," they don't hear manipulation. They hear connection. They hear importance. They hear love. But what they're actually hearing is emotional blackmail. Number 6. Parents often miss this pattern because it doesn't look like danger. Fake crisis grooming is one of the hardest patterns for parents to detect. He explained. There's no yelling, no threats, no gifts, no secrecy that looks suspicious. He gestured toward Sonny. Instead, it looks like a helpful adult who's going through something. It looks like a child being supportive. It looks like kindness. That's why this pattern slips through the cracks. Number 7. Sonny's neighbor's intervention was a perfect protective response. When Sonny's neighbor saw her opening the door late at night, she didn't panic. She didn't interrogate. She didn't shame. He reenacted the tone. "Sweetheart, why don't you come sit with me for a minute?" That sentence did 3 things at once, he said. It interrupted the grooming script. It removed the child from the adult's emotional burden. It signaled to the offender, indirectly, that the child was not isolated. He nodded. That is exactly what protective intervention looks like. Calm, grounded, observant, and rooted in genuine care. Number 8. Fake crisis grooming teaches children to ignore their own needs. When a child is constantly responding to someone else's emergencies, they stop noticing their own feelings. He explained. They stop noticing discomfort. They stop noticing fear. They stop noticing boundaries. And that's how this pattern follows people into adulthood, in relationships where they feel responsible for someone else's emotions. Several people nodded quietly. Number 9. Closing clinical insight. Fake crisis grooming is not about attraction. It's not about gifts. It's not about charm. It is about control through emotional dependency. And the fact that you can name it now means you broke the cycle. And the fact that you all heard it means you'll recognize it when you see it.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward. Sonny's story, he began, is a classic example of a grooming tactic that hides in plain sight. Fake crisis grooming is one of the hardest patterns for families to recognize, and one of the easiest for offenders to exploit. Number 1. Offenders use fake emergencies to bypass boundaries. In law enforcement, O'Reilly said, we pay close attention to urgency. Urgency is a manipulation tool. He listed them off. I need you right now. This can't wait. I'm in danger. If you don't come, something bad might happen. These statements are designed to override a child's instincts. They create panic, they create pressure, and they make the child feel like they don't have time to think. When a child feels rushed, they stop evaluating safety. Number 2, fake crisis grooming creates emotional dependency, fast. O'Reilly continued. Most grooming patterns take time. Fake crisis grooming doesn't. It builds dependency quickly because the offender positions themselves as someone who is constantly falling apart. That makes the child feel needed. That makes the child feel important. And that makes the child feel responsible. That's exactly what happened here. Number 3, you're the only one who understands me, is a strategic isolation tactic. When an adult tells a child, you're the only one who gets me, that's not vulnerability. That's isolation, he explained. It cuts the child off from other adults. It makes the child feel chosen. It makes the child feel special. And it makes the child feel obligated. In interviews, Offenders admit they use this line because it works. Number 4. The escalation pattern Sonny described is a major red flag. Sonny said the crises started small and grew. That escalation is intentional. He continued. Offenders test the child's response. If the child helps with a small crisis, they create a bigger one. If the child responds to emotional distress, they escalate to emotional emergencies. In investigations, we call this progressive dependency conditioning. It's one of the clearest indicators of grooming. Number 5. Offenders often hide behind a good reputation. O'Reilly's tone sharpened. Sonny's offender was a family friend. Someone trusted. Someone helpful. Someone familiar. He shook his head. That's exactly why this pattern is so hard to catch. He continued. In many cases, the offender is the last person anyone would suspect. They're the one who helps with errands. The one who checks on the family. The one who seems supportive. That reputation becomes their camouflage. Number 6. Children in these cases often feel responsible for the adult's well-being. When a child hears, "If you don't help me, I don't know what I'll do," they don't hear manipulation. They hear obligation. They hear pressure. They hear danger, not for themselves, but for the adult. That's how offenders trap kids without ever raising their voice. Number 7. The neighbor's intervention is exactly what breaks the grooming script. When Sonny's neighbor saw her opening the door late at night, she didn't ignore it. She didn't assume everything was fine. She didn't look away. He reenacted the tone. "Sweetheart, why don't you come sit with me for a minute?" That sentence did 3 things law enforcement looks for. He counted. It interrupted the offender's timeline. It removed the child from the emotional pressure. It signaled that the child was not isolated or unsupervised. He added, offenders rely on secrecy and opportunity. A neighbor stepping outside at the right moment can shut down an entire grooming pattern. Number 8. Fake crisis grooming often goes unreported, and that's why education matters. Most kids don't report this pattern, O'Reilly said. Not because they don't want help, but because they don't realize they're being groomed. He explained, there's no threat, no bribe, no obvious danger. He gestured toward Sonny. It feels like helping. It feels like caring. It feels like responsibility. And that's why we teach this pattern. Because once you can name it, you can stop it. Number 9. Closing investigative insight. Fake crisis grooming is not about emergencies. It's about control. It's about access. It's about creating a dependency where the child feels responsible for the adult's emotional state. And the moment someone else stepped in, a neighbor, in this case, the entire pattern collapsed. That's why community awareness matters. Grooming doesn't survive in a neighborhood that pays attention.
Tarquin stepped forward. His voice came out low, steady, and deeply human. Sonny's story is one a lot of folks in our communities don't recognize as danger, he began. Because it doesn't look like somebody trying to hurt a child. It looks like somebody who needs help. He let that sit for a moment. Number 1, in our neighborhoods, kids are raised to help grown folks, sometimes too much. Where I come from, kids are taught to be helpful. If an adult says they need something, you don't question it. If an adult says they're struggling, you feel bad for them. If an adult says they need you, you show up. That's not a flaw. That's culture. That's community. That's how we survive. But predators know that too. Number 2, fake crisis grooming works because it looks like compassion, not manipulation. Tarquin gestured toward Sonny. When a grown person says, "I'm having a breakdown," or, "I need you right now," a kid with a good heart is gonna respond. Especially a kid who's been raised to care about people. And that's why this pattern slips past parents, neighbors, everybody. It doesn't look like danger. It looks like somebody going through something. Number 3, kids like Sonny get targeted because they're the helpers. In every neighborhood, there's always that one kid who's the listener. The peacemaker. The one who checks on people. The one who feels responsible for everybody's feelings. He looked at Sunny. Kids like you get targeted not because you're weak, but because you're strong in the wrong direction. And that's something we gotta teach our kids. Helping people is good. Being responsible for grown folks' emotions is not. Number 4, the neighbor stepping in is exactly how community protection is supposed to work. When Mrs. Alvarez saw Sunny at the door late at night, she didn't mind her business. She didn't say, "That's not my child." She didn't look away. She paid attention. He continued. And she didn't come in loud or accusing. She didn't embarrass Sunny. She didn't make a scene. He reenacted the tone. "Sweetheart, why don't you come sit with me for a minute?" "That right there," he said. "That's community. That's what keeps kids safe." Number 5, in our communities, adults in crisis get protected, even when they're the ones causing harm. Tarquin sighed. Let's be real. In a lot of our neighborhoods, when an adult says they're struggling, people rush to help them. They don't stop to ask if that adult is crossing boundaries with a kid. He shook his head. We protect adults who look vulnerable. We protect adults who look sad. We protect adults who look like they're going through something. He paused. But we don't always protect the kid who's carrying that adult's emotional weight. Number 6, Sunny's story teaches us that kids shouldn't be emotional first responders. Kids are not therapists. Kids are not crisis teams. Kids are not emotional support systems for grown folks. He looked around the room, making eye contact with the teens and adults alike. If a grown person is always in crisis, that's a grown person problem. Not a child's responsibility. Number 7, closing community insight. Fake crisis grooming is sneaky because it hides behind sympathy. It hides behind kindness. It hides behind the way we raise our kids to care about people. But the moment somebody else stepped in, a neighbor, not even family, the whole thing fell apart. Because grooming doesn't survive in a community that pays attention. Sunny, you didn't fail. You didn't miss the signs. You didn't do anything wrong. And now that we know this pattern, we can protect the next kid who thinks they're just helping somebody.
Amethyst stepped forward, smoothing her notes with the calm confidence she always carried when transitioning into a new pattern. The essential oils still lingered in the air, grounding the room. People were settled, focused, ready. But before she could begin, a tiny moment unfolded at the front table. Karma had been coloring with deep concentration, her tongue poking out just a little, the way small children do when they're focused. One of her crayons rolled toward the edge of the table. She reached for it, stretching just a bit too far. Her little bum slid past the edge of the chair. Slip. She dropped down and bumped her head lightly on the corner of the desk. A soft thud. A tiny pause. Then she blinked. She touched her head with her small hand, looked up at her daddy, and pointed at the spot. Rich was already moving. He scooped her up with practiced calm, checked her head, checked her eyes, checked her reaction. She was fine, startled, but not hurt. No tears. No panic. And because he didn't react, she didn't react. She simply nodded, satisfied with his assessment, and reached for her crayons again. Penny barely flinched. Kids like Penny, kids who've fallen, bumped, scraped, and gotten back up, know the rule. If the grown-ups stay calm, everything is okay. She scratched her own head lightly, remembering a time she'd bumped it too, then went right back to playing with Karma. The facilitators noticed, of course. Professionals always do. They quietly jotted a note, not an alarm, just a standard, minor incident, notation. Nothing dramatic. Nothing disruptive. A few minutes later, a tiny knot began to form on Karma's head, the kind kids get all the time. Rich stayed cool. Karma stayed cool. The room stayed cool. As Amethyst prepared to begin, Karma tugged on her dad's sleeve and whispered, "Daddy, juice." Rich opened her little backpack and pulled out 2 Capri Suns, one for Karma, one for Penny. But before handing Penny hers, he lifted it slightly and looked toward Bonnie and the Marine. A silent question. They nodded. Penny saw the whole exchange, Rich asking permission, her parents approving, and she understood the boundary instantly. She smiled when Rich handed it to her. The girls clinked their juice pouches together like tiny best friends and giggled softly. Everything was peaceful again. Earl and Peggy watched from across the room. Not panicked. Not judgmental. Just aware. They'd raised kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, and half the neighborhood's children. They knew bumps happen. They knew knots happen. They knew kids fall. Their only concern, the one that flickered quietly between them, was Rich's situation. He was still on parole. He clearly had visitation rights. He was clearly a good father. But they also knew how the system could twist even innocent accidents. Peggy squeezed Earl's hand. Earl nodded once. Not worry. Just awareness. Once the room settled again, Amethyst stepped forward with her warm, steady presence. "All right, everyone," she said gently. "Thank you for your patience. We're moving into pattern 12. She glanced at her notes, then at the room. Digital grooming. This pattern is rising fast, and it affects boys and girls, but boys are heavily targeted through gaming, apps, and anonymous platforms. She continued. Our survivors for this pattern are Deborah and Larry. The room shifted, ready. Amethyst took a breath, letting the room settle after the small moment with Karma and Penny. She stepped forward with her warm, steady presence. Digital grooming, she said. This pattern is rising fast. It affects girls and boys, but boys are heavily targeted through gaming, apps, and anonymous platforms. Our first survivor for this pattern is Deborah. A woman in her early 30s stood up. She had a quiet confidence about her, the kind that comes from surviving something invisible, something that leaves no bruises but leaves marks all the same. She walked to the front, exhaled, and began. I was 13 when it happened, Deborah said softly. And it didn't start with anything scary. It started with a friend request. He said he was 14. He said he went to a school in the next town. He said he liked the same music I liked. He said he had the same hobbies. And I believed him. He messaged me every day, Deborah continued. At first it was normal stuff, school, music, jokes. Then he started saying things like, "You're so mature. You're different from other girls. You're easy to talk to. I don't have anyone else I can trust." When you're 13, that feels like connection. It feels like someone finally sees you. After a few weeks, he started asking for more of my time. More attention. More privacy. She listed them off. Don't tell your parents we talk. Let's move to a different app. Let's talk late at night. I don't want anyone else reading our messages. That's when the grooming really started, when he tried to isolate me. He started creating fake emergencies, she said. Just like Sunny's story, but online. She counted on her fingers. Suddenly he was having a panic attack. Suddenly he was in trouble. Suddenly he needed me to stay up late to keep him safe. And every time I tried to log off, he'd say, "If you leave, I don't know what I'll do." One day, I fell asleep in class, Deborah said. I had been up half the night talking to him because he said he was in crisis. My English teacher, Ms. Patel, noticed. She didn't embarrass me. She didn't scold me. She just asked me to stay after class. She said, "You look exhausted. Are you okay?" And for some reason, I told her the truth. She continued. She didn't panic. She didn't shame me. She didn't make me feel stupid. She said, Deborah, adults pretending to be kids online is more common than you think. Let's figure this out together. With her help, we reported the account. And that's when everything came out. He wasn't 14. He wasn't a student. He wasn't a kid at all. He was a grown man using multiple fake profiles to talk to girls. I felt embarrassed. I felt tricked. I felt like I should have known. But I didn't know. Because I was a kid. And kids believe what they see on a screen. That's why I tell my story. Because digital grooming doesn't look like danger. It looks like a friend request. It looks like a compliment. It looks like someone who gets you. If someone online wants secrecy. If someone online wants all your time. If someone online makes you feel responsible for their emotions. That's not friendship. That's not connection. That's grooming. And I survived it. She stepped back, and the room absorbed her story, quiet, thoughtful, aware.
Amethyst gave the room a moment to absorb Deborah's story. Then she nodded gently. Our second survivor for this pattern is Larry. A young man in his late 20s stood up. He had the quiet, steady presence of someone who had carried something alone for a long time, and finally learned how to name it. He walked to the front, rubbed his palms together once, and began. I was 11, Larry said. And for me, it didn't start with a message. It started with a game. He shrugged lightly. I wasn't even allowed on social media yet. But gaming, that felt safe. It felt normal. It felt like something every kid did. And that's why I didn't see it coming. I met him in a multiplayer game, Larry continued. He said he was 16. He said he was just trying to help younger players get better. He listed the things that made it feel harmless. He gave me tips. He helped me level up. He sent me rare items. He played with me every day. And I thought I'd made a friend. After a few weeks, he started asking me to play at specific times. Then he wanted me to join private voice chats. Then he wanted me to download a different app so we could talk without lag. That's when he started asking personal questions. He counted them off. Where do you live? Do your parents check your games? Are you home alone after school? Do you have your own room? At 11, I didn't understand why those questions were dangerous. He started acting like a coach, Larry said. Like a mentor. He mimicked the tone. You're talented, kid. You're better than most players your age. You could go pro one day. And when someone older tells a boy he's talented, that hits hard. That feels good. That feels like respect. But then he started getting jealous. Larry listed the signs. He got mad if I played with other kids. He said I was wasting my potential. He said I should only train with him. He said other players would hold me back. He shook his head. That's when the pressure started. Just like Sonny's story, Larry said, he started creating crises. He counted on his fingers. Suddenly he was getting bullied. Suddenly he was thinking of quitting life. Suddenly he needed me to stay online to keep him safe. And every time I tried to log off, he'd say, if you leave, I don't know what I'll do. And I stayed, because I thought I was helping. One day, I was playing with him in a private chat, Larry said. And our neighbor's son, he was 16, came over to borrow something from my dad. He heard the voice coming through my headset. And he froze. Larry reenacted the moment. He said, dude, that's not a teenager. He told my dad. My dad came in. He asked me who I was talking to. And when I told him, he took the headset off my head and said, we're done here. That was the moment everything changed. With my dad's help, we reported the account. And just like Deborah's story, everything came out. He wasn't 16. He wasn't a gamer. He wasn't a mentor. He was a grown man using gaming platforms to target boys. I felt stupid. I felt embarrassed. I felt like I should have known. But I didn't know. Because I was a kid. And kids believe what they hear in a headset. That's why I tell my story. Because boys get targeted too, especially through games. Especially through mentors. Especially through people who act like they're helping. If someone online wants secrecy. If someone online wants all your time. If someone online makes you feel responsible for their emotions. If someone online gets jealous of your friends. That's not coaching. That's not mentorship. That's grooming. And I survived it.
Dr. Blake stood slowly, giving both Deborah and Larry a respectful nod before turning to the room. His posture was steady, his expression thoughtful, the look he wore when the topic required precision, gentleness, and absolute clarity. His voice came out low, warm, and steady. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Larry. Digital grooming is one of the fastest growing patterns we see today, and it is also one of the most misunderstood. He let the room settle around him. Number 1. Digital grooming is not a different crime, it's the same crime with new tools. Everything you've heard today, Blake said, is grooming. The platform is different, the method is different, but the psychology is the same. Isolation, dependency, secrecy, control. The internet just makes it easier, faster, and harder for adults to detect. Number 2. Offenders use anonymity to create false identities. Blake continued. In both Deborah's and Larry's stories, the offender pretended to be a teenager. That is one of the most common tactics we see. He explained. Online, an adult can become a 14-year-old boy, a 16-year-old gamer, a classmate, a teammate, a mentor, a friend, and children, even smart, cautious children, cannot tell the difference. Number 3. Compliments are used as hooks, not kindness. Blake's tone deepened. Digital groomers use flattery as a tool. He listed the common lines. You're mature for your age. You're different from other girls. You're better than most players your age. You're talented. You're special. These statements are not genuine praise, he said. They are psychological hooks designed to create emotional attachment. Number 4. The shift happens when the offender asks for secrecy. Both Deborah and Larry described the same turning point. He listed them. Don't tell your parents. Let's move to a different app. Let's talk privately. Let's keep this between us. He nodded. When an adult asks a child for secrecy, the grooming has already begun. Number 5. Digital grooming often includes fake emergencies, just like in-person grooming. Blake gestured gently toward Sunny. You may have noticed a pattern across stories. Fake crises are not limited to in-person grooming. He explained. Online offenders create emotional emergencies to keep the child engaged. He listed examples. I'm being bullied. I'm having a panic attack. I need you. If you leave, I don't know what I'll do. These statements are not cries for help. They are manipulation. Number 6. Boys are heavily targeted through gaming platforms. Larry's story is one we see every day. Gaming platforms are one of the most common places boys are groomed. He explained. Offenders pose as older teens. They act like mentors. They offer rare items, coaching, or status. They build trust through shared gameplay. And because boys are taught to be independent, they often don't tell anyone when something feels off. Number 7. Digital grooming isolates children emotionally, not physically. Unlike other patterns, digital grooming doesn't require physical proximity. The offender doesn't need to be in the same room, the same city, or even the same country. He continued. But the emotional impact is just as real. The dependency is just as real. The manipulation is just as real. And the danger is just as real. Number 8. The interventions in both stories were perfect examples of protective adults. In Deborah's case, it was a teacher. In Larry's case, it was a neighbor's son. He explained. Neither adult panicked. Neither adult shamed the child. Neither adult blamed them. He reenacted the tone. Let's figure this out together. We're done here. These responses break the grooming cycle without breaking the child's trust. Number 9. Closing clinical insight. Digital grooming is not about technology. It is about psychology. It is about adults who use anonymity, flattery, secrecy, and emotional manipulation to gain access to children. He looked at Deborah and Larry with deep respect. And the fact that you can name it now means you broke the cycle. And the fact that you all heard it means you'll recognize it when you see it.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward. His voice came out steady, clipped, and unmistakably federal. Digital grooming is not random, he began. It's structured, it's patterned, and it's deliberate. What Deborah and Larry described. Those aren't accidents. Those are signatures. Number 1. Offenders build digital profiles the same way con artists build aliases. In federal cases, O'Reilly said, we see offenders maintain dozens of fake identities at once. They rotate them. They age them up or down. They tailor them to the child they're targeting. He continued, they don't guess what a kid likes. They study it. They watch gaming chats. They watch comment sections. They watch who kids follow. Digital grooming starts long before the first message is sent. Number 2, the first contact is always strategic, never spontaneous. Deborah got a friend request. Larry got a gaming invite. That's not a coincidence. That's reconnaissance, he explained. Offenders look for kids who respond quickly. Kids who are online late. Kids who post about feeling lonely. Kids who celebrate attention. They pick targets based on vulnerability cues, not age. Number 3. Offenders use platform-specific grooming scripts. Digital grooming isn't freestyle, it's scripted. He listed the patterns. On social media. Flattery, emotional bonding, late-night conversations. On gaming platforms. Mentorship, coaching, gifts, private voice chats. On anonymous apps. Secrecy, fast intimacy, identity mirroring. Each platform has its own grooming playbook. Offenders know them all. Number 4, the goal is isolation, but digitally, not physically. In traditional grooming, he said, the offender isolates the child from adults. In digital grooming, the offender isolates the child from other kids first. He explained, they discourage group chats. They discourage playing with peers. They discourage posting publicly. They push for one-on-one communication. Once the child is isolated socially, emotional isolation becomes easy. Number 5, digital offenders escalate faster because the risk is lower. O'Reilly leaned forward. In person, an offender has to be careful. They risk being seen. They risk being recognized. Online, they risk nothing. He continued. That's why digital grooming escalates in days or weeks, not months. There's no physical barrier, no schedule, no supervision, and that speed is what catches families off guard. Number 6, boys are targeted through gaming because gaming gives offenders cover. O'Reilly looked at Larry. In gaming environments, adults can hide behind skill, experience, and status. He explained. A grown man can sound like a teenager if he keeps his sentences short. A grown man can pass as a mentor if he knows the game. A grown man can blend in if he uses slang. And boys rarely question someone who makes them better at the game. Number 7. Offenders test boundaries the same way hackers test firewalls. He listed the escalation steps. Harmless questions, personal questions, emotional questions, private chats, late-night conversations, secrecy, dependency. These are probes, he said. They're checking for resistance. If the child pushes back, the offender retreats. If the child complies, the offender escalates. He nodded. It's systematic. Number 8. The interventions in both stories worked because they disrupted the offender's control, not the child's trust. In Deborah's case, a teacher noticed a behavioral shift, exhaustion. That's one of the earliest signs. In Larry's case, a neighbor's son recognized an adult voice pretending to be a teen. That's pattern recognition. He continued. Neither adult confronted the child. Neither adult shamed them. Neither adult demanded explanations. He reenacted the tones. Let's figure this out together. We're done here. That's how you break digital grooming. By interrupting the offender's access, not the child's dignity. Number 9. Closing investigative insight. O'Reilly stepped back, hands still in his pockets. Digital grooming isn't about technology. It's about strategy. It's about adults who use anonymity, platform-specific scripts, emotional manipulation, and rapid escalation to gain access to children. He looked at Deborah and Larry, and the moment a protective adult stepped in, a teacher, a neighbor's son, the entire operation collapsed. That's why awareness matters. That's why community matters. And that's why we teach this.
Tarquin stepped forward. He waited until the room settled. Digital grooming, he began, is one of those patterns that slips right past the community because it doesn't look like anything we were raised to watch out for. Number 1, our communities were trained to watch for danger we could see, not danger behind a screen. Most of us grew up being told to watch out for the man on the corner, the stranger in the car, the person hanging around the playground. We were trained to look for danger with a face. But nobody told us to watch out for danger that comes through a headset. Or a friend request. Or a private message. Our communities weren't built for invisible predators. Number 2, kids treat online spaces like neighborhoods, and predators know that. Tarquin continued. Kids today don't just live in their physical neighborhoods. They live in digital ones. He listed them. Gaming servers, group chats, fandom spaces, art communities, anonymous apps, private message threads, and in those spaces, they make friends. They build teams. They build trust. They build routines. And predators know exactly how to blend in. Boys get targeted through gaming because gaming feels safe. Tarquin looked at Larry. In a lot of our communities, gaming is the safe space for boys. It's where they relax. It's where they bond. It's where they escape. And that's exactly why predators use it. Because boys don't expect danger in a place that feels like home. He added. And because boys are taught to be independent, they don't always tell anyone when something feels off. Number 4, girls get targeted through connection because they're raised to be emotionally available. He turned toward Deborah. Girls get targeted through compliments, emotional conversations, late-night chats. Because girls are raised to be good listeners. To be supportive. To be understanding. And predators twist that into a doorway. Number 5, digital grooming works because it feels like friendship, not danger. Deborah thought she made a friend. Larry thought he found a mentor. And that's the trap. Digital grooming doesn't feel like danger. It feels like connection. It feels like belonging. It feels like someone finally paying attention. And that's why kids don't see it coming. Number 6, community protection looks different in the digital age. In Deborah's story, it was a teacher who noticed she was exhausted. In Larry's story, it was a neighbor's son who recognized an adult voice. That's community. That's what it looks like now. Not just watching the streets, watching the patterns. He continued. We need neighbors who notice when a kid is suddenly withdrawn. Teachers who notice when a kid is suddenly exhausted. Parents who notice when a kid suddenly hides their screen. That's how we protect kids in a world where danger doesn't knock on the door, it logs in. Number 7, kids need to know that online secrecy is a red flag, not loyalty. If someone online tells you to keep a secret, that's not loyalty. That's not friendship. That's not trust. That's a grown person trying to isolate you. And isolation is the first step of every grooming pattern. Number 8, closing community insight. Digital grooming is hard for communities to fight because it doesn't look like danger. It looks like a teammate, a friend, a coach, a fan, a mentor. But the moment someone else stepped in, a teacher, a neighbor's son, the whole thing fell apart. Because grooming can't survive in a community that pays attention. And now that we know this pattern, we can protect the next kid who thinks they're just talking to a friend.
The room was still settling after Tarquin's community lens interpretation. At the facilitator table, Amethyst, Dr. Blake, and Agent O'Reilly were reviewing the next form, the one written in careful, elegant handwriting. Amethyst's expression changed first. Not shock. Not confusion. Recognition. She looked up at the room with a softness that made everyone instinctively quiet. She stepped forward, holding the clipboard to her chest like something sacred. "Everyone," she said gently, "we are now moving into pattern 13. The room stilled. "This next story is different," she continued. "It spans a lifetime. It begins in childhood, but it does not end there. It is a story shaped by a disability that went undiagnosed for more than 50 years, and by the consequences of a child never being taught the safety information every child deserves." She glanced at the form again, her voice steady but warm. "This survivor grew up with mosaic Down syndrome, a form of Down syndrome that often goes unrecognized because the physical features may be subtle or absent. Because no one knew, she was labeled slow, difficult, lazy, not trying hard enough. A few parents winced. She was moved from foster home to foster home. She was mocked for the way she learned. Mocked for her African features. Mocked for her reading. Mocked for things she could not control. And because no one understood her disability, no one taught her the basics of safety. No one taught her about boundaries. No one taught her about her body. No one taught her how to recognize danger. No one taught her how to protect herself. A hush fell over the room. This left her vulnerable, not because she was weak, but because she was uninformed. And predators recognize that kind of vulnerability instantly. She paused, letting the truth settle. This survivor was targeted repeatedly as a young adult, not because she was reckless, but because she had never been given the tools to understand what danger looked like. She was groomed, manipulated, and harmed by people who took advantage of her disability and her isolation. And yet, she survived. She adapted. She learned to protect herself in ways the world didn't teach her. She created her own safety strategies. She built her own armor. She found her own voice. And today, she is ready to share her story. Her name is Rôvi. For the first time since the seminar began, Rôvi rose from her seat. She had been sitting very still beneath her black cloak, quiet, observant, almost blending into the background. The children hadn't paid her much attention. But when she stood, the cloak unfurled like a dark waterfall, sequins catching the light in shimmering waves. Her circlet, jeweled, delicate, regal, glowed softly under the overhead lights. Karma gasped. Her eyes went huge. She tugged on her father's sleeve with both hands. "Daddy, Daddy, is she a princess?" The room chuckled, warm, gentle, affectionate. Not mocking. Just charmed by the honesty of a child seeing something magical. Rich put a finger to his lips, reminding Karma to use her indoor voice. She nodded, then whispered loudly. "She looks like the lady in the book you read me, Daddy. Is she a queen?" More soft laughter. Even Rôvi smiled. She had heard this her whole life. Rich gently whispered to Karma to use her indoor voice. Penny stared too, her mouth slightly open, mesmerized by the sequins and the flowing robe. She leaned into her mother and whispered, "She sparkles." The innocence of the moment wrapped the room in warmth. As the laughter faded, something shifted, not in the children, but in the adults. They were seeing Rôvi clearly for the first time. Rich had been curious about her from the moment she walked in. He'd seen her once before, at Dr. Blake's cookout, but she had been quiet, distant, almost ethereal. He never got close enough to speak to her. But now, seeing her stand, hearing her voice, watching the way she carried herself, he felt something click. Not attraction, not pity, recognition. When she said the words mosaic Down syndrome, Rich's entire expression changed. He knew exactly what that meant. His eyes widened, not in shock, but in understanding. In respect. In awe. He whispered under his breath, barely audible. Number way. Because suddenly, everything about her made sense. The stillness. The gentleness. The way she observed before speaking. The way she dressed. The way she moved. The way she protected herself. Rich wasn't just fascinated, he was moved. He saw her differently now. He saw her fully. Peggy's hand flew to her chest. "Oh my lord," she whispered. She remembered Rôvi as a little girl, quiet, unusual, sweet, but never diagnosed. She remembered thinking the child seemed different, but she never knew why. Now she understood. Earl leaned forward, eyes softening with a kind of protective sorrow. "Peg," he murmured, "nobody knew, nobody had a clue." Peggy nodded, tears gathering. That poor baby, all those years. They weren't just surprised. They were grieving for the child she had been, and proud of the woman she had become. The entire room shifted. People who had barely noticed her before were now leaning in, eyes wide, hearts open. Some looked stunned. Some looked heartbroken. Some looked angry on her behalf. But all of them looked present. For the first time, they understood that the quiet woman in the cloak wasn't mysterious. She was a survivor. Rôvi rose from her chair with quiet determination. She knew her voice was soft, so she lifted a hand toward Amethyst in a gentle request. Amethyst understood immediately and stepped forward, placing the microphone into Rôvi's hand with a supportive nod. Rôvi took a steady breath. And then she began. "My story is different from the others," she began. "Because my grooming didn't start when I was a teenager. It didn't start online. It didn't start with a stranger. It started when I was a little girl, because I had mosaic Down syndrome, and no one knew." She explained, gently, clearly, without graphic detail, how. She was moved through abusive foster homes. Adults mocked her learning differences. No one recognized her disability. No one taught her basic safety. No one explained boundaries. No one protected her. She was punished for speaking up. She grew into adulthood without the tools others take for granted. She continued. When a child grows up without understanding danger, without understanding boundaries, without understanding how to recognize bad intentions, that child becomes easy prey. Not because they're foolish, not because they're careless, but because no one taught them what danger looks like. And that was me. For decades. She explained, still safely, still without graphic detail, how predators recognized her vulnerability, how she was targeted as a young adult, how she struggled to understand danger cues that others learned in childhood. Then she said, "People look at me and say, she talks well. She dresses well. She looks normal. So she must understand everything. But disabilities don't always look the way people expect." She touched her cloak lightly. "And yes, I dress the way I dress on purpose. People call me princess, fairy tale, mystical. They don't understand that this is one of the ways I protect myself. When people don't know what box to put you in, they hesitate. And sometimes that hesitation is the only safety you have." She took a breath. "I survived because I adapted. I survived because I learned my own ways to stay safe. I survived because I refused to disappear." She looked at the room, steady, regal, unbroken. "And that is my story. There's something else I need to explain," she said gently. "Because grooming doesn't always look like a person trying to get close to you. Sometimes grooming looks like people who see your disability before you do, and take advantage of it. The room leaned in. When you grow up with mosaic Down syndrome and no one knows, you don't just struggle socially. You struggle with contracts, with paperwork, with reading between the lines, with understanding when someone is lying, with recognizing when something is too good to be true. There is something else I need to explain, because it's one of the most important parts of my story, and the story of many people with Down syndrome, including mosaic Down syndrome. She paused, letting the room settle. People with Down syndrome can be physically and legally adults. On paper, we are, of consent age. But legal age and cognitive capacity are not the same thing. A few heads lifted at that. Many people with Down syndrome, including those with mosaic Down syndrome, have intellectual or developmental disabilities that affect judgment, comprehension, and the ability to recognize manipulation or danger. That means a person can be 25, 30, or 40 years old physically, but still process information, risk, and social cues very differently. She continued, her tone calm and factual. So even though the law may say we are old enough to consent, our disability can make us functionally vulnerable. We may not fully understand what we are agreeing to. We may not recognize power imbalances. We may not see red flags. We may not understand the consequences. And that is exactly where predators move in. They target people who are legally adults but cognitively unprotected. They exploit the gap between our chronological age and our actual ability to understand what is happening. And when a disability goes undiagnosed, like mine did, that vulnerability becomes even greater, because no one around us knows we need protection, support, or education. And predators, not just the kind who hurt children, but the kind who scam adults, they can sense that. They can sense when someone processes information differently. They can sense when someone doesn't have a father, or an uncle, or a brother, or a family to protect them. They can sense when someone is trying their best but doesn't understand the hidden traps. That's how I got caught in real estate scams. People saw me coming. They saw a woman who looked normal, but processed things differently. They saw someone who trusted too easily. They saw someone who didn't have anyone to explain the fine print. A few people in the room nodded, the kind of nod that comes from understanding how cruel the world can be. I signed contracts I didn't understand. I trusted landlords who took advantage of me. I believed people who said they were helping me when they were really helping themselves. And because I didn't know I had a disability, I blamed myself. I thought I was just slow. I thought I was just bad with money. I thought I was just not smart enough. But I wasn't stupid. I wasn't careless. I wasn't irresponsible. I was disabled, and no one told me. She paused, letting the truth settle. And even when I tried to get employment, I struggled. I couldn't understand why people wouldn't hire me. I had education. I had training. I had discipline. I had served my country. At that moment, Charles, the Marine, lifted his eyebrows sharply out of respect. Rôvi continued. Yes, she said, I served in the United States Armed Forces. Successfully. Honorably. I was even nominated Most Outstanding Soldier. The Marine straightened in his seat, impressed. I did well, she said. I followed orders. I worked hard. I excelled. And when my service was done, I used my benefits to go to college. I earned my education. I earned my skills. She shook her head gently. But even with all of that, the military discipline, the college degree, the life experience, people still wouldn't hire me. They couldn't explain why. They just didn't. Rôvi took another breath, steadying herself before continuing. There is one more part of my story, she said, her voice calm and clear. And I share this not for shock, but for awareness, because invisible disabilities don't stop affecting you when you turn 18. They follow you into adulthood. They follow you into the workplace. They follow you into the military. The room leaned in. When I served in the United States Armed Forces, I still didn't know I had mosaic Down syndrome. The military didn't know either. The medics didn't detect it. The blood tests didn't detect it. No one was looking for it, because I didn't look like the stereotype. She paused. And because of that, I was vulnerable in ways no one recognized, including me. Her voice remained steady, grounded. A crime was committed against me during my service. A crime that should never happen to anyone, especially someone who volunteered to serve their country. That crime was military sexual trauma, MST, and because of the permanent physical and emotional damage that crime caused, the military granted me a 100% permanent disability rating. She lifted her chin, not in shame, but in strength. That rating means I will receive medical care for the rest of my life. It means I will receive compensation every month for the rest of my life. It means that even if employers don't understand my disability, even if they overlook me, underestimate me, or refuse to hire me, I will still be able to survive. She placed a hand over her heart. And I want to be clear, I would rather work. I would rather contribute. I would rather be hired for my skills, my education, my military discipline, and my creativity. But when the world doesn't open its doors, this compensation keeps me safe. It gives me stability. It gives me time. Her voice warmed. And with that time, I create. I write songs. I write books. I turn trauma into art. I turn pain into purpose. I turn everything I've lived through into something that can help someone else. She looked around the room, steady, regal, unbroken. So yes, the system failed me. But I survived it. And now I use the support I received to build something meaningful, not just for myself, but for others like me. I survived because I adapted. I survived because I learned my own ways to stay safe. I survived because I refused to disappear. And now I understand. My disability was invisible to them, but my differences weren't. They could sense something they couldn't name. And instead of supporting me, they avoided me. She took a breath. So I had to create my own path. I had to build my own career. I became a songwriter, a storyteller, a book writer. I turned my life into art because the world wouldn't give me a place in it. Her voice grew stronger. And that's why I'm here. Because people like me, people with invisible disabilities, get groomed, scammed, targeted, and overlooked. Not because we're weak. Not because we're foolish. But because the world doesn't recognize our disability, and we don't recognize the danger. And that is the part of grooming no one talks about. Living alone means I have learned to depend entirely on myself for transportation. I tried many times to earn my driver's license, but the written portion of the test was difficult for me to comprehend. I took it several times, hoping it would finally make sense, but the questions never matched the way my brain processes information. Eventually, I was denied a license. Because of that, I have spent my entire adult life relying on taxis, public buses, ride shares, and the veterans' van for medical appointments. Over the years, I learned something important. Groomers appear in everyday places, behind the wheel of a cab, on a bus, or in a van meant to help veterans. Mosaic Down syndrome is not always visible at first glance. Many people assume I am fully independent, and that misunderstanding has made me an easy target for individuals who test boundaries, look for vulnerability, or attempt to build inappropriate familiarity. Some drivers begin with harmless conversation, then slowly shift into intrusive questions or comments that do not feel appropriate. These are the same early steps taught in grooming prevention training, Small tests to see how much a vulnerable person understands or how they respond. Over time, I learned to protect myself with creativity and caution. I began carrying a small audio recorder in my pocket. Later, I upgraded to a body-worn camera. I never used these devices to provoke anyone, only to protect myself. And I noticed something important. When people saw the camera, their behavior changed. They stopped testing my boundaries. There were times when I needed the recordings to show that someone had spoken to me inappropriately or tried to take advantage of my confusion. Having evidence gave me a sense of safety I had never felt before. Public buses became difficult as well. People took photographs of me without permission, mocked my clothing, or tried to provoke me. Some tested my reactions, looking for signs of confusion or compliance. These behaviors are also part of grooming patterns, small tests to see how a vulnerable person responds. Eventually, I stopped riding the bus altogether. I moved to places where I could walk to what I needed, and when that was not possible, I ordered everything I could to avoid unnecessary travel. These experiences shaped me into someone who rarely leaves home unless absolutely necessary. I developed a fear of public spaces, but I also developed creativity. I poured my energy into art, music, and storytelling, not only as expression, but as a way to advocate for others with disabilities. I now turn trauma into healing awareness art. Anyone who wants to understand my work can find it on my YouTube channel, The Legacy of Rôvi Vrusamâidzisi, where I use my art to raise awareness, build community, and give voice to people who are often overlooked. Grooming does not always look stereotypical or dramatic. Sometimes it looks like a bus ride, a taxi trip, a routine appointment, a moment when someone assumes you will not notice. And that is why I became an advocate, to help others recognize the signs I had to learn on my own. I want to add something else, because it connects to grooming awareness in a way many people overlook. Individuals with mosaic Down syndrome, and really, anyone with any form of Down syndrome, can be extremely vulnerable to identity theft. Not because we are careless, but because we often trust too quickly, take people at their word, or do not fully understand when a request for information is inappropriate. I have had my identity stolen more than once. Someone used my information before I ever had the chance to, and now I cannot open certain accounts, things like PayPal or other payment apps, because the system thinks I am the one who already misused them. I have spent years trying to fix something I did not cause. I also had private landlords ask for copies of my social security card or birth certificate. At the time, I did not understand that those requests were inappropriate. I thought they were part of the process. I trusted them. I handed over information I should have protected. And that confusion made me vulnerable. I want to be clear, this is not just my story. Many adults with Down syndrome have had their identities stolen because they did not understand the law, or because someone used grooming techniques to gain their trust. Some were told, "This is just paperwork," or, "I need this to help you," or, "Everyone gives this to me." And because we want to be cooperative and polite, we comply. That is grooming. It is not physical grooming, it is information grooming. It is testing how much a vulnerable person understands, how easily they comply, and whether they will question a request. And once someone steals your identity, it affects everything: housing, banking, transportation, medical access, and independence. It can take years to repair. I am sharing this because grooming is not only about physical boundaries. It is also about administrative boundaries. People with disabilities need to be taught what information is safe to share, what is not, and how to recognize when someone is trying to take advantage of confusion. Before I close, I want to share one more example. One day, I boarded the veterans' transportation van. I took my seat, buckled my seatbelt, and settled in quietly. Most of the time, I was the only woman on the van. As I went to sit down, the driver leaned into my space unusually close. Just as I lowered myself into the seat, I felt something beneath me, his hand. I jumped up, startled. He quickly said, "Oh, sorry, there was something on your chair," as if he had been brushing off a piece of lint. I want everyone to hear me clearly. That is a grooming technique. If someone stands too close when you are about to sit, or reaches toward your seat, that is a red flag. Please be aware of that. Please teach your loved ones to be aware of that. I also had a driver insist on fastening my seatbelt for me. The first time it happened, I did not know it was inappropriate. He claimed it was procedure, but I later learned from his supervisor that it was not. Now, I use protective strategies. I wear a body-worn camera and keep an audio recorder with me at all times when using public transportation. When people see the camera, they behave differently. Grooming often begins with small tests. A hand too close. A seatbelt offered when it is not needed. A moment of pretending to help, when the real goal is to see how much you understand. I want parents, caregivers, and anyone who works with vulnerable adults to understand how subtle these behaviors can be, and how important it is to teach clear boundaries. I survived because I adapted. I survived because I learned my own ways to stay safe. I survived because I refused to disappear. And that is my story.
When Rôvi finished speaking, a stillness settled over the space, not the uncomfortable kind, but the kind that happens when an entire room is processing something at the exact same time. Every person sat with her words in their own way, filtering them through their own history, their own wounds, their own understanding of the world. It was the kind of silence that meant people were thinking deeply. Individually, intensely, honestly, and in that quiet, each person's perspective began to unfold. Blank. LT's thoughts. LT had seen her before, at Dr. Blake's cookout. But Lieutenant had noticed something different. He remembered thinking, she carries herself like royalty. Now, hearing her story, everything clicked into place. He leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowed in thought. She's been through all that, and she still walks like that. Still dresses like that, still holds her head up like that. He felt something he didn't expect. Respect. Deep, quiet, unshakable respect. And curiosity. Who is she really? And how did she survive all that? LT sat there listening to Rôvi with a focus he didn't know he had. Her voice was soft, but every word carried a strength he wasn't used to seeing in women. Not in his world, not in his past, not in the relationships he had chosen for himself. Most of the women he had been with were clingy, needy, or tangled in the same trauma bonds he was. They depended on him in ways that made him feel important, wanted, necessary. At the time, he mistook that for connection. He thought chaos meant passion. He thought intensity meant love. He thought being needed made him a man. But Rôvi was nothing like that. She stood there telling a story that would have broken most people, and yet she wasn't leaning on anyone. She wasn't reaching for comfort. She wasn't attaching herself to the nearest person just to feel safe. She had built her own safety system. She had created her own boundaries. She had survived on her own terms. And the part that hit him the hardest was this. She was the kind of woman who could have easily become codependent, someone who could have clung to anyone just to feel protected, but she didn't. She chose independence. She chose solitude. She chose to protect herself instead of attaching herself to the wrong person. LT felt something shift in him. He realized that he had spent years choosing women who needed him because it made him feel strong. It made him feel like he mattered. But it also kept him stuck in the same toxic cycles, repeating the same mistakes, hurting people, getting hurt, confusing dysfunction for love. Rôvi's story showed him a different kind of strength. A quiet strength. A disciplined strength. A strength that didn't need to be loud to be real. And for the first time, LT wasn't thinking about dating, or attraction, or impressing anyone. He wasn't thinking about getting with someone or chasing attention. He was thinking about character. About growth. About the kind of man he needed to become before he ever tried to be with someone again. He wanted to be the kind of man who could stand beside a woman like Rôvi, not to rescue her, not to control her, not to take from her, but to match her discipline, her resilience, her independence. He wanted to be a man who brought peace, not chaos. Stability, not confusion. Respect, not possession. Hearing her story didn't make him pity her. It made him look at himself. And right there in that seminar room, LT understood something he had never admitted before. He had work to do. Real work. The kind of work that turns a boy into a man. Rich had been curious about her since the cookout too. He remembered drifting from group to group, hearing people whisper. Who is she? Why's she dressed like that? She looks like she stepped out of a storybook. Some were amused. Some were confused. Some were quietly impressed. She was quiet. Mysterious, self-contained, wrapped in that cloak like she was protecting something sacred. But now he was captivated. When she said mosaic Down syndrome, something inside him jolted. He thought of his daughter, Karma. He thought of her future. He thought of the world she would have to navigate. And then he thought, this woman knows what my daughter will face. She knows it from the inside. He watched her with a new kind of attention, studying her the way an artist studies a subject he does not yet understand, sensing there was far more to her than what she allowed the room to see. She's rare, he thought. And she's stronger than she looks. But as she kept speaking, something deeper began to move in him. He thought about his own life, the wealthy house that looked perfect from the outside but felt empty on the inside. The parents who cared more about reputation than connection. The teasing. The loneliness, the silence, the shame. He remembered being picked on for liking art and music instead of sports. He remembered hiding the parts of himself that felt too soft, too creative, too different. He remembered the moment he snapped in 10th grade and reinvented himself, deciding that if he couldn't be accepted, he would be feared. He started stealing, not because he needed anything, but because it made him feel powerful. He started fighting, not because he was angry, but because it made him feel untouchable. He built a whole identity around never feeling small again. And he was good at it. Too good. Breaking into cars, bypassing alarms, selling stolen goods, earning the nickname, Felony. But as he listened to Rôvi, something unexpected clicked into place. She wasn't just surviving, she was expressing herself, her cloak, her colors, her presence, her voice. It wasn't just safety, it was art. And suddenly, he found himself wondering. Does she draw? Does she write? Does she play music? Does she create the way he used to create before he buried that part of himself? No one he had ever dated cared about art. No one cared about music. No one cared about the things that made him feel alive before he turned himself into someone else. But Rôvi looked like someone who lived in her imagination. Someone who built worlds. Someone who expressed herself without apology. And that made him even more curious about her. He spent years stealing things he didn't need. Cars, jewelry, money. Because he thought having more would make him feel whole. Meanwhile, she spent years praying for things he took for granted. Clarity, safety, understanding, protection. He felt something tighten in his chest. He thought, I chased things that never mattered. She fought for things that always should have. He wasn't thinking about his past crimes with pride. He wasn't thinking about his old reputation. He wasn't thinking about the mask he used to wear. He was thinking about karma. He was thinking about the kind of man she needed him to be. He was thinking about the kind of man who could stand in the same room as a woman like Rôvi and not feel ashamed. Rôvi didn't start his transformation. But she sharpened it, she clarified it, she reminded him of what truly matters. And now, with a quiet, unexpected curiosity, he wondered. What else is she capable of? What else is she creating? Who is she, really? He kept a steady glance toward Rôvi, just for a second. Then a second longer. He thought about the headphones she used to block out unsafe conversations. The recorder she carried for protection. The body-worn camera that kept her safe on the road. And then, unexpectedly, a heaviness settled in his chest. He remembered all the electronics he had stolen in his past, the expensive headphones, the recorders, even the body cams he once saw as nothing more than valuable items to flip. He had never considered who might have needed those things. He had never imagined that someone like Rôvi, someone vulnerable, someone alone, someone trying to stay safe, might have been depending on the very items he took. It wasn't shame, it wasn't regret, it was awareness, a new kind he had never felt before. And then his thoughts shifted to Karma. His little girl, his daughter with Down syndrome. His whole world. He imagined her one day needing the same tools Rôvi used, headphones to block out unsafe conversations, a recorder to document inappropriate behavior, a camera to protect her on public transportation. He imagined her navigating a world that did not always understand her, a world that sometimes preyed on people like her. And suddenly, Rôvi's story wasn't just powerful. It was personal. He thought about all the cars he had stolen, cars that belonged to women, to vulnerable adults, to people who might have depended on those vehicles to avoid unsafe environments. He had never once considered that taking a car could force someone onto a bus, into a taxi, or onto a van with a driver who didn't have good intentions. As Rich listened to Rôvi describe the years of damage caused by identity theft, a different kind of guilt settled in his chest, not the kind that crushes a person, but the kind that opens their eyes. He remembered the days when people came to him for fake IDs, stolen social security numbers, and clean identities he knew how to print and package. Back then, he thought it made him clever. He thought it made him valuable. He never once considered the people on the other side of those numbers, people like Rôvi, who could lose access to banking, housing, transportation, or medical services because someone like him had tampered with their identity. He thought about how a vulnerable adult could spend years trying to fix something they never caused, all because someone took advantage of their confusion or trust. For the first time, he understood that identity theft is not just a financial crime, it is a grooming-adjacent violation that strips a person of stability, independence, and dignity. And in that moment, he no longer felt pride in being the guy who could get you a new identity. He felt something far more important: responsibility, awareness, and a quiet determination to never be that man again. Now he understood. In his mind, one thought lingered. My daughter needs a world that protects her. And women like Rôvi are teaching me how to build it. He didn't say a word. He just watched her, quietly, respectfully, thoughtfully, feeling something inside him shift into place. Peggy's thoughts. Peggy slapped her hand on Earl's arm. Earl, I never knew. My goodness, I never knew. Earl winced. Not from pain, but from Peggy's volume. Peggy kept going, whisper yelling. I thought she was just slow in math. I thought she was just different. I didn't know she had Down syndrome. Lord have mercy, Earl, I didn't know. Earl stared straight ahead, lips pressed together, trying not to laugh. Peggy leaned closer, lowering her voice only slightly. And Earl, she'd be perfect for Rich. You know she would. Rich has that little girl with Down syndrome. And she understands all this. She'd be perfect. Earl turned his head toward the wall, pretending to study a poster. The room quietly chuckled. Earl's thoughts. Earl wasn't a man of many words. But he was a man of patterns. And now that he had the missing piece, the diagnosis, everything made sense. He thought, no wonder she struggled, no wonder she was misunderstood. No wonder she had to build her own world. He felt protective. He felt angry on her behalf. He felt admiration. And yes, he heard Peggy's matchmaking. He didn't comment, but he didn't disagree. Amethyst's thoughts. Amethyst was in awe, not of the outfit, not of the cloak, not of the regal presence, but of the resilience. She thought, she survived without support, without diagnosis, without guidance, and she still became an artist, a storyteller, a creator. Amethyst wanted to study her, not as a specimen, but as a miracle. She thought, she's rare, not because of the disability, but because of the strength. The facilitators' thoughts. Dr. Blake, Agent O'Reilly, and Tarquin exchanged glances, the kind of glances professionals share when they realize they're witnessing something important. Blake thought, this is a textbook case of systemic failure and personal triumph. O'Reilly thought, predators would spot her vulnerability instantly. And she still survived. That's remarkable. Tarquin thought, this is what happens when a community fails a child. And this is what happens when that child refuses to break. They weren't just impressed. They were humbled. The class's thoughts. Some felt guilty for giggling at her outfit earlier. Some felt protective. Some felt inspired. Some felt ashamed they hadn't noticed her sooner. But all of them felt something new. Respect. Charles the Marine thoughts. Charles felt something hit him square in the chest. A fellow service member. A survivor of a crime that should never happen in uniform. A woman who still stood tall. His jaw tightened, not in anger at her story, but in anger at the institution that failed her. She deserved protection, he thought. She deserved justice. She deserved better. But then came pride. She still served. She still excelled. She still rose. And when she mentioned her 100% permanent disability rating, Charles nodded slowly. Good. They owed her that. They owed her more. He wasn't just impressed now. He was invested. Bonnie's thoughts. Bonnie's hand flew to her mouth. Oh sweetheart, she whispered, tears forming. She had known Rôvi as a child, quiet, unusual, gentle, but she had never known this part. Bonnie felt a fierce, maternal protectiveness rise in her chest. She served her country. She was hurt, and she still turned her life into something beautiful. Bonnie looked at her with pure admiration. What a remarkable woman. I daughter's world better than anyone I've ever met. His respect deepened into something else. Recognition, connection, possibility. Penny and Karma thoughts. Penny whispered to Karma, she's a real princess. Real princesses fight battles. Karma tugged on Rich's sleeve. Daddy, does she have a magic wand? Princesses always have a wand. The room smiled. Even Rôvi smiled.
When Rôvi finished speaking, the room fell into a stillness that felt almost sacred. Dr. Blake did not step forward immediately. He allowed her words to settle, allowed the truth to breathe. Then, with calm intention, he moved to the center of the room, not to overshadow her, but to honor the weight of what she had just entrusted to everyone present. His voice was steady, low, and grounded. Rôvi, he began, what you just shared is one of the clearest, most courageous explanations of lived vulnerability I have ever heard in a seminar room. And I want to respond to it with the depth and precision it deserves. He held her gaze with quiet respect. You described something that many professionals misunderstand, the lifelong impact of being deprived of essential safety knowledge. You were not simply uninformed. You were deliberately kept uneducated about danger, boundaries, consent, and human intention. That is not a gap. That is not an oversight. That is not a misunderstanding. That is a form of harm. He paused, letting the truth settle. When a child with mosaic Down syndrome is denied the information they need to navigate the world, that child enters adulthood without the internal compass that most people take for granted. You were not given the tools to distinguish safety from danger, sincerity from manipulation, or kindness from predation. And because of that, you were targeted. You were exploited. You were kidnapped. You were held against your will. Not because you were naive, but because adults failed you long before any predator ever found you. You also described something profoundly important: the way your brain interprets literal language. When you read religious texts, you took them exactly as written. When you prayed for a sign, you believed the sign would be literal. When someone repeatedly approached you, you believed it was divine confirmation. That is not foolishness. That is not immaturity. That is the neurological reality of your disability. And predators exploited that reality. What you did next, the adjustments you made, show extraordinary survival intelligence. You created your own safety system. You built boundaries that protect you. You learned to limit interactions, to avoid eye contact, to stay in environments where the rules are clear and the power dynamics are predictable. You chose housing that reduces your exposure to exploitation. You removed yourself from religious environments that confuse your sense of reality. These are not signs of fear. These are signs of adaptation. These are signs of a mind that has learned to protect itself in the absence of protection from others. And I want to say this clearly, for everyone in this room. Rôvi did not fail the system. The system failed her. She did not misunderstand danger. She was never taught what danger looks like. She did not misread predators. She was conditioned to trust persistence. She did not choose wrong. She was never given the information needed to choose safely. When a disabled child is deprived of safety education, that child becomes vulnerable in ways most people cannot imagine. And when that deprivation is deliberate, when it is used as punishment for reporting abuse, it becomes one of the most dangerous forms of neglect we see in clinical practice. Your story is not a story of weakness. It is a story of survival. It is a story of adaptation. It is a story of a woman who built her own safety net because the adults responsible for her protection chose not to. And by sharing this truth today, you are giving every professional in this room a lesson they will never forget. You deserved safety. You deserved education. You deserved protection. And none of what happened to you was your fault. The room remained silent, not from shock, but from reverence. Dr. Blake had spoken, and every person in the room understood the gravity of what they had just heard.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward. "All right," he said, "let's talk about what this looks like from an investigative standpoint." He glanced at Rôvi with a nod of respect, then addressed the room. Number 1. Predators identify cognitive vulnerability faster than professionals do. Here's the first thing you need to understand, O'Reilly began. Predators are extremely good at spotting cognitive differences. Better than teachers, better than neighbors, better than employers, sometimes even better than trained professionals. He continued, they look for people who process information differently, people who hesitate before answering, people who take things literally, people who trust too quickly, people who don't pick up on social cues. And when a disability is invisible, like mosaic Down syndrome often is, predators see the vulnerability long before anyone else does. Number 2, undiagnosed disabilities create the perfect storm. When a disability goes undiagnosed, the victim doesn't know they're vulnerable. The family doesn't know, the system doesn't know, and that means no one is protecting them. He gestured toward Rôvi. That's what happened here. She wasn't just unprotected. She was unidentified. And unidentified vulnerability is the most dangerous kind. Number 3, legal age means nothing to a predator. They exploit cognitive age. This was the moment the room went silent. Let me be very clear, O'Reilly said. Predators do not care if someone is legally an adult. They care about whether the person understands what's happening. He continued, voice steady and precise. Many adults with intellectual or developmental disabilities, including Down syndrome and mosaic Down syndrome, may be legally of consent age but not cognitively equipped to give informed consent. He let that land. That gap, between legal age and cognitive capacity, is exactly where offenders operate. They know the law won't intervene because the victim is technically an adult. And they know the victim may not fully understand the situation. He shook his head. That's not consent. That's exploitation. Number 4, groomers use familiarity, not force. Offenders don't start with threats, he said. They start with familiarity. He listed them: kindness, attention, flattery, gifts, promises, mentorship, special treatment, emotional bonding. These are not random behaviors. They are deliberate tactics designed to bypass the victim's defenses. He added, and when the victim has an intellectual disability, diagnosed or not, these tactics work faster and more effectively. Number 5, systemic failures multiply the risk. O'Reilly's voice grew firmer. When a child moves through multiple foster homes without diagnosis, without education, without consistent adults, that child becomes a prime target. He continued, when institutions fail to identify a disability, predators step in. When schools fail to teach safety, predators step in. When the military fails to detect cognitive vulnerability, predators step in. He nodded toward Rôvi, and that's exactly what happened. Number 6, military sexual trauma. A pattern, not an accident. MST is not random. It is not accidental. It is not a misunderstanding. It is a crime. He continued, and individuals with undiagnosed intellectual disabilities are at significantly higher risk because they may not recognize grooming, coercion, or power imbalance. He added, the military's 100% permanent disability rating is not generosity. It is acknowledgement of harm. It is acknowledgement of institutional failure. Number 7, adult exploitation. The overlooked side of grooming. Most people think grooming only happens to children, he said. That's wrong. Adults with intellectual disabilities are groomed every day, through scams, contracts, landlords, employers, and relationships. He continued, predators don't care about age. They care about vulnerability. Number 8, survivors like Rôvi are rare, not because others don't exist, but because others don't survive. O'Reilly looked at Rôvi again. Her survival is not typical. It is exceptional. He turned back to the room. She survived multiple systems that failed her. She survived predators who targeted her. She survived institutions that overlooked her. And she still built a life, a career, and a voice. And that is why Pattern 13 matters. Because invisible disabilities create invisible victims. And invisible victims are the ones predators count on. What Rôvi just shared is something we see in federal investigations far more often than people realize. When most people hear the word grooming, they think only of emotional manipulation or physical boundary violations. But there is another form that destroys lives quietly, and that is grooming for identity access, convincing a vulnerable person to hand over personal information they do not fully understand. He continued, under federal law, the kind of exploitation Rôvi described falls under several serious crimes. The first is aggravated identity theft, which is a federal felony. That crime carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 2 years in federal prison, and that time must run consecutively, meaning it is added on top of any other sentence. There is also identity theft and fraud, which can carry up to 15 years in federal prison, depending on how the stolen information was used. And if someone uses another person's identity to open accounts, obtain benefits, or commit financial fraud, that falls under access device fraud, which carries up to 10 years. He paused to let the weight of that settle, but here is the part people overlook. Offenders rarely start by demanding a social security number. They start with grooming behaviors, small tests. They ask for a copy of an ID, for paperwork. They claim they need a birth certificate, to verify something. They pressure a vulnerable adult to sign forms they cannot read or understand. They use urgency, friendliness, or false authority to break down boundaries. That is grooming. It is not physical, but it is absolutely predatory. He glanced toward Rôvi with respect. For someone with mosaic Down syndrome, the confusion around what is safe to share makes them a prime target. And once their identity is stolen, the consequences are devastating. They can be blocked from opening bank accounts, payment apps, rental applications, or government services. They can spend years trying to prove they are not the ones who caused the damage. It affects independence, stability, and dignity. Then he turned back to the group. This is why we teach families and caregivers that protecting a vulnerable adult means protecting their information boundaries just as much as their physical boundaries. If someone pressures them for documents, photographs of IDs, or personal numbers, that is not helping. That is not procedure. That is a crime, and in many cases, it is a federal felony. He finished with a clear, powerful message. Grooming is not always about touching. Sometimes it is about testing, confusing, and extracting. And when that grooming leads to identity theft, the law treats it as a serious offense, because the damage lasts for years. Rôvi's story is a reminder that we must teach vulnerable adults how to protect their information, and we must hold offenders accountable when they exploit that trust.
Tarquin stepped forward. I want to talk from the community side, he began, the community side. The side that sees the child every day, but does not always understand what it is seeing. In our neighborhoods, we are trained to look for the loud problems. The visible ones. The ones that disrupt the room or challenge authority. We are trained to respond to behavior, not to understand it. And because of that, children like Rôvi slip through every crack we never knew we had. Rôvi was not invisible. She was misinterpreted. She was mislabeled. She was misunderstood. And misunderstanding a child is one of the most dangerous things a community can do. When a child is quiet, we call it maturity. When a child is compliant, we call it respect. When a child does not question anything, we call it good behavior. But sometimes, that quiet is confusing. Sometimes, that compliance is fear. Sometimes, that good behavior is a disability that nobody ever named. In our community, we celebrate strength. We celebrate resilience. We celebrate the child who never gives trouble. But we do not always know how to protect the child who does not know they are supposed to ask for help. The child who does not know danger when they see it. The child who trusts too easily because nobody taught them what trust is supposed to look like. Rôvi grew up in a world where adults assumed she understood things she did not. They assumed she could protect herself when she could not. They assumed she was safe because she was quiet. And predators love quiet. They love compliant. They love uneducated. They love unprotected. Grooming does not start with the predator. Grooming starts with the environment. It starts with the gaps. The gaps in knowledge. The gaps in diagnosis. The gaps in safety education. The gaps in adult awareness. And those gaps were wide open around Rôvi. Her disability was not loud. It did not come with alarms. It came with misunderstandings. It came with missed cues. It came with adults who loved her, but did not know what they were looking at. And because they did not know, they did not teach her what danger looks like. They did not teach her what manipulation sounds like. They did not teach her how to say no, or when to walk away, or how to recognize when someone was using her. And when a child grows up without that knowledge, they walk into adulthood carrying a target they cannot see. A target that predators recognize instantly. We have to do better. Not just as professionals. Not just as parents. As a community. We have to learn what vulnerability looks like when it is quiet. When it is polite. When it is obedient. When it is wrapped in a disability that nobody diagnosed. Rôvi's story is not rare. It is just rarely acknowledged. And now that it has been spoken out loud, we no longer have the privilege of pretending we did not know. We have a responsibility to change how we see, how we teach, and how we protect. That is the community lens. And that is the truth. Tarquin stepped forward slowly, not out of hesitation, but because the truth he carried required precision. He rested one hand on the back of a chair, grounding himself before he spoke. "I want to speak from the community side," he began, his voice steady but carrying a depth that made the room fall silent. "Not the clinical side, not the legal side, the community side, the side that sees the child every day, but does not always understand what it is seeing." He looked directly at the participants. "There is something we need to be absolutely clear about." Rôvi did not stay silent. She did not hide what was happening to her. She told people. She told neighbors. She told adults. She told child protective services. She told the police. She told anyone who would listen. She did everything a child is supposed to do when they are being harmed. He paused, letting the weight of that truth settle. And what happened next is one of the cruelest things you can do to a child. Especially a child with mosaic Down syndrome. The foster family retaliated. They punished her for telling the truth. They punished her for trying to save herself. His voice deepened, carrying a quiet fury. They did not just yell at her. They did not just isolate her. They did not just shame her. They did something far worse. They withheld knowledge. They withheld safety. They withheld the basic information every child needs to survive in this world. He stepped forward slightly, his tone sharpening. They knew about the birds and the bees. They knew about boundaries. They knew about stranger danger. They taught it to their other 6 children. They had the knowledge. They had the responsibility. And they chose to withhold it from Rôvi deliberately. Not by accident. Not by ignorance. By choice. He let the silence stretch, the truth hanging heavy in the air. That is not a misunderstanding. That is not a mistake. That is not a gap in education. That is retaliation. That is cruelty. That is neglect. And neglect is a crime. He looked around the room, his expression unwavering. Rôvi did not come into this world knowing these things. No child does. Children must be taught. And when you take a child with a disability, a child who already needs more clarity, more guidance, more protection, and you deliberately withhold the information that keeps them safe, you are not just failing them. You are endangering them. He shook his head slowly. When she turned 18 and 19 and joined the army, she did not know the basics of human safety. Not because she was incapable of learning. Not because she was uninterested. But because the adults who were supposed to protect her chose to keep her uneducated as punishment for exposing their abuse. And predators recognize that kind of vulnerability instantly. They see the child who was never taught. They see the adult who still carries the gaps created by someone else's cruelty. They see the target that the foster family carved into her life. In our community, we talk about responsibility. We talk about protecting our own. But we do not always talk about the ways adults can harm a child without ever laying a hand on them. Withholding knowledge is harm. Withholding safety is harm. Withholding education is harm. And when you do it to a disabled child, it is unforgivable. Rôvi's story is not just about grooming. It is about the environment that made grooming possible. It is about the adults who punished her for telling the truth. It is about the systems that hurt her and still failed to protect her. It is about the cruelty of withholding the very information that could have saved her. We have to do better. We have to see the quiet children. We have to protect the disabled children. We have to teach every child what they need to know to survive. And we have to stop pretending that silence is the problem. Rôvi was not silent. The adults around her were. He stepped back, his voice steady. That is the community lens. And that is the truth.
Dr. Blake stepped forward slowly, giving Tarquin a respectful nod before addressing the room. His posture was steady, his tone calm, but there was a controlled intensity beneath every word. "Thank you, Tarquin," he began. "Your perspective is essential. and I want to build on it from a clinical standpoint. What you described is not only morally wrong, it is clinically devastating, it is developmentally catastrophic, and it is legally recognized as a form of abuse. I want everyone in this room to understand something with absolute clarity. Rôvi did exactly what a child is supposed to do. She disclosed. She reached out. She asked for help. She told adults, neighbors, child protective services, and law enforcement. She followed every safety rule that children are taught. He paused, letting the truth settle. And the adults who were responsible for her safety retaliated. They punished her for telling the truth. They weaponized her disability against her. His voice remained calm, but the weight behind it sharpened. When a child with mosaic Down syndrome reports abuse, that child is already demonstrating extraordinary courage. Children with cognitive disabilities often struggle to articulate danger, identify manipulation, or understand the intentions of adults. For Rôvi to speak up repeatedly means she was fighting for her life with every tool she had. He took a slow breath, and the foster family responded by withholding essential developmental education. Not because they lacked knowledge, not because they were overwhelmed, not because they misunderstood her needs. They withheld it deliberately. They withheld it as punishment. They withheld it to silence her. Let me be very clear. Withholding safety education from a disabled child is not a parenting choice. It is neglect, and neglect is a crime. When that withholding is done intentionally, in retaliation for reporting abuse, it becomes a form of psychological abuse and coercive control. He continued with clinical precision. Children do not come into the world knowing about boundaries, consent, bodily autonomy, or sexual safety. These concepts must be taught, and for a child with a cognitive disability, they must be taught explicitly, repeatedly, and with patience. Rôvi entered adulthood without the foundational knowledge that every child deserves. She did not know about the birds and the bees. She did not know about stranger danger. She did not know how to identify grooming behaviors. She did not know how to recognize when someone was violating her boundaries. She did not know because the adults responsible for her development chose to keep her uneducated. He let the silence deepen. This is not a small oversight. This is not a misunderstanding. This is not a gap in the system. This is a deliberate act of deprivation. And deprivation of essential safety knowledge is one of the most dangerous forms of neglect because it creates lifelong vulnerability. When Rôvi joined the army at 18 and 19, she carried the consequences of that deprivation with her. She carried the gaps that were carved into her life by adults who retaliated against her for telling the truth. And predators recognized those gaps immediately. As clinicians, as community members, as educators, and as protectors, we must understand that grooming does not begin with the offender. Grooming begins with the vulnerability created by neglect. Grooming begins with the silence imposed on a child. Grooming begins when adults fail to teach what must be taught. Tarquin is correct. Rôvi's story is not rare. It is simply rarely acknowledged. And now that it has been spoken aloud, we have a responsibility to ensure that no child, disabled or otherwise, is ever punished for telling the truth, or left uneducated about the dangers that exist in this world. That is the clinical reality. And that is the truth.
Agent O'Reilly stepped forward. Thank you, Dr. Blake. I want to close this out from the federal perspective, because what happened to Rôvi is not just tragic. It is not just immoral. It is not just neglect. It is criminal. First, let us establish the most important fact. Rôvi reported the abuse. She disclosed to neighbors. She disclosed to adults. She disclosed to Child Protective Services. She disclosed to law enforcement. She did everything a child is instructed to do when they are in danger. He paused, and the foster family retaliated. His tone sharpened, but remained controlled. In federal investigations, We call this retaliatory neglect. It is a form of coercive control. It is a form of witness intimidation. And when the victim is a child with a disability, it becomes an aggravated factor under multiple statutes. He continued, each sentence precise. This foster family did not fail to teach her safety. They withheld it. They withheld sexual education. They withheld boundary education. They withheld stranger danger education. They withheld the very information that would have protected her. And they did it deliberately, as punishment for reporting their abuse. He let that land. That is not a misunderstanding. That is not a lapse in judgment. That is not a cultural difference. That is intent. And intent is what turns neglect into a prosecutable offense. When a caregiver deliberately withholds essential safety knowledge from a disabled child, they are not just failing to protect that child. They are manufacturing vulnerability. They are creating the conditions for future victimization. They are ensuring that the child cannot recognize danger, cannot report danger, and cannot defend themselves. In federal terms, that is called creating a permissive environment for exploitation. It is one of the most dangerous patterns we see in grooming cases, because it sets the child up for lifelong risk. When Rôvi entered adulthood, when she joined the army, she carried the consequences of that deliberate deprivation. She did not know the basics of bodily autonomy. She did not know the markers of manipulation. She did not know the warning signs of grooming. And predators recognized that immediately. Let me be clear, grooming thrives where adults have failed to educate. Grooming thrives where vulnerability has been manufactured. Grooming thrives where a child has been punished for telling the truth. Rôvi was not silent. She was silenced. And every system that touched her, foster care, CPS, law enforcement, had a legal obligation to intervene. They did not. And that failure is part of the crime. That is the federal perspective. And that is the truth. Before we conclude today's seminar, I want to acknowledge the significance of what has been shared in this room, he began. The patterns we have discussed are not theoretical. They are real, they are documented, they are preventable, and they are criminal. He looked around the room, making deliberate eye contact with several participants. Grooming is a crime. It is not a misunderstanding. It is not a mistake. It is not a lapse in judgment. Grooming is a deliberate process used by offenders to gain access, to gain trust, and to gain control over a vulnerable person. It is a violation of autonomy, safety, and human dignity. In Rôvi Vrusamâiív's case, multiple adults failed in their legal and moral responsibilities. The adults who raised her failed to identify her disability. They failed to seek evaluation. They failed to provide education about safety, boundaries, and danger. They failed to protect her from individuals who recognized her vulnerability long before she did. Those failures are not neutral. They are not harmless. They are not minor. They are forms of neglect. Neglect is a crime. Failure to protect a child is a crime. Failure to provide necessary medical and educational support is a crime. And when those failures create vulnerability that leads to exploitation, the responsibility does not fall on the child. It falls on the adults who did not act. When Rôvi entered adulthood without diagnosis, without support, and without the safety education she deserved, she was placed at significant risk. That risk followed her into the community, into the workplace, and eventually into the military. The crime committed against her during her service was not an isolated event. It was the culmination of years of unaddressed vulnerability. I want every person here to understand this. Grooming does not begin with the offender. Grooming begins with the environment that leaves a vulnerable person unprotected. When a disability is invisible, the risk becomes invisible. And when the risk becomes invisible, predators step in. This seminar is now complete. However, due to the complexity of the patterns we have discussed today, and the number of survivor stories that remain, there will be a second part to this seminar at a later date. We will continue to examine grooming through clinical, investigative, and community perspectives, and we will continue to address the systemic failures that allow these crimes to occur. Thank you for your attention, your respect, and your willingness to learn. Awareness is the first step toward prevention. Protection begins with understanding, and understanding begins with listening. This concludes today's session.
As chairs slid back across the floor, the room filled with the soft rustle of papers, the muted thump of backpacks being lifted, and the faint hum of Amethyst's diffuser winding down. The atmosphere carried a quiet mixture of reflection and tenderness, as if everyone understood they had witnessed something meaningful. Bonnie and Charles walked directly toward Rich. Charles extended his hand with genuine warmth. "Thank you for keeping an eye on Penny today," he said. "You balanced fatherhood and responsibility with remarkable steadiness. We are proud of you." Bonnie nodded in agreement, her expression full of sincerity. They spoke briefly about Penny's progress and Rich's ongoing efforts to rebuild his life. There was pride in their voices, but also respect. Bonnie then knelt beside Penny and gently placed her belongings into her small backpack. Penny watched her with quiet trust, clutching her favorite item close to her chest. Across the room, the facilitators were gathering their materials. Dr. Blake closed his folder with deliberate care. Agent O'Reilly wrote a final note on his chart. Tarquin placed his pen behind his ear and zipped his bag. Amethyst unplugged her diffuser and wrapped the cord neatly, the faint scent of vanilla still lingering in the air. Peggy wiped her eyes, still deeply moved by Rôvi's story. Earl stood beside her, equally reflective. The two of them walked first to LT. "We are proud of you," Peggy said softly. "You are doing the work, and it shows." LT nodded with quiet gratitude before gathering his items and heading toward the door. Peggy and Earl then approached Rôvi. Peggy opened her arms without hesitation and embraced her with a kind of hug that required no words. It was a motherly, protective, heartfelt embrace that said, "I am proud of you, and I am sorry that I never understood what you carried." When Peggy released her, Rôvi's eyes glistened. She took a slow breath, steadying herself. Earl placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You did well," he said simply. "Very well." Rôvi nodded, her throat tight, and continued gathering her folders. Across the room, Bonnie and Charles waved to Earl and Peggy, and the couple waved back. Bonnie also offered a warm farewell to Dr. Blake and Amethyst, who returned the gesture with quiet smiles. Rich began placing his materials into his backpack, then carefully packed Karma's items into her smaller bag. Karma stood close to him, watching the room with wide, curious eyes. When Peggy leaned down to greet her, Karma shyly stepped behind her father's leg, but she offered a small smile. Peggy smiled back, touched by the innocence of the moment. As Rôvi gathered her folders and pencils and began walking toward the exit, Rich turned slightly. "Rôvi," he said, his voice steady but gentle, "thank you for sharing your story." She paused at the doorway. For a brief moment, the hallway light framed her silhouette. She met his eyes and offered a soft, sincere smile. "Thank you," she replied. Then she stepped into the hallway. Rich watched her leave for a moment longer than he intended. Something about her quiet strength stayed with him. Earl and Peggy witnessed the exchange. Peggy nudged Earl firmly with her elbow. Earl sighed, shook his head, and walked toward Dr. Blake, refusing to encourage Peggy's matchmaking instincts. Yet, in the back of his mind, he quietly believed that Rich and Rôvi might one day find common ground. He simply would never admit that to Peggy. Earl approached Dr. Blake, who was packing his materials into a neat stack. "Little brother," Earl said, "this was one of the most powerful seminars you have ever led. I look forward to part 2. Dr. Blake nodded. "Thank you. I will announce the date when everything is finalized." The room slowly emptied. The last traces of lavender drifted through the air. The chair stood slightly askew, evidence of the stories that had filled the space. Peggy lingered for a moment, her thoughts circling around one question. How did Rôvi move through life for so many years without protection, without diagnosis, and without the support she deserved? The door closed softly behind the final participant, and the seminar came to a quiet, dignified end.